Shinigami World. Urahara Store. There is a huge training ground underground. The main character, Kurosaki Ichigo, is thrown into a deep pit and his hands are tightly bound by Bakudo's 99 prisons. According to the plot in the original book, this is Urahara Kisuke helping Ichigo activate the power of Shinigami. Ichigo was stabbed into the body by Rukia with Zanpakuto and took away Rukia's Shinigami power and became a Shinigami. But after Renji Byakuya appeared, Byakuya instantly killed Ichigo and abolished the power of Shinigami that Ichigo had obtained from Rukia and turned back to human. Ichigo is not purely human, in fact he has the power of Shinigami himself. Urahara Kisuke and others are helping him activate at this time. In the pit. At this time Ichigo was screaming in pain, and white substances belonging to Hollow had emerged from the eyes, nose, and other places, covering half of his body. If he can't awaken his Shinigami power to escape from the pit within a certain period of time, then he will completely become Hollow. With strong willpower, Ichigo successfully entered the inner world, where he saw the so-called Uncle Zagetsu. Time is running out, but Ichigo has been unable to awaken the power of Shinigami, and a touch of despair rose in his heart. At this moment, a mechanical and emotionless voice sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host thinks he is incompetent, hopeless, and helpless, and the accelerated growth system is activated. Accelerated growth begins, you become a Shinigami, your physical fitness improves in all aspects, and you get a double sword Zangetsu. Reiatsu accelerates growth, you get Super Reiatsu. You have comprehended Zanpakuto skills, Crescent Moon Sky Rush, Crescent Moon Cross Rush. Your Zanpakuto is always in Shikai state, and you with strong Reiatsu can maintain Zanpakuto Shikai state forever without any influence. The basic panel of the double knife period is loading, and it is expected to take 7 days. After loading successfully, you will have the basic panel strength of the double knife period. Double Sword's Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is also growing rapidly at the same time. It is expected to take 10 days. After loading successfully, you will learn Zanpakuto Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. A series of voices rang through Ichigo's head, which made him a little overwhelmed. At this time he was still in the inner world, only vaguely saw Uncle Zangetsu and a white self suddenly turned into 2 Zanpakuto, one long and one short, and Ichigo instinctively held the 2 Zanpakuto in his hands. In an instant, in the training ground below the Urahara store, a storm of Reiatsu that was so powerful that it changed color emerged from Ichigo's body. The Reiatsu storm is like an unstoppable hurricane, raging in all directions. The deep pit where Ichigo was originally in was immediately leveled out, and the entire training ground was filled with sand and rocks, making it turbid. Urahara Kisuke, Tessai, and 2 children named Jinda and Zyaoyu who were watching Ichigo's changes were shocked. Jinda and Zyaoyu couldn't bear Ichigo's inexplicable Reiatsu storm and they were all blown away. This guy, how can he have such a strong Reiatsu? The red-haired Jinda was blown away and embedded in the soil with an expression of disbelief. The Shinigami power Ichigo obtained from Rukia before was abolished by Byakuya Kuchiki. Ichigo, whose Shinigami power was abolished, has no difference in physical fitness and combat power from an ordinary person. Jinda can bully Ichigo casually. But today's Ichigo has suddenly gained powerful power, and the Reiatsu storm generated by just gaining power is hard to resist. Did you make it? A burly, large Kaido with a pair of dark glasses and long grip Tessai's eyes were fixed on the front, where Ichigo had been. Urahara also looked solemn, his eyes narrowed. After the storm and smoke cleared, Ichigo's figure finally reappeared in front of everyone. It's just that Ichigo's appearance surprised Urahara and the others. I saw Ichigo at this time, wearing a deadly costume, holding 2 Zanpakuto with black blades, one long and one short in his hand, but his face was wearing a false mask. With Ichigo like this, people don't know whether it is Shinigami or virtual. Tessai crossed his arms, ready to fight, and if Ichigo really became Hollow, he planned to bind Ichigo again with the 99 of Bakudo. After all, both he and Urahara knew that the strength of the Hollow in Ichigo's body was no joke. Moreover, the powerful Reiatsu storm just now is likely to be emanating from the virtual. If it is a Shinigami who has just awakened his power, even if his aptitude is as strong as Ichigo, he may not be able to make such a big commotion. So they think that the training to help Ichigo awaken the power of Shinigami seems to have failed, and the Ichigo in front of him, who is wearing a deadly costume but wearing a mask, is probably a ghost. Urahara took a deep breath, looked straight at Ichigo and asked, "Your Excellency is..." Before Urahara finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ichigo's actions. I saw that Ichigo raised the shorter Zanpakuto and poked the white mask on his face directly with the handle of the knife. The plaster-like mask shattered and fell to the ground. Ichigo revealed his sunny and handsome face. It's so dangerous it's almost going to be empty. Now Ichigo's experience and mentality are relatively average. At this time he still has lingering fears. If he failed to activate the power of Shinigami in time, he might really degenerate into a void. However, he looked at the Seba outfit on his body and the two Zanpakuto in his hands and felt the majestic power contained in his body, so he couldn't help but feel puzzled. 2. Zanpakuto. At this point, Urahara and others breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of becoming hollow, Ichigo successfully activated the Shinigami power in his body and became a Shinigami again. Otherwise, if Ichigo really becomes Su and Subai occupies his body, even if Urahara and Tessai join forces, it will be difficult to deal with. While Urahara and the others felt a little relieved, their faces were also full of surprise, because the Reiatsu aura that Ichigo exuded just now as Shinigami was too strong. It was as strong as a storm, and even the entire underground training ground was leveled and turned into a desert. There were even some cracks in the space, and the entire Urahara store shook several times, almost unsteady. It is conceivable how powerful the Reiatsu storm emitted by Ichigo just now is. Having such a Reiatsu just after activating the power of Shinigami is amazing. Even Tessai, who is usually relatively taciturn, couldn't help but admire Ichigo's talent. Urahara's eyes fell on the two double swords in Ichigo's hand, one long and one short. With a surprised face he murmured, "It turned out to be double swords, which is too rare." There are thousands of Shinigami in the Soul Society, but the vast majority of Shinigami have only one Zanpakuto, and Shinigami with two swords are extremely rare. As far as Urahara knows, the current Zanpakuto in Soul Society seems to have two swords. Kaiten Kaiokatsu of Kairaku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, and the double fish carp of Joshiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Division. Moreover, whether Kaiten Kaiokatsu and Shunyu Li are real dual swords or dual swords formed by special reasons is still somewhat uncertain. But after Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami, he immediately became a double sword, really powerful and rare. Urahara is so clever that he guessed the reason. Kurosaki has multiple powers in his body, inheriting the power of Shinigami from his father, the power of Quincy from his mother, and the power of Void. Maybe this is the reason for the formation of dual swords. Urahara knows everything about Ichigo very well, and knows why Ichigo's Zanpakuto is a double sword. However, Urahara did not expect that Ichigo would have such a strong Reiatsu as soon as he awakened the power of Shinigami, and even the two double swords in his hands seemed to contain extremely powerful power. Sure enough, Ichigo's qualifications are too high. Congratulations on becoming a Shinigami again, Kurosaki-kun. Urahara shook the fan in his hand and then explained to the puzzled Ichigo, "Some Shinigami have two Zanpakuto, but it's rare. Your dual swords are very powerful, so use them with confidence." So there really were two Zanpakuto. I thought it was an accident. Ichigo himself breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Shinigami he had seen all along, the Zanpakuto he owned was one, and when he awakened, he had two. And when he was in the inner world just now, he heard some strange voices in his mind. It was only after hearing these strange voices that he successfully awakened the power of Shinigami and possessed two swords. Ichigo fell into deep thought and began to recall the strange voice he had just heard in his inner world. Growth acceleration system, what is this? Ichigo vaguely remembered that he seemed to be bound to this growth acceleration system, and then he became a Shinigami, gained powerful Reiatsu and double swords, and also comprehended Zanpakuto skills such as Crescent Sky Chong. It all feels dreamy. If it wasn't for the clear feeling of the powerful Reiatsu in his body and the two double swords in his hands, Ichigo would feel like he was dreaming. After all, no one becomes so strong as soon as he becomes a Shinigami. Growth acceleration system, is it to speed up my growth? It saves most of the time and process, making me stronger quickly. Ichigo is not stupid either, guessing the function of the system from the literal meaning and actual effect of the system. It is something that accelerates his growth and becomes stronger at a very fast speed. Just now I seem to have heard two sentences. The basic panel of the double knife period is loading, and it is expected to take 7 days. After the loading is successful, you will have the basic strength of the double knife period. Double Sword's Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is growing rapidly. It is expected to take 10 days. After loading successfully, you will learn Zanpakuto Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo savored the two sentences just now of the system carefully, which means that he will have the basic strength of the double sword period in 7 days, and he will learn the double sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu in 10 days. the period of double swords.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ichigo was a little confused. He didn't know when the period of dual swords was and what kind of combat power he had at that time. However, Ichigo is now dual knife awakened. Ryatsu is also very strong, and the power of the crescent sky is amazing. If you unlock the basic panel strength of the dual knife period and learn Bankai Tensa Zagetsu, the power will definitely skyrocket. Ichigo took a deep breath, gripping the twin swords in his hands tightly. He desires power. Before Renji and Byakuya came to hunt Rukia in this world, Ichigo came out to stop him. Although he defeated Renji, he was so weak that he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements, so Byakuya gave him a second and watched Rukia being taken away. This feeling of being weak, helpless, and hopeless is not pleasant at all. Ichigo also doesn't want to experience it again. Ichigo swore to his own soul in his heart, "Rukia, just wait, I will definitely rescue you. Even if I defeat Byakuya Kuchiki, or even challenge the order of the entire Soul Society, I will rescue you." Today's Ichigo, although he has not unlocked the strength panel of the double sword period, nor has he learned Bankai Tensa Zangetsu, but his strength is already very strong. With his powerful Ryatsu and dual swords, not everyone can bear a crescent moon shot. And relying on Urahara's previous statement, according to the Soul Society's law, there are still about 20 days left for Rukia's execution. It takes about 20 days, and it only takes 7 days for him to awaken the panel of the double sword period, and it only takes 10 days to comprehend the double sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. There is still time. Ichigo was originally a stunned youth. In the original book, even if he just awakened Shinigami's power, he was struggling to fight as a vice-captain. And he still desperately went to the Soul Society to save people, not to mention that he now has great power and is about to get more. He is strong and he is bound to rescue Rukia. At this moment, the cold reminder sounded in Ichigo's mind again. Reminder, the function of this system is also effective for other members of the protagonist group and can accelerate the growth of other members of the protagonist group. The acceleration method only requires the host to touch the hands of the protagonist group members and then silently say "speed up" in his heart. The sudden voice stunned Ichigo, the protagonist group. What is this? Ichigo didn't know that he was the protagonist in the original book, nor did he know what the protagonist group was, but he seemed to understand. His system works for some people too. He only needs to touch the hands of the members of the protagonist group and silently say "speed up" in his heart to speed up the growth of others. With this ability, other members of the protagonist group can also become stronger at a very high speed like him. Protagonist members include Ishida Uryu, Inao Orihime, Sado Yasutora, Sol, Rukia Kuchiki, Abare Renji. What are you thinking about? Could it be that your brain was burned out because of too much force? Jinda, the red-haired boy who was blown away by the Ryatsu emanating from Ichigo just now, managed to pull himself out of the soil embedded in the clod, looked at Ichigo who was thinking, and cursed angrily. Ichigo came back to his senses and temporarily stopped thinking about the acceleration system. He looked at the embarrassed Jinda, then looked around, scratching his head in embarrassment. I caused this scene. In the underground training ground of the Urahara store, there were originally many clods and stones here, and Ichigo was also thrown into a deep pit just now, but now all of these are gone and razed to the ground by Ichigo's Ryatsu. Even with Ichigo's eyesight and perception of Ryatsu at this time, he knows that the space here is a little unstable at this time, and it is very likely to collapse. Ichigo was a little embarrassed about this. After all, Urahara and the others kindly helped him restore Shinigami power, and the Ryatsu storm that he inadvertently released after restoring Shinigami power nearly destroyed the underground training ground. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Urahara." Ichigo bowed to apologize. He did not expect that after awakening the power of Shinigami, Ryatsu would be so strong beyond his own and everyone's expectations. Although Urahara was surprised and distressed, he still waved his hands. "Oh, don't worry, Tessai has already gone to fix it. Next, let's carry out the last test. Tessai has gone to mend and reinforce the training ground, while Urahara presents Ichigo with one final test." "What's the last test?" Ichigo asked. Urahara picked up what looked like a small crutch in her hand, her face sank because of her seriousness, and she was no longer smiling like usual. The last test is actual combat. If you can knock off the hat on my head, you will pass. If you can't even do this, then you are not qualified to go to the Soul Society, because even if you go, you will die. Urahara wanted to train Ichigo to fight. Although Ichigo has now awakened the power of Shinigami and Ryatsu is also very strong. But at this time, Ichigo is like a reckless man with no strength, lacks actual combat experience, and may not even have the courage to draw a sword against the strong. If you want to go to the Soul Society to save people like this, you can't do it. Ichigo froze for a moment, seeing Urahara's serious expression. He wasn't joking with him at all. Although Ichigo has never seen Urahara make a move, he must know that the guy in clogs and cylinder hat in front of him is definitely not simple. At this moment, Urahara gave him a sense of oppression, no less than the Byakuya Kuchiki he met before. I saw the small crutch in Urahara's hand suddenly spread out, and inside was a slightly smaller Zanpakuto. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Zanpakuto, this guy is really a Shinigami. This is the first time Ichigo has seen Urahara's Zanpakuto, and having a Zanpakuto means that Urahara is also a Shinigami. Urahara didn't want to beep with Ichigo, so he shot directly. Tweet Hongji. Urahara waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and a red light flew directly towards Ichigo. Ichigo was startled instinctively and quickly dodged. Urahara followed behind. What, Kurosaki-kun, do you just run away? Running away won't save you and it won't protect anyone. Urahara gave Ichigo verbal provocation while chasing him. After all, Ichigo was still too young at this time and lacked all kinds of experience. Facing Urahara's fierce attack, he did not fight back but fled instinctively. But I can't blame Ichigo entirely. After all, Urahara's strength is also very strong. At this time, even Shikai was used. It is normal for Ichigo, who has just obtained the power of Shinigami and is still relatively immature, to be afraid. Urahara's attack was very fierce, and the red rays of light followed one after another. Did you forget the power you have? Ichigo was taken aback suddenly and stopped his fleeing figure. There seems to be a voice in his heart telling him that cowardice and blind avoidance will only lead to death in the end, and he must go forward bravely to protect the person he wants to protect. Ichigo took a deep breath, his eyes changed. From the panic just now it became firm and sharp. He raised the left hand holding the shorter Zanpakuto and then swiped it sideways in the air. Crescent Tianchang. I saw a black and red crescent slash, sweeping towards Urahara. When colliding with Urahara's two red slashes were cut off instantly by Ichigo's crescent sky rush. In an instant, the crescent came to Urahara's head and cut the long hat on Urahara's head in half. The entire training ground was suddenly silent. Urahara was taken aback. He just fought against Ichigo, although he didn't use his full strength, and Shikai Hongji was only a part of his strength. But even so, Hongji's power is not bad. But it was instantly destroyed by Ichigo's crescent sky rush. The cylinder cap on his head was also cut in half. Crescent, very good skill. Urahara admired earnestly. What he didn't expect was that Ichigo not only awakened the power of Shinigami, gained dual swords and powerful Ryatsu, but also learned the skills of Zanpakuto. Generally speaking, Zanpakuto have skills and abilities only after they are liberated. This means that the double swords in Ichigo's hands are already in Shikai state. Some Zanpakuto are like this. The normal is Shikai, which can directly release skills, and Ichigo's double sword is like this. Everyone else understands this too. Ichigo, who has just awakened the power of Shinigami, Zanpakuto is directly in the Shikai state, and he can use skills directly. What is it if it is not a talent? Jinda, the red-haired boy who had been watching the match from the sidelines and the substitute for the King of Spirits, widened his eyes and stuttered a bit. Number, isn't it? This guy destroyed the store manager's attack with one knife. Jinda was very surprised. The store manager's strength was unfathomable. But the attack of the store manager Hongjai in front of Ichigo's crescent sky, it was like two silk threads were cut by a sharp machete. It made Jinda dumbfounded. Tessai, who was repairing and strengthening the space in the distance, also stopped the work at hand in shock, watching this scene in disbelief. At the same time, after Ichigo's Yhwach Tianchang cut Urahara's hat horizontally, Yhwach impacted on the space barrier of the training ground and swept out a hole in the barrier. It is conceivable how amazing the power of Ichigo's crescent moon is. Even Ichigo himself was surprised. It turns out, his strength is so strong. With dual swords awakened and powerful Ryatsu, Ichigo is of course strong. In the original book, the twin swords were only awakened in the middle and late stages of the Millennium Blood War. The power of Shinigami and the power of Quincy awakened almost at the same time. Coupled with the powerful Rihatsu, Ichigo's power is not a joke even if it is just a crescent moon. The weak-looking little girl Yu walked up to the store manager and picked up the half-cylinder hat that had been cut off by Ichigo and fell to the ground. "Master, do you still want your hat?" Urahara took off half of the hat on his head and shook his head. "It's already broken, it's too late, let's replace it with a new one later." Mr. Urahara, have I passed the test?" Ichigo looked at Urahara and asked. The rule of Urahara's test just now is very simple. It is to ask Ichigo to knock off his hat. Just now, Ichigo's crescent moon directly cut off half of Urahara's hat, so he naturally passed Urahara's assessment and he still passed the quota. Urahara shrugged and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Kurosaki, you have successfully passed the test, and now you are eligible to go to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia Kuchiki." In the original book, Ichigo, who has just awakened the power of Shinigami, can save Rukia, and now Ichigo with two swords naturally has no problem. Even Urahara judged from the strength of Rihatsu radiated from Ichigo just now, and the power of Crescent Sky Chong, that Ichigo's strength should reach the captain level at this time. As soon as he awakens the power of Shinigami, he has the strength of the captain level. This kind of thing is unheard of even if you look at the history of Soul Society Shinigami for thousands of years. Captain-level Shinigami are rare in Soul Society, which captain-level Shinigami didn't become the captain by relying on strong talent and hard work. But Ichigo is an exception. After awakening the power of Shinigami, you will directly get the powerful Rihatsu, Shikai Double Knife form, Crescent Sky, and direct captain-level combat power. It's outrageous. Sure enough, in Shinigami in terms of talent, Ichigo said the second and no one dared to say the first. Call. Seeing Urahara nodding, Ichigo recognized his strength and his heart relaxed a little. If he doesn't get Urahara's approval, then he doesn't know how to go to Soul Society to save Rukia. After all, Ichigo at this time will not open the portal and can't go to Soul Society. The rescue plan is tentatively scheduled for 7 days. After 7 days, I will assist you to go to Soul Society. Urahara added, however, before that you have to strengthen your training and improve your combat experience and strength as much as possible. Urahara plans to send Ichigo and others to the Soul Society in 7 days. After all, there are still nearly 20 days before Rukia's execution date. Before going to the Soul Society, Ichigo is also asked to improve his strength as much as possible. Rukia's possible. Several of your classmates, Ishida Uryu, Inao Oriheim, and Sato Yasutora are also working hard to practice at this time, and they also want to go to the Soul Society with you to save people. Urahara tells Ichigo the news anyway. This made Ichigo open his mouth wide, surprised and feeling, Ishida, Inao, and the others. These classmates of his also want to go to the Soul Society with him to save people. And at this time, he is also working hard to improve his strength. To save Rukia at all costs, this friendship is really sincere and precious. At the same time, an idea popped into Ichigo's mind. Rain Dragon, Oriheim Sato, are they members of the protagonist group? If so, then he with the accelerated growth system can directly help them improve their strength. Although Ichigo doesn't quite understand the meaning of the protagonist group that the system refers to, he really hopes to improve the strength of Uryu, Oriheim, and other friends. Meanwhile, the other side. Yhwach, Oriheim, and Sato are training under the leadership of a black cat, and they are gradually improving their strength. Ishida Uryu is a Quincy master with very good aptitude, while Oriheim and Sato awakened their abilities inexplicably some time ago. A pair of 6 petal hairpins worn by Oriheim can use the ability of Instant Shield and 6 flowers. Of course, she has only initially learned the 2-day return shield and has certain healing and defense capabilities. Sato's arm can become a giant right hand, which can blast a powerful blow. Under the training of the black cat Yoruichi, just now Sato blasted a big hole in a concrete wall with a punch, which is amazing. Yhwach is also undergoing special training under the arrangement of Yoruichi. At this time, Yhwach was under a waterfall. Standing in the stream, he kept pulling the Quincy's exclusive weapon, the sacred arrow, the arc sparrow, and fired bows and arrows towards the waterfall time and time again. Even if his right hand was cut due to pulling too much bowstring, the blood still kept flowing. I'm going to become stronger than any Shinigami. Yhwach's heart is filled with the obsession to become stronger. It is obsession that supports him to practice hard. A few days ago, when Renji and Byakuya came to the world to hunt down Rukia, Yhwach passed by and saw it, so he fought Renji. But the result can be described as miserable. He was always a little arrogant, and he was given a second by Renji, and he fell to the ground with serious injuries. So he is training hard and trying to improve his strength. On a stone next to it, the black cat Yorwichi admired the hard-working Yulong Mulu, but he still persuaded. Today's practice is almost enough, stop, or your hands won't be able to bear it. Practice or many things pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Blindly practicing hard is likely to hurt the body. Yulong also felt the pain in his right hand from drawing the bow. He gritted his teeth and decided not to hold on anymore. Today's training is here for the time being. Hi Ishida-san. On the shore, Orihime and Sato appear. Orihime is also holding a bamboo basket which contains some food she made herself, although the appearance is very poor. Senior Yorwichi, Ishida-san has worked hard, come and eat something. Orihime waved the basket in his hand and shouted at Ishida and Yorwichi with a smile. When Uryu saw the strange-looking food in Orihime's basket, his face turned dark. Are these things really edible? Meow, idiot, I'm a cat, I don't like to eat those things. Perhaps Yorwichi couldn't whet his appetite, called himself a cat, and didn't like the food made by Orihime, and then jumped directly into the waterfall. With a scratch of the cat's paw, he caught a big fish. When Yulong came to the shore, he took the food from Orihime with some trepidation, looked at it for a long time, and finally took a bite as if he was going all out. The taste was contrary to the appearance, and the taste was actually quite good. I don't know what's going on with Kisuke. That Ichigo guy has become a Shinigami again. After a short rest, Yorwichi led them back to the Urahara shop. After all, they are also more worried about Ichigo's state. Urahara store. Although Ichigo knocked off Urahara's hat and passed Urahara's test, Urahara agreed to send him to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia. But Urahara feels that although Ichigo is strong, he lacks combat experience, and his skills in Shunpo and Kendo are basically zero. So he proposed to continue to teach Ichigo in the coming days and improve Ichigo's combat experience, Shunpo and Kendo attainments. Ichigo's talent is extremely high and his comprehension is amazing, and because Ichigo's Ryatsu is also very strong, he can do anything with half the effort. In just a few hours, Shunpo and Kendo have easily entered the door and the combat experience is also low. Short gets promoted. While Ichigo and Urahara are training, the entrance to the underground training ground opens and Yorwichi enters with Uryu, Orihime, and Sato. At a glance, they saw Ichigo, who was training with Urahara, wearing a deadly costume and holding 2 knives. They were all surprised and then they were overjoyed. Kurosaki-san, he really succeeded. That's great, Kurosaki-san. Orihime was jumping for joy. During this period of time, she has been very worried about Ichigo's situation, worried that Ichigo will be devastated, and also worried that Ichigo will appear when he awakens the power of Shinigami. She has a special feeling for Ichigo, and she doesn't want anything to happen to Ichigo. Now that Ichigo is like this, he has regained the power of Shinigami, and his breath is much stronger than before, which finally relieves Orihime's heart that has been hanging these days. Ichigo, he made it. Sato also gave a rare smile. These days, Sato trains hard while worrying about Ichigo just like Orihime. Ichigo did not disappoint them and reactivated the power of Shinigami to cheer up. Good, strong, Yulong was even more surprised. Because he can see from the Ryatsu that Ichigo and Urahara radiated during training not far away, Ichigo's Ryatsu is much stronger than before. And the 2 Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand even made Uryu feel cold and extremely sharp. Needless to say, Ichigo's 2 new Zanpakuto must be very powerful. Yorwichi in the form of a black cat licked his paws and the cat smiled and said, Ichigo, who was lifeless before, is so energetic now. Zanpakuto also has 2 swords, which is really rare. He can even fight Urahara. It has come and gone, great progress. Yorwichi is praising Ichigo. At this time, Ichigo is in good condition, with 2 swords and strong strength, and Yorwichi will feel that he was just worrying. Seeing Yorwichi and others coming, Ichigo and Urahara also stopped training. Ichigo teleported over with a move called Shunpo and looked at the people in front of him. Inao, Ishida, Sato, Yu have also become stronger. Ichigo can feel that Yulong and others have improved their strength after these days of hard training. Being praised by Ichigo, Uryu's face seemed a little uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed. They have become stronger, but compared to Ichigo's changes, it's so insignificant. Although they don't know how strong Ichigo is today, Yulong hurriedly coughed dryly. Ahem, we are fine, but Kurosaki, you have changed so much and improved so fast. Some proud and arrogant Uryu had to admit that Ichigo's strength had improved too much, far surpassing them. Ichigo looked at the friends Jian, a few classmates in front of him, and said with a serious face, "Thank you, everyone." Ichigo originally wanted to go to the Soul Society to save Rukia by himself, but he did not expect Orihime and Sato to have the same goal as him. They did not hesitate to take risks to save Rukia, which made Ichigo very moved and grateful. At this time, Ichigo suddenly thought of the accelerated growth system that he suddenly appeared, which can improve the strength of the members of the protagonist team. And now, give me your hand. Ichigo spoke to Oriheim seriously. Ah. This made Oriheim startled for a moment. His whole face quickly turned like a red apple, and he lowered his head shyly. The black cat glanced at Ichigo with a strange look in his eyes. What are you kid trying to do to this girl now? Others were also puzzled, not knowing what Ichigo was trying to do. It's okay and now, give me your hand. Ichigo continued to speak seriously. Oriheim's face turned even redder, but she trusted Ichigo so much that she held out her white hand. I saw Ichigo's right hand inserting long Zagetsu on the ground, 3 points into the ground, and the vacated right hand grabbed Oriheim's hand. I said silently in my heart, accelerate. The acceleration system obtained by Ichigo can not only accelerate his own growth, but also accelerate the growth of the members of the protagonist group. Accelerate. According to the method given to him by the system, Ichigo held Oriheim's hand and read silently. In an instant, when no one knew what was going on, Oriheim suddenly heard a series of voices in his head. Ding, start accelerating. And now Oriheim Ryatsu has been strengthened successfully, and the panels and abilities of the bloody battle period have been loaded successfully. You are Grandmaster the Shuangshan Return Shield. Your Grandmaster has formed a shield for 3 days. You are the Grandmaster Lonely Sky Jandun. You Grandmaster resisted the shield for 4 days. A series of voices sounded, and waves of knowledge and power seeped into Oriheim's body and soul. Oriheim's body exudes a Ryatsu that is several times stronger than before, and has completely grandmastered the power of the instant shield Yhwach. The current Oriheim, its Ryatsu and abilities are the same as in the original book during the Millennium Blood War. The healing ability and defense ability have been improved several levels compared to before. Perhaps Oriheim's own ability to improve is not as outrageous as Ichigo's. Oriheim's growth is instantly full, skipping all kinds of experience in the original book, and the panel and level have grown to the full-level nurse in the later stage of the bloody battle. What's wrong? Oriheim's face was dull, his eyes were dull and lifeless. Apparently, the rapid improvement of her panel and abilities made the innocent girl not come back to her senses, and she was a little at a loss. And the other people next to them, feeling the Ryatsu emanating from Oriheim's body that was several times stronger than before, all opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. Even the well-informed Urahara Kisuke was completely dumbfounded at the moment. All they saw was Ichigo holding Oriheim's hand, and then Oriheim got stronger. What exactly is going on? How could such a thing happen in this world, really? Hey, Uryu swallowed, trying to stay calm. Kurosaki, what did you do to Inao? Why did her Ryatsu become stronger all of a sudden? Yulong only felt that at this time Inao's Ryatsu was several times stronger than before, even stronger than his Ryatsu. He can't even compare to a nanny's Ryatsu. And what happened to all this? The others were also breathing unsteadily and all looked at Ichigo. Ichigo withdrew Oriheim's hand, and seeing that the system was really useful, a sunny smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's great that this works. Both Urahara and Yoruichi are at a loss. Is Oriheim's sudden change really related to Ichigo? Through some method, Ichigo instantly increased Oriheim's strength and ability several times. Reason told them that this kind of thing was outrageous and impossible. Inao, what the hell happened just now? Inao. The black cat Yoruichi's cry brought Oriheim back to his senses. They all want to know what happened to Oriheim. Oriheim was stunned and couldn't help but blush when thinking of Ichigo holding her hand just now. She cared more about Ichigo holding her hand than her own improvement in strength. Inao, tell me, what is going on with your change? What happened? Oriheim thought for a while, scratched his head, and smirked with a naive and ignorant look. I just remember that after Kurosaki-san held my hand, there seemed to be a voice saying that my Ryatsu had been promoted, and I had learned to return to Grandmaster for 3 days shield and other abilities. I did learn it, that's all. Oriheim explained what happened to her just now. But obviously, judging from the expressions of the other people beside him, it seemed that they didn't believe and didn't understand. Yulong pushed his eyes and twitched the corners of his mouth. Inao, why are these things you said so metaphysical? It sounds so unreliable. Sato nodded, I think so too. Yoruichi glanced at Ichigo. What the hell did this kid do to Inao? Or it was just a handshake, and when Inao was so excited he suddenly became stronger. Yoruichi's eyes were full of suspicion. For her old and hot, it is natural to see Oriheim's thoughts on Ichigo. Urahara was thinking about what Oriheim said just now, but still had no clue about Oriheim's sudden increase in strength. Ichigo took a deep breath. He didn't intend to explain anything but called Sato first. Sato, you try it too, hold out your hand. Ichigo wants to give Sado a try to see if he can activate and accelerate Sado's power. Ichigo, this. Sado wanted to say something, but not being very good at words, he finally trusted Ichigo completely and held out his strong arm. Ichigo held Sado's hand, repeated the same trick, and muttered in his heart, "Accelerate," in an instant. Sado froze, his eyes widened, and he felt a majestic force being stimulated from his body. Ding! Sado Yasutor Riatsu succeeds, owns Riatsu from the bloody battle period. Panel accelerated successfully, with the strength of the panel during the bloody battle. Successful ability acceleration, and the Grandmaster ability Devil's Left Hand has been acquired. Sado's accelerated growth is also the same as Oriheim's, and it is directly in place in one step, strengthening to the level of the original Millennium Bloody Battle. At this moment Sado, the Riatsu exuding from his body is very strong, and has reached the level of a captain. In the original book, Sado was able to defeat the eliminated Espada in the Arrancar chapter, and after a lot of training during the bloody battle, Riatsu and the panel can reach the level of ordinary captains. Moreover, Sado's hands couldn't help changing. The Devil's Left Hand appears and the Giant's right hand also Grandmaster. Today's Sado is much stronger than before. Probably from the level of the Chief Officer level, directly crossed the Vice Captain level and became a Captain-level combat power. It's just a step up to the sky. Urahara, Yhwach, Uryu and others all looked at the transformed Sado in surprise. They can all feel the powerful Riatsu emanating from Sado's body, and there are two arms. The Giant's right hand has become bigger, and there are more patterns on it as if it has evolved. The left hand turned into a white Devil's Left Hand, surrounded by explosive power, making people daunting. Sado himself only felt that the power in his body was surging like a tide, and he couldn't help roaring, and the demon's left hand punched out. A shock wave formed by Riatsu suddenly flew out from the left hand like a fired cannonball. Boom tilde, the wall of the underground training ground of the Urahara store was blasted into a large pit of tens of meters. The violent explosion sound and tremor made the entire training ground shake a few times. Fortunately, Tessai strengthened and repaired the training ground just now. Otherwise, this punch, plus the damage caused to the training ground by Ichigo Riatsu before, the entire training ground may collapse. The little boy Jinda and the little girl Zaya-Oyu all stared wide-eyed, and Jinda's jaw was even wider, obviously frightened. The power of Sado's punch is so amazing. Jinda was surprised for a moment and tried her best not to lose her composure, regained her composure, then jumped up and scolded Sado. "You big man, you are trying to scare me to death. What if you hit me with this punch? This kind of power is not a joke. Hey, I missed the person, but we still have to repair the big hole you made. You are so disgusting." After Sado threw a punch, he seemed to be able to control the power of his body proficiently. His demeanor and breathing calmed down, and he slightly bowed his head and apologized to Jinda and said, "Sorry, I will help with repairs." Seeing Sado, who suddenly became stronger, and seeing Sado's powerful blow, Urahara, Yhwach and Yhwach felt a storm in their hearts. It was Oriheim just now, and now it is Sado. After shaking hands with Ichigo, all of them have undergone earth-shaking changes. The strength has been greatly improved across several levels. This is unbelievable. Isn't it all about hard training and personal comprehension to improve your strength? Why did he suddenly become stronger after shaking hands with Ichigo? Too outrageous. Yhwach twitched the corners of his mouth as if he wanted to doubt his life. His personality has always been relatively calm, and he can analyze things calmly in most situations, but how can he analyze the current situation? If it was before he, Oriheim and Sado among the three, his strength is undoubtedly the strongest. But now, Oriheim's Riatsu is stronger than him, and Sado's fist with the left hand of the demon just now made him tremble with fear. Yhwach suddenly became the weakest. "I want to cry but have no tears. It feels so unreal, like a dream." "Ishida, come on, give me your hand too." Ichigo held out his hand to Uryu and shouted with a smile. Yhwach woke up from the surprised thoughts, pointed to himself. Is it my turn? Give me your hand." Ichigo smiled warmly. Faced with Ichigo's invitation, the arrogant Uryu couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, but thinking that shaking hands with Ichigo might make him stronger, he obediently held out his hand. Yhwach coughed drily. I hope I can become stronger too." Although Uryu doesn't know why Oriheim and Sado will change dramatically after shaking hands with Ichigo, but he also wants to become stronger. Also expect Ichigo to make him stronger too. The others were also raptly watching Ichigo and Uryu. Ichigo shook his hand, grasped Yhwach's palm and said in his heart, "Speed up." Yhwach is naturally also a member of the protagonist group, and Ichigo's accelerated growth system has naturally produced an effect. A series of voices followed in Yhwach's mind. Ishida Uryu start the growth acceleration. The weapon Arc Sparrow evolves into the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow, and the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow evolves into a Bloody Battle Spirit Bow. Ryatsu strength increased to the early stage of the Bloody Battle. You have comprehended the static blood outfit and the moving blood outfit. The basic strength panel of the Bloody Battle period is loading. It is expected to take 7 days. Holy Text A is completely reversed and loaded. It is expected to take 10 days. Yhwach has also undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. The sacred destroying arrow he originally used was the most basic Arc Sparrow, which looked like an ordinary bow and arrow. It could only be shot once at a time, and it was very weak. It evolved into the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow in the Arrancar period. The bow body of the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow is composed of intersecting long and short cross shapes and octagonal shapes. The maximum number of consecutive shots is 1,200 rounds, which is much stronger than the Silver Sparrow. Not only that, but the Silver Bell Arc Sparrow will change again. It became the sacred destroying arrow used by Yhwach after the Millennium Bloody Battle in the original book. This is Uryu's ultimate weapon in the original book, a bit similar to Ichigo's double swords, and it is also Uryu's strongest sacred arrow. This spirit bow has a pure white long bow body. When Yhwach uses this bow to attack, the bow body will glow with the light of spirit particles, which is very powerful. In addition to the weapon change, Yhwach's Ryatsu is directly upgraded to the early stage of the Bloody Battle. It is also a proper captain-level Ryatsu. Moreover, Yhwach has also comprehended the offensive and defensive mysteries of the Quincy Division, the blood-moving outfit and the blood-quiet outfit. With the blood-activated outfit, the Quincy Master injects spirit seeds into the blood vessels, greatly increasing the destructive power of the flesh. Static blood equipment is defense, and the two should not be used at the same time. Yhwach, who has learned the moving blood outfit and the static blood outfit, has improved his strength to a higher level. However, unlike Orihime Sato's 1 Step 2, Yhwach has other data being loaded. The panel of the Millennium Blood War period is being loaded, and it takes 7 days. The complete reverse of the Holy Text A is also loading, and it takes 10 days, similar to Ichigo. It should be that Ichigo and Yhwach are very strong in the late stage, and it takes time to accelerate certain abilities, unlike Orihime and Sato, which can be fully utilized directly. This. Yhwach was muttering in his mouth at this time. He was in a state of bewilderment, his face full of disbelief. From a weak chicken to a powerful Quincy Master, it really prevented him from recovering immediately. After all, Yhwach was still arrogant, and when he regained his senses after gaining great power, his expression of joy immediately overflowed. I have also become stronger, this power. So strong, Kurosaki, I really have you thank you. The improvement this time is better than my years of hard training. Hahaha, if I meet that red-haired guy wearing a magic mirror next time, I'll beat him down. Yhwach felt that even if he practiced hard for several years, he didn't make much progress from shaking hands with Ichigo once. The progress of penance these days is not worth mentioning. After becoming stronger, Uryu is also confident that if he meets Renji or even Byakuya next time, he will be able to fight. However, carefully, he recalled the last 2 sentences he heard just now. What is the panel during the bloody battle? What is the complete reverse of the Holy Text A? Although I don't know what it is, it sounds very strong. And I'll know in 7 days and 10 days. It takes 7 days for Yhwach to accelerate to the panel of the bloody battle period. And it takes 10 days to load the Holy Text A. It will not take long for Yhwach to become a full-level number. The change of Rain Dragon is bigger than that of Orihime and Sato. Urahara and Yorwichi were completely dumbfounded. The Black Cat Yorwichi looked at Orihime, Sato, and Uryu, who had been greatly promoted. Although it felt ridiculous, an idea inevitably arose. Her teacher seemed to be for nothing. These days, she has been busy training Orihime Sato Rain Dragon. Although she has also helped them improve their strength compared to now, this improvement can be said to be very small. The false teacher Kuroniko Ichigo, the real mentor Kurosaki Ichigo. Yorwichi put his cat's claws on his forehead, sighed helplessly, and laughed at himself. Ichigo, this boy, is really shocking. It's no wonder that Yorwichi laughed at herself helplessly. She carefully guided Yhwach and others to train for several days. Although she also made progress, the difference was too great in comparison. It was the first time Yorwichi had seen such an unbelievable thing. In fact, what Yorwichi and others don't know is that the change of Rain Dragon is not just as simple as Ryatsu and weapons. The panel during the bloody battle is being loaded, and the Holy Text A is also being loaded. During the bloody battle period, Yhwach, who awakened the Holy Word A, will have a qualitative leap in strength. He is strong enough to fight against Harsword back and forth. This is the strength that Yulong should have. As for the bloody battle panel and holy text Yulong just thought about it alone, he didn't say anything. After all, he himself still doesn't know what the holy text is and what power it has, or everyone has some little secrets of their own, especially those related to their own strength and whole cards, so naturally they can't all be exposed. After 10 days, he will know what the holy text is after the holy text is successfully loaded. Great, Ishida, Inao, Sato, you've all become stronger, so will be more confident in rescuing Rukia. Ichigo pulled out the double swords that had been inserted into the ground just now and put them away. In the past, both Ichigo and Uryu were pitifully weak, but now it's different. Everyone's strength has achieved a qualitative leap. Ichigo and Uryu's bloodbath panel, Bankai or Holy Script is still loading. It's not what it used to be. The plan to rescue Rukia from the Soul Society has a good chance of success. But at this time, Urahara and Yoruichi and everyone looked at Ichigo, and Urahara asked a question that everyone was puzzled by. "Kurosaki-kun, can you tell me, what's going on here?" Ichigo scratched his head. In fact, he himself was a little confused, so he said truthfully, "I don't know too well, but just now I seem to have acquired an ability that can accelerate the improvement of other people's strength. This ability can be achieved by shaking hands, as you have just seen." Ichigo told the truth that when he awakened the power of Shinigami just now, he not only got a great improvement himself, but also let the members of the protagonist group improve by shaking hands. It is such an ability. Hearing Ichigo's own words, the others were in disbelief. Ichigo actually has this ability to make others stronger. This is a bit, no, it is very outrageous. Urahara narrowed her eyes slightly and exhaled lightly. It's really a magical and powerful ability. Urahara seems to have guessed all this. Just now after Ichigo shook hands with Orihime, Sato, and Uryu, the strength of these three people has been greatly improved. Urahara is aware of all this, and guesses that after Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami just now, he also awakened another ability, which seems to be the ability to activate or share power with a handshake. Just like Orihime and Sato were just two ordinary people originally, but because they have a close relationship with Ichigo, perhaps because Ichigo has this special power, then Orihime and Sato awaken special power. Now not only activate but also increase strength, Ichigo actually has such a magical ability. Urahara thinks this matter can be understood in this way, and it makes sense. However, according to the original Aizen, the reason why Orihime and Sato can awaken their power is because their inner desire to become stronger is influenced by Hagioku in Rukia's body. Hagioku's real ability is to realize people's ideal wishes, provided people have such potential. Of course, everyone didn't worry too much. Improving strength is a great thing. In short, it is right to regard Ichigo as a powerful person with the power to enhance the strength of others. Increase strength. The little boy Jinda's eyes suddenly burst into light, yellow hair. Brother Kurosaki, help me improve too." Jinda ran over with a smile and hugged Ichigo's arm and couldn't wait to let Ichigo shake hands with him to improve his strength. Ichigo smiled, didn't mind it, and shook Jinda's hand. He said silently in his heart, "Accelerate." Only this time Jinda didn't change anything, like water off a duck's back. "Brother Kurosaki, hurry up and start," Jinda urged anxiously. "I tried it, but my ability has no effect on you." Ichigo withdrew his hand, slightly apologetic. Ichigo has a good heart and hopes to help the little boy Jinda improve his strength, but his ability does not work for Jinda. Ichigo can only improve the strength of the protagonist group members, but not others. "Ah, my God, why are you doing this to me?" "Ah." Disappointed and distressed, Jinda's mentality exploded and she rolled on the ground, wailing endlessly. He also wants to become stronger, but Ichigo's ability doesn't work for him, it's too uncomfortable. Then Ichigo and other people tried again. Urahara, Tessai, Yoruichi, Zayooyu all tried, but without exception it didn't work. Urahara speculated about this again. It seems that Mr. Kurosaki's ability to help people improve their strength has certain limitations. Inao and Sato are awakened by the influence of Kurosaki. Kurosaki's ability can improve their strength. Ishida is Quincy has also had a lot of contact with Kurosaki-kun, so he may have been influenced by Kurosaki-kun's ability. Could it be someone close to Kurosaki-kun that this ability can take effect? Urahara turned his clever brain to make various assumptions and probably guessed that some Ichigo's ability had some kind of limitation. Ichigo can only help the members of the protagonist group to accelerate their strength. "Mr. Urahara, Senior Yoruichi, let's go back first." Shortly after, Ichigo and others left the Urahara store. After all, after a day of training, they were a little tired, and they had to adapt themselves to gain new and stronger strength. Ichigo, Uryu, and Sato went back to their respective homes. After the three of Ichigo left, the black cat turned into a human in the Urahara store. Ichigo, this kid is beyond our expectations. He actually possesses such incredible power, Yoruichi said while putting on his clothes. Urahara turned his head sideways and then answered, "Ah." It's a surprise, Kurosaki-kun's talent is the scariest I've ever seen, several times higher than Captain Kuchiki. Urahara and Yoruichi knew about Ichigo's life experience. They knew from the beginning that Ichigo must be very talented, but the talent Ichigo showed today. The power of awakening Shinigami Ryatsu is extremely strong, Zanpakuto has 2 swords and the crescent sky is strong. And the ability to boost the strength of others. All of which amazed Urahara and Yoruichi. Even Urahara is modestly now, and Ichigo's talent is several times higher than that of Byakuya Kuchiki, one of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Byakuya's cold face, Yoruichi couldn't help laughing. Byakuya isn't cute at all now, he always has a stinky face, and he was cuter when he was impatient when he was a child. Yoruichi's words paused, and he continued to smile and said, I don't know what kind of expression that boy Byakuya will have when he sees the current Ichigo. Before, when Byakuya met Ichigo, he didn't even look at Ichigo directly, and Ichigo couldn't even see Byakuya's actions clearly before being instantly killed and fell to the ground. And now Ichigo has reawakened the power of Shinigami and has become even stronger. Yoruichi thinks that Ichigo may have the capital to compete with Byakuya at this time. When Byakuya sees Ichigo, what kind of expression will he have? Can you still keep calm? Urahara raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky, but his face inevitably became serious. In fact, he was hiding one thing from Ichigo et al. On the surface, Rukia was arrested for imparting the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but Urahara knew that all of this was Aizen's conspiracy. He put the semi-finished Hagioku he researched into Rukia's skeleton and merged with Rukia's soul. This matter was known by Aizen, and Aizen was behind the scenes to hunt down Rukia and other things. On the surface, he and Yoruichi are helping Ichigo and others to train and improve Ichigo's strength to rescue Rukia. But in fact, this is not a contest between Urahara and Aizen. The essence of the matter for Aizen and Urahara is the struggle for Hagioku. As for Rukia, that's only secondary, but Ichigo and others don't know about this, and Ichigo and the others only care about Rukia, not the so-called Hagioku. Miss Yoruichi, you say, can we win? Urahara's eyes were deep and his tone was rarely serious. Looking at his childhood friend Urahara, Yoruichi stopped joking and said seriously, it might not have been possible before, but now, there is a chance. Urahara and Yoruichi were wanted by the Soul Society because they were framed by Aizen 100 years ago. Under normal circumstances, they cannot go directly to the Soul Society to deal with Aizen, so the greater hope for saving Rukia and preventing Aizen from getting Hagioku lies with Ichigo. Group of young people. Ichigo's group of young people is indeed talented and has certain strengths, but it is still unrealistic to deal with Gotei 13 and Aizen, and the hope is slim. But now it's different. Today, Ichigo awakened the power of Shinigami and gained great strength, and also improved the strength of Orihime, Sato, and Uryu, each of whom is at the captain level. Ichigo and the others have made a qualitative leap in strength, much stronger than before, so this is very promising. So Yoruichi has confidence in Ichigo and the others, believing that they may rescue Rukia later. The other side, Orihime returned home, her cheeks were a little rosy. Because her mind was full of thinking about the fact that she was held by Ichigo in the palm, just now feeling that the palm still had the residual warmth of Ichigo, the more Orihime thought about it, the more shy she became, and also happiness. As for the fact that she became stronger and the board was full because of this, she didn't care at all. Then he quickly shook his head to wake himself up. Inao-san, you can't do this, Kurosaki-san. He must be working hard to become stronger now to rescue Kuchiki-san. Orihime clenched his small fists and looked serious. I also want to work as hard as everyone else, and I don't want to lose classmate Kuchiki. However, suddenly there was a gurgling sound in his stomach. Orihime smiled awkwardly and went to the kitchen to make food. Going to make some more food and send some to Ichigo and others tomorrow. Inao, come on, try to do it. Let's make people look more appetizing. Although Orihime cheered himself up like this, the food he made looked so dark that it was really hard to describe. On the other side, Yhwach returned to the big hospital run by his family. Uryu's father is Ishida Ryuxian, known as the last and most talented Quincy master. Longxian runs a large hospital. In other words, despite Yulong's appearance, he is a veritable rich second generation. Many nurses in the hospital like to make jokes about Yulong, and even want to hook up with Yulong and become the future wife of the dean. Ryugu may have different educational concepts. He doesn't want Uryu to be involved in the unnecessary battles of Shinigami. He doesn't want Uryu to be in danger. Or it may be because of other reasons, so he doesn't want Uryu to have too much relationship with Ichigo and the others. Intersection of, in Yulong's impression, Longxian seemed rather cold, as if he didn't care about his son. At this time, the door of the hospital director's office was pushed open, and Yulong walked in. Longxian's gaze narrowed slightly. Because usually Yulong would not come to him, and the relationship between father and son is relatively stiff. More importantly, Longxian clearly felt that Yulong had undergone great changes. At least Ryatsu is much stronger than before. What's up? Longxian didn't show his surprise but pretended nothing happened and asked calmly, "Father, I will go to the Soul Society sometime. Didn't I warn you not to hang out with Shinigami? It won't do you any good." Longxian directly interrupted Yulong's words. Because he really didn't want Yulong to be in danger, but Yulong shook his head, not intending to obey his words. "No, I'm going to the Soul Society to practice, and I've become stronger now, and I have the right to decide what I want to do." As Yulong said, he also raised his hand to condense his sacred destroying arrow spiritual bow that had evolved into a bloody battle period. As soon as the spirit bow was released, the spirit seeds in the whole room seemed to be absorbed, and even the well-informed Longxian's eyes widened slightly. Because the aura emanating from Yulong's spirit bow is much stronger than the previous Arc Sparrow. To use a reference object, it is the difference between Ichigo's original basic Zanpakuto and the double sword. In the past, Yulong's spiritual bow was like a slingshot for hunting birds, but now this one is like Huya's bow and arrow for shooting the sun. How different. Longxian was shocked and even felt that Yulong's spiritual bow was not inferior to his own sacred arrow and even stronger. When did his own son become so strong, suddenly awakened to power? Although Longxian was shocked and puzzled, he didn't show the slightest sign on the surface. He continued to pretend to be calm and even criticized Yulong. "Your strength has improved, but this cannot be your proud capital. You are still too weak now." Longxian may be worried that Yulong will be complacent and criticize. Yulong had already gotten used to his father being so mean and didn't care, but asked a question instead. "Father, what is the Holy Script?" Yulong still has 10 days to awaken the Holy Text A, but he doesn't understand what the Holy Text is. And Longxian, known as the last and most talented Quincy Master, probably knows a thing or two. But even Longxian himself didn't know what the Holy Text was. After all, the Quincy Master thousands of years ago did not awaken the Holy Word and develop the Holy Body. As a traditional Quincy Master, Longxian has not had any contact with the Invisible Empire for so many years, and he does not know much about the Holy Word. Matter. The complete Eucharist was developed by the Quincy Masters of the Invisible Empire in the past 200 years. According to the original book, Ex-Ligibaluo of the Guards was the first Quincy Master who endowed the Holy Word in Yhwach, and his comrade in battle thousands of years ago. Jabalo did not participate in the battle. If Yhwach had omniscience and omnipotence, he would not be able to lose to Gotei 13. In the 1,000-year bloody battle, Shinigami seemed to have seen the Quincy use the power of Holy Text for the first time, so the extermination 1,000 years ago quest should have no Holy Text. "I don't know what Holy Text is, and I'm not interested because it doesn't make money." Longxian bluntly said that he didn't know about the Holy Text, nor was he interested in it. He didn't want to ask about these things, and he just wanted to make money to live with peace of mind. In fact, Longxian originally wanted to say his classic words, "I am not interested, but you are not talented." But now I can't say it because Yulong has become so strong and Yulong's aptitude seems to be higher than him. All right. Facing this answer, Yulong was not disappointed either. It's just that he became more and more curious about the sacred text, and he knew it after 10 days. Sato did not go home, but went to the outskirts of Karakura Town to find an open place for training. Although he has gained powerful strength, these powers are too powerful, and he has to strengthen his training in order to better adapt and use them. Of course, Sato didn't dare to throw out his fists with all his strength. If he punches with all his strength at the captain's level, it will definitely cause great damage and movement around him, which is not very good. Sato trained for hours on end into the night and then just lay down and rested. It is said that after Ichigo regained the power of Shinigami, his complexion and spirit were much better than before. He was no longer listless, and his whole body was full of vitality, and he became a spiritual boy again. When Ichigo came home, his younger sister Yuzu prepared dinner. "Brother, you are back." Yuzu saw that Ichigo came back and saw that Ichigo was completely different from the depression of the previous 2 days, so he jumped up happily. "Brother, are you out of the shadow of broken love? Congratulations to brother Ichigo." Yuzu's words caused Ichigo to stumble directly. When did I lose love? What nonsense is Yuzu talking about? Who taught you these words? Ichigo has been depressed for a few days since his Shinigami power was dethroned by Byakuya Kuchiki. His two younger sisters naturally saw it. However, Yuzu thought Ichigo was lost in love because Xia Li told her. Sister Xia Li told me that. She said that an adolescent boy was depressed all day long, probably because he lost his love in school. Yuzu said to Ichigo seriously. Ichigo really wanted to cry but had no tears. His two younger sisters, Yuzu, were cute and serious at first, but it seems that under the influence of Xia Li, there are more questions in her mind that she shouldn't think about in her grade. Ichigo sighed, knowing that his depression was affecting both sisters these days. Ichigo showed a bright smile and patted Yuzu's head. It's okay, brother is fine now. Yuzu also feels that Ichigo has really cheered up at this moment, and he is happy from the bottom of his heart. By the way, where's Dad? Where did that guy go? Ichigo remembered that he didn't seem to see his father these days. The old guy is often missing. Maybe he went to other places to see a doctor, or maybe he went to hook up somewhere, who knows. Xia Li, who was sitting on the sofa watching the football game, looked indifferent. It is not surprising that Kurosaki Isshin often disappears. They didn't bother to worry because they thought it was impossible for their father, who was not serious at all, to have anything to do. Ichigo nodded, entered the door and sat down, eating a lot of delicacies made by Yuzu. Yuzu is very virtuous, usually well-behaved and sensible, and the food he cooks is very good in appearance and taste. After eating, Ichigo greeted his two younger sisters and returned to his room. As soon as he got back to his room, he looked at the doll on the table that Yuzu had dressed up in the shape of a doll's soul. It seems that the soul has been tortured in Yuzu's hands. Seeing Ichigo's return, Soul cried out excitedly, "Ichigo, you are finally back." As Hun spoke, he tore off the doll decorations on himself and returned to the appearance of a puppet bear. In fact, he could just take off the costumes he doesn't like. But he has been pretending to be a normal puppet at home, not wanting to make Yuzu suspicious, and sad, so he waited until Ichigo came back before taking off the costumes and pretending to be a puppet in front of Ichigo. A pitiful look. "Ichigo, where is big sister? Will big sister come back? Woo-woo, my big sister, I seem to be trampled by you under your feet, my big sister, come back soon." The big sister that Soul said was Rukia. Rukia was arrested, except for Ichigo and other special people. Everyone else has no memory, and the soul is a reformed soul, so the memory naturally still exists. Seeing the soul like this, Ichigo didn't stop it and let it scream in a low voice. Walking to the window and opening the curtains to look at the night sky, Ichigo became more determined. "Rukia, no matter what, I will rescue you. Even if the soul society is in danger, even if it is going up the mountain of swords and going down into the sea of fire, Ichigo, a single-minded guy, will desperately save Rukia." After all, Ichigo still foolishly believes that everything happened because of him, that Rukia taught him the power of Shinigami, which led to Rukia's punishment. In fact, the root cause is not the case. No, Ichigo. Soul jumped on Ichigo's head and yelled, I'm going to save big sister too. Ichigo, take me with you and I will go too. Without big sister there would be no me, I can't lose big sister. Rukia can be said to be Hun's savior. Hun likes Rukia very much and often says that he has dedicated his body and mind to Rukia, although the purpose is to rush to Rukia. Soul, Ichigo was a little moved when he saw Soul like this. Hun is also very affectionate and righteous. Ichigo, I'm going to save big sister too, I can't live without big sister. Oni's head tugged at Ichigo's hair and kept yelling. As soon as Ichigo raised his hand, he firmly grasped the soul. Ichigo's current strength, even with a light grasp, is like an iron pincer, making Soul unable to struggle at all. Ah, Ichigo, you are trying to crush me to death, it hurts, take it easy. Soul let out a shrill cry. Ichigo quickly covered Soul's mouth with the other hand, while controlling the force to the lightest. You be *****D, don't shout so loudly, it's not good to be heard by Yuzu Natsuri. At this time, Ichigo suddenly thought of something and said accelerate silently in his heart. The soul captured by Ichigo immediately changed. Ding Hun start to speed up, Reiatsu strengthening success, foot strength strengthened successfully, muscle strengthening is successful, you can change the shape of the muscle and the strength will be doubled. Soul is also regarded as a member of the protagonist group. Ichigo successfully accelerated the growth of Soul. The acceleration of the soul is naturally the same as that of Orihime and Sato, all in one step. Soul's Reiatsu has become stronger, and the kicking power he is good at is stronger. He can also become the muscular form, Soul, transformed by Kuretsuchi Mayuri of the Technology Development Bureau during the bloody battle, full of strength. Ichigo let go of his hand and saw that except for the head, Soul's body expanded rapidly, gaining exaggerated muscles and full of strength. How did I become like this? Why do I feel that my Ryatsu is stronger and all the powers are also stronger? What's going on? Hun looked left and right to see his muscular figure with a dazed look on his face. Ichigo didn't intend to explain anything to Soul but just said casually, "Okay, anyway, you have become stronger now. Do you really want to come with us to save Rukia?" Ichigo asked Soul again. Soul feels his body that has been strengthened n times and he feels full of strength. He jumped up with his hands on his hips and immediately shouted, "Of course I'm going. How many times have I told you, Ichigo, I Lord Soul can't lose eldest sister? I'm going to rescue eldest sister too." Ichigo nodded. Okay. Ichigo agrees to let Soul go with Soul Society to rescue Rukia. After all, this is the strong request of the Soul, and it seems that multiple people have a higher success rate in rescuing Rukia at the same time. As for the real world, you can ask Urahara for an obedient Yihun pill, and use Ichigo's body to go to school and live normally. This is even better than the Soul. Otherwise, if the Soul uses Ichigo's body to mess around, Ichigo will be ruined in all kinds of ways. What Ichigo doesn't know is that Soul wants to go to Soul Society for other reasons besides saving Rukia. Hun is now fantasizing. In the Soul Society, besides the eldest sister, there must be many beautiful big girls, hee. It is simply the gentle town of my Lord Soul. The gentle town, here I come. Of course, because Rukia's execution date is nearly 20 days away. Urahara's plan is to let Ichigo and others practice hard for 7 days to improve some combat experience and strength, and then send Ichigo and the others to the Soul Society. In the following time, Soul also joined the training team. Ichigo, Uryu, Oriheim, Sato, and Ono trained for 7 days. The basic combat skills and experience have been greatly improved. 7 days have passed. Ichigo loaded the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period. Ding. The basic panel of the Bloody Battle period has been successfully loaded, and you have obtained the power of the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period. At this moment, Ichigo only felt a vast ocean-like force gushing out of his body. Ichigo was very surprised. Originally, when awakening Shinigami's power, he obtained dual swords and super Ryatsu, and his strength is already very powerful. But after loading the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period, earth-shaking changes have taken place. His spiritual power Ryatsu seems to be endless. Even his hands and feet are filled with extremely powerful power. Even, Ichigo feels that his current strength is much stronger than before. It's as if it has risen to another dimension, which is different from the previous cloud and mud. It was inevitable that Ichigo would feel this way. In the original book, Ichigo ventured into the Soul Society, experienced Zaraki Kenpachi Byakuya Kuchiki, and went through the Arrancar chapter learned Hollow, and defeated Grimmjow and Ulquira, and later fought with Aizen. And then defeated Yin Cheng in the end of the magic chapter, a bloody battle of 1,000 years after several fierce battles. Only then did the double knife panel of the Ichigo Bloody Battle period come into being. It's like a full-level attribute panel. The strength of Ichigo with the full-level panel is very terrifying. Even Yhwach would not dare to take Ichigo's slash without omniscience. So at this time, Ichigo felt that his power seemed to have risen to one or even several dimensions. Ichigo was amazed and shocked by the changes in himself. It took a long time to calm down. He closed his eyes, recalling the scene when he met Renji and Byakuya and was instantly killed by Byakuya. At that time, Ichigo was so weak that he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements clearly, so the sword was broken by Byakuya with his bare hands, and his Shinigami power was abolished. But when Ichigo recalls it now, the scene in his mind seems to have slowed down countless times. How Byakuya made a move at that time, Ichigo can see clearly now. Not only did Ichigo see Byakuya's movement clearly, but Byakuya's movement was so slow in Ichigo's eyes at this time. Byakuya, whose strength was high before and far surpassed Ichigo, now seems to be nothing more than that. It's not even worth mentioning. Ichigo's strength has changed, completely changed. There is even an incomparable feeling. Now Ichigo, no longer weak and pitiful, has the qualifications to challenge the entire Soul Society. Ichigo took a deep breath and his gaze was firm. Rukia, I will definitely rescue you even if I am facing the entire Soul Society. Ichigo is determined to rescue Rukia. He believes that he can do it now that he has such a powerful force and no one can stop him. That powerless situation will never happen again. Ichigo loaded the panel of the Bloody Battle period. After the panel value is full, his Ryatsu is already so powerful that it is indescribable. Ichigo only feels that if he doesn't restrain his own Ryatsu, if ordinary people get close to him, they will explode instantly because they can't bear his powerful Reiatsu. So he has to restrain his Reiatsu all the time, otherwise others can't bear it. At the same time, his perception of the spiritual power Reiatsu is also exceptionally keen. Even, he can clearly perceive the people with spiritual power in the whole Karakura Town. Ichigo closed his eyes, and his consciousness scanned the entire Karakura Town. He felt Oriheim, Sado, Reiatsu of Uryu, and also swept Urahara store and felt Urahara Yoruichi Tesei. In addition, there are many people with spiritual power in Karakura Town. For example, in the underground of an abandoned warehouse, Ichigo felt a number of Reiatsu who looked like Shinigami and virtual, and the full realization technique Jinjo Kyugo and the others. Ichigo sensed it all. And those who were perceived by Ichigo's consciousness, some of them instinctively felt that someone was spying on them. Urahara store. What's wrong, Kisuke? What's the matter? Looking at Urahara Kisuke, who suddenly frowned, Yoruichi asked with some doubts. Urahara Kisuke scratched his head, and his expression returned to normal. Maybe I was worrying too much, just now I felt as if something was watching me. Swept by Ichigo's divine sense, Urahara felt a sense of disobedience being stared at. Yoruichi also nodded. You said that. I seem to have the same feeling just now. However, maybe it's an illusion. Although Yoruichi also felt this way, she felt that it might be an illusion. After all, she and Urahara were also worried and busy because of Rukia's affairs during this period, and they were somewhat exhausted physically and mentally. Hachu. In the basement of an abandoned factory, Hirako Shinji yawned with his dead fish eyes. Why do I feel weird? It feels like our location has been discovered. What's the matter with this feeling? Muguruma Kensei folded his hands on his chest and said coldly, You think too much, Shinji. We have been hiding here for dozens or hundreds of years. How could anyone else know that we are here? Sarugaki Hiyori punched Hirako with two sharp teeth. Baldy Shinji. You guys say such things for no reason. You want to scare us, so get punched. Hirako was hit flying by Hiyori, screaming that he was wronged. Perfection Execution Club. Jinjo Kyugo and Tsukishima also had a strange feeling, but they checked around the club and found nothing unusual, so they gradually felt relieved. Ichigo opened his eyes and said to himself, I am now so strong. Even Ichigo himself felt that he was very strong. Not only is it strong, Ichigo, whose basic panel is full now, is simply too strong. Ding! Double Swords Bankai Tensa Zangetsu is continuing to load. It is expected to take 3 days. Ding! The power of the void is loading and the 3 powers are perfectly fused. It is expected to take 10 days. After the loading is successful, you will be able to use the virtual power proficiently. You will be able to change into a posture holding 2 knives, pale skin, and growing a horn. At that time, the 3 powers in your body will be perfectly integrated. The power is even higher, and it can release Wang Su Crescent Sky Chong. Another reminder sounded in Ichigo's mind. In 7 days, he loaded the basic panel of the Blood War period, and the Double Sword Bankai Tensa Zangetsu still needs 3 days to load successfully. Now that Ichigo is so powerful, if he learns Bankai, wouldn't he be invincible? Moreover, in fact, Ichigo's panel is not really full yet. The Ichigo of the Double Knife panel, in fact, mainly uses the power of Shinigami and the power of the Quincy, and the power of the virtual has not yet been fully integrated. The Ichigo with the perfect fusion of the 3 powers is the strongest Ichigo. In the original book, Ichigo, the Double Knife, can also use virtual power to turn into a form with a white body and a horn on his forehead. This form is stronger than the ordinary double sword form. It can also release the Crescent Sky Chong, which is fused with Wang Siro's light, and it is even stronger. And to load this form, it only takes another 10 days. Yhwach and Ichigo are somewhat similar, because both of them have very high aptitude and huge room for improvement. So it takes a certain amount of time for the accelerated growth system to load their strength, and they cannot be completed in one step. At this time, Yhwach, like Ichigo, has already loaded the Bloody Battle panel. A voice appeared in Yulong's mind. Ding! The basic panel of the Bloody Battle is successfully loaded. You have obtained the basic panel strength of the Bloody Battle period. Holy Text A is fully reversed and loading. It is expected to take another 3 days. What followed was an extremely powerful force. Yhwach has acquired the power of the basic panel during the Millennium Bloody Battle in the original book. The Rain Dragon during the Millennium Blood War is no simple character. Before that, Yhwach went through the life and death battle between Soul Society and Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the experience of Huko Mundo in the Arrancar chapter, and the completion of the Manifestation chapter. Drinking the blood of Yhwach in the 1000-year Bloody Battle, which greatly increased his strength. Now that the Bloody Battle panel is loaded, Yhwach is not what it used to be. He is no longer the Quincy master who can only draw a bow and shoot in the air. His strength has been greatly improved. If the holy text A is added to completely reverse it, then Yhwach can fight back and forth with Hasward at least at the level of Yhwach's personal guards. This is my power. It's too strong. Feeling the boundless and powerful spiritual power in his body, Yhwach looked a little unbelievable and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. After all, this change is really too big. Compared with him 7 days ago, the current him is a world of difference. Yhwach was short of breath and murmured, "Father, you always said that I have no talent, but the fact proves that you are wrong. I have talent, my talent is very high, even higher than you." The growth acceleration system obtained by Ichigo only accelerates the strength that the protagonist group could have achieved. Aryu's talent and strength are among the best in the Quincy division. No talent? Thank you, Kurosaki. Aryu at this moment is also very grateful to Ichigo. When he first met Ichigo not long ago, the two had been opponents because of their identities, but later, he was impressed by Ichigo's charisma, regardless of Shinigami's identity, and recognized Ichigo as a friend. And Ichigo helped him improve his strength again, turning him from a weak Quincy who struggled to fight an ordinary Zudu to a strong player who relied on system acceleration to fill the base panel. It's all very dreamy, and Aryu is also grateful to Ichigo. This trip to the Soul Society, I will protect you and everyone. Yhwach pushed his glasses with a serious face. He felt that he had gained great power, and if he went to the Soul Society, he should protect Ichigo and the others and try his best to help Ichigo rescue Rukia. Also today, it was the day we agreed to start Soul Society. Ichigo, Soul, Aryu, Orihime and Sato agreed to meet at the Urahara store. However, before Kazuko goes out, Ichigo meets his seemingly unreliable dad, Kurosaki Isshin, who has disappeared for days. Ichigo, wait, I have something for you. Kurosaki Isshin called out to Ichigo and handed something like an amulet to Ichigo. At this time, Kurosaki Isshin lost the power of Shinigami for some reason. He also knew that his son was going to the Soul Society, so he found an amulet from somewhere and gave it to Ichigo. Although he also heard from Urahara Kisuke that Ichigo has awakened the power of Shinigami, and that Reiatsu is very strong, but as a father and former captain of the 10th Division, he knows that breaking into the Soul Society is not a joke. It is abnormal dangerous. Don't worry, Dad, I'll take the things. Ichigo was a little moved and took the amulet from his father without thinking too much and put it on his body. Although with Ichigo's current strength, this amulet is basically useless, but after all, it is Kurosaki Isshin's father's wish, and Ichigo naturally accepted it. Of course, Ichigo still doesn't know anything about his father or about his own parentage. Kurosaki Isshin looked at Ichigo's leaving back somehow felt that this child seemed to have grown up. Not long after, Ichigo went to the Urahara store. Aryu, Orihime and Sato are already waiting here. Kurosaki-san tilde, Orihime greeted Ichigo with a smile and waved warmly. Sato stood aside with a strong body and an uncle-like face, giving people a very calm feeling. Orihime and Sato have been accelerated by Ichigo's system, the panel has been fully loaded, and after 7 days of hard training, they are already able to use their own strength proficiently. As for Yhwach, let alone, the panel of the Millennium Bloody Battle is even stronger. At this time, Yhwach changed into a pure white Quincy costume, which belonged to their Quincy battle costume, just like Shinigami's Shiba costume. The appearance of Ichigo surprised Urahara, Yoruichi, and others. Because they didn't get a hint of Reiatsu from Ichigo, I could feel it before. Ichigo, where's your Reiatsu? Why can't I feel it? Did you hide it? Black Cat Yoruichi stared wide-eyed, jumped on Ichigo's head and asked. In this regard, Ichigo smiled and said, "That's right, because my Reiatsu is relatively strong, I think it's better to hide it normally." The Ichigo Reiatsu of the double knife panel during the bloody battle is too strong. It is better to be restrained at ordinary times. Otherwise, ordinary people will not be able to stand it wherever they go. Yoruichi licked his cat's paw and gave Ichigo a white look. Well, you kid seems to be stronger again, your talent is amazing. Yoruichi felt that Ichigo was stronger and marveled at Ichigo's talent, which was simply invincible. Even she was a little envious. Instead, Yoruichi said seriously, "However, your experience is still too little, don't mess around after you go to the Soul Society and follow my command. Do you understand? Huh, Senior Yoruichi, you're going too." Ichigo and Aryu were stunned, but they didn't expect Yoruichi to go with them too. "You idiots, can I not go to you little brats, idiots?" Facing Sora's powerful but fledgling Ichigo and others, Urahara and Yoruichi are naturally not at ease. In the original book, Yoruichi also led Ichigo and the others to the Soul Society. Of course, another reason is that the essence of this contest is the duel between Urahara and Aizen. At this time, the puppet's soul got out from Ichigo's clothes. Ah, I'm almost suffocating. Ichigo, you be asterisk 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 D, don't let me out sooner. The appearance of Hun made everyone else stunned. Yhwach and Sado even had black lines on their faces. Number, isn't it? Is this guy going too? Yhwach twitched the corner of his mouth and pointed at Hun. Ichigo scratched his head. There's no way this guy wants to follow, so let him come with him. Seeing that he seemed to be despised, Hun immediately jumped up and scolded Yhwach. What do you mean, you four-eyed boy? Do you despise me? F asterisk asterisk K you, mister. Hun is different now. I'm afraid it will hurt you if I punch you. It can smash you flat, HMPH. Oni stood on Ichigo's shoulders with his hands on his hips with a smug expression on his face. At the same time, he was full of fantasies he didn't know what to think of, and he said foolishly, Sister, I'll come to rescue you soon, and soul societies. No matter how you look at it, it is unreliable. Uryu and Sado shrugged, and Yoruichi felt very helpless, but the soul wanted to follow, so he let it go. Then, after Urahara said some precautions, he and Tessai opened the portal to Soul Society. Ichigo, Uryu, Orihime, Sado, and Angami jumped into the gate with a black cat. Let's go, Soul Society. After Ichigo and the others entered the portal, Urahara stood where he was with a solemn expression on his face. Hope they can really stop Aizen, or it would be nice to save Miss Kuchiki so my conscience will feel better. Urahara murmured. This action, on the surface, is Ichigo going to the Soul Society to save Rukia. The conflict between Ichigo and the Soul Society is actually a contest between Aizen and Urahara. Urahara put the Hagioku he had researched into Rukia before. It can be said that he harmed Rukia, and he felt somewhat guilty. I hope Ichigo and the others save Rukia. After entering the gate, Ichigo and the others came to a dim place called Boundary. Boundary, connecting the present world and the Soul Society, is a rather peculiar place. Black Cat Yoruichi is in front, and Ichigo and others keep running forward behind. While running, Yoruichi did not forget to instruct Ichigo and others behind him earnestly. Ichigo, remember, whenever you meet a captain of Gotei 13, there is only one thing you have to do, and that is escape. Escape? Ichigo and Uryu were taken aback by Yoruichi's words. Their eyes were strange and they didn't understand. Yoruichi added, the Shinigami who came to this world to hunt down Rukia is called Byakuya Kuchiki, and he is the captain of the 6th division. You have seen Ichigo and Uryu before. Although your aptitude and strength are good, your combat power is not as good as these. The captain still has a certain distance. So listen to me, if you want to survive, run away if you meet him. Yoruichi's move is also for the good of Ichigo and the others. In the original book, Ichigo and the others are indeed told that if they meet a captain-level Shinigami, they should run as fast and as far as possible. However, things are a little different now. Ichigo put the 2 knives on his back, and while running, he thought of Byakuya, who was so cold and so powerful that Ichigo couldn't see his movements clearly. But in the eyes of Ichigo, who has obtained the combat power panel of the bloody battle period, Byakuya, or the general Shinigami captain, does not seem to be that powerful. Does he really need to escape? It seems not necessarily. Yhwach is always calm, but at this time he doesn't agree with Yoruichi's suggestion. Senior Yoruichi, although you are doing it for our own good, I still think that if we really meet Captain Shinigami, we can try to fight, and if we really can't fight, we can evacuate. Ishida is right, those so-called Soul Society Gotei 13 captains don't seem to be that strong. Ichigo agrees with Uryu very much. Sado also nodded and clenched his fists. I think I can try it too. Soul, who had been lying on Ichigo's shoulder, also clamored. Captain Shinigami, as long as you dare to stop my Lord Soul from saving elder sister, I will punch you one by one to make them look good. Orihime looked serious, determined. I will protect everyone too. Yoruichi, who was leading the way, trembled with 6 whiskers, his cat face twitched, and turned his head to scold a few people. You brats, what do you think of my words? You didn't listen to them at all, did you? Everyone doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, but he is the captain, and the talent penultimate has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. How can you brats deal with it now? If you want to survive, keep my words in mind. People at the level of the chief officer or the captain can still compete, but if you meet the captain of Shinigami, run away immediately. Do you understand? From Yoruichi's point of view, her words are fine. Telling Ichigo and the others not to fight head-on with Captain Shinigami is entirely to keep Ichigo and the others from dying in vain. Facing Yoruichi's strong request, Ichigo and Yhwach had no choice but to agree verbally. Yes. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The walls on both sides of the boundary passage kept sliding down, like a mudslide chasing Ichigo and the others. These things like mudslides are called Juliu. Because of the large area of Juliu and the speed is very fast, Yhwach was accidentally entangled. However, Yhwach is very calm. Directly transformed into a sacred destroying arrow, the arrows condensed, and with just one shot, all the obstacles like mudslides disappeared under this arrow. Everything returned to calm. Yhwach patted his sacred Quincy costume, removed the dirty cloak, pushed his glasses, and said calmly, "This so-called restraint is not difficult to deal with." When Kuryu appeared just now, Black Cat Yoruichi and Orihime Sato were startled. Especially Yoruichi. Yoruichi knows that things like Kuryu will entangle the spirit body and generally cannot be dealt with by Zanpakuto or ordinary moves. But Yhwach just shot a bow and arrow and solved the arrest. Isn't this too unexpected? When did this brat become so strong? Yoruichi didn't have a good way to deal with Kuryu, but Uryu easily solved it. Yoruichi didn't expect that Yulong's strength was so strong, even stronger than when he was activated by Ichigo a few days ago. Phew, I really surprised Uncle Hun. I didn't expect that you, a guy with glasses, can do anything. Sol wiped the sweat from his forehead and said forcibly calmly, but everyone did not get out of danger because of this. Ichigo and the others were very unlucky. Not only did they encounter a mudslide-like stream, but at this time a bright light shone from behind, and at the same time they heard the sound of a train running. The moment he heard the voice, the Black Cat Yoruichi's face changed drastically. No, it's Judo. Judo will appear in the boundary once every 7 days. Because the boundary is a zone that connects reality and soul society, it is not allowed to stay for too long, so Judo is formed. The appearance of Judo is like a train, but its function is like a scavenger, cleaning everything that stays in the boundary exist. And Kudu is harder to deal with than Kuryu. The Kudu is a strange being that doesn't exist without Ryatsu, and even Gotei 13's Shinigami are pretty much helpless against it. In the original book, the only one who directly solves Kuchu is Aizen, who is fused with Hagioku. Judo will clean up everything in the boundary. Run away. Yoruichi yelled for everyone to run away. Ichigo learned from Urahara. Shunpo is more proficient. Yulong's Quincy is also very fast, but Sato and Orihime are more of a human being, and their moving speed is slower, and the speed cannot match the speed of the train. Orihime was about to be caught up. Orihime hurriedly prepared to use the Sotenkyu shield barrier to stop Judo, but Ichigo also stopped. He looked at the approaching Judo without any fear in his eyes and picked up the longer Zanpakuto behind him with his right hand. And now, get out of the way. Crescent sky rushes. In an instant, Ichigo was swept away by a golden crescent sky. Ichigo's crescent moon is no longer blue or black and red, but golden. Idiot Ichigo, I told you Kudu is impossible to deal with. Yoruichi anxiously scolded Ichigo for being an idiot. She said just now that Kudu is the scavenger of the boundary, and even Shinigami can't do anything about it, let alone Ichigo. However, a scene that surprised Yoruichi and everyone appeared. I saw that Ichigo's golden crescent moon directly split Judo into 2 halves. The Judo, which was split in half, exploded with a bang. Orihime hastened to deploy the Shuangshan Gui shield and used the shield to block the aftermath of the explosion. Ichigo lightly resolved the Kuchu that seemed impossible to any Shinigami to deal with. Yoruichi's cat face was completely stunned, his hair was standing on end, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. Kudu was destroyed by Ichigo. This can scare the cat silly. Originally, she thought that Ichigo was doing something stupid, because Kudu is a special kind of existence, and even the Shinigami of the Soul Society have been helpless for thousands of years, but Ichigo killed Kudu for. Killing him, a golden crescent moon shot directly destroys Judo. What Kudu is a boundary scavenger, Shinigami's moves are useless. These are all fake. As long as the attack is strong enough, it can still destroy Judo. The vast majority of Shinigami can't do anything about Kudu, it's just that they are not strong enough. Therefore, it is conceivable how powerful the Crescent Sky Chong released by Ichigo just now is. The others were also stunned and shocked. Kurisaki's move is so strong. Not to mention Orihime Sato, even Uryu, who loaded the Millennium Bloody Battle panel, felt that Ichigo's Crescent Moon was amazingly powerful, much stronger than the arrow he just shot. And now, are you okay? Ichigo looked at Orihime with some concern and asked. Compared to destroying Judo, he cares more about the comfort of his companions. Ah, Orihime blushed, quickly waved his hands and said, I'm fine, Kurosaki-sen, I'm really fine, hahaha. Then he lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, thank you, Kurosaki-sen tilde. In front of Ichigo, Orihime is like a shy little girl. At the same time, she is also very grateful to Ichigo for saving her, otherwise if she is caught up suddenly, the consequences will not be good. Orihime's current panel is also full. The Shuangshan return shield she used just now, the orange protective cover completely blocked the aftermath of the sudden explosion. Miss Oriheim, you are awesome. Tilda Soul makes a look of adoration, then wants to jump to Oriheim to feel the warmth. But Hun couldn't hide this little thought from Ichigo at all and was directly dragged back by Ichigo. Then Ichigo asked the Black Cat, Senior Yoruichi, there shouldn't be any other danger here in the broken world, right? Hearing Ichigo's question, Yoruichi's cat face twitched and his whiskers twitched several times. Immediately, he rolled his eyes at Ichigo. You, the boundary scavenger, have been dealt with by you, so what's the danger? Kudu was destroyed by Ichigo, and naturally there is no other danger in the broken world. Or for Ichigo and the others, the situation of danger did not exist at the beginning of the break. By the way, how did you do it? You can even kill Judo. Ichigo's strength is beyond Yoruichi's expectation. In Yoruichi's impression, Ichigo is still the same Ichigo who awakened Shinigami power 7 days ago, and Rihatsu is very strong. As everyone knows, Ichigo has already loaded the basic panel of the Bloody Battle period, which is 1 or 2 dimensions stronger than before. Aizen, which has not broken through the limit of Shinigami when fused with Hagioku, can instantly kill Kudu, and Ichigo with a double blade panel can also do it, and it is easier. This is the general strength of Ichigo today, incredibly strong. However, instead of being complacent, Ichigo shrugged and said seriously, I just thought Inao was in danger and then I shot. I didn't expect to really stop Kudu, and this Kudu doesn't seem to be as difficult to deal with as Yoruichi-senpai said. Ichigo is telling the truth. He had heard Yoruichi say that there was nothing Shinigami could do about Kudu, and he believed Yoruichi's words, but Oriheim was about to be caught up by Kudu, so he had to make a move. Unexpectedly, his golden crescent moon shot directly destroyed Judo. All right. Yoruichi sighed, I don't know whether it's joy or gratitude that Ichigo has solved Kudu. I can't see that you are so strong. Let's go, the Soul Society is ahead, don't mess around then. At this time, everyone saw the bright exit in front of the boundary, and when they walked out there, the Soul Society was outside. Although I saw the exit, there was still a distance. Because Ichigo solved Kudu, Yoruichi and others were also shocked, and the group walked slowly towards the exit. After walking for a while, I walked out of the broken boundary and entered the periphery of Soul Society Rukengai. Soul Society is mainly composed of Rukengai and Seirete. The outside is Rukengai, where the souls of refugees live, and the inside is Seirete. Those who can live in Seirete are either members of the nobles or students of Shinigami or Spiritual Arts Academy. It can be described as distinct levels. At this time, the Technology Development Bureau of the Special Department of the 12th Division. There was such a big commotion in the boundary just now, and they monitored the situation there. Ah Jin, the Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau, had a look of horror on his face. How is this possible? Judo in the broken world is gone. Ah Jin saw that on the monitoring and boundary measuring instrument of the Technology Development Bureau, the sharp point that originally represented suddenly appeared and then disappeared suddenly. This is something the Soul Society has never seen in hundreds of years. Judo appears once every 7 days, and it has become a regular pattern. When Judo appears, Shinigami are not allowed to enter and leave the boundary to prevent accidents. But today's Judo was very strange. He appeared on time but disappeared very quickly. Could it be someone destroyed Judo? An idea popped up in Ajin's mind, but he himself quickly shook his head. It is impossible to destroy Judo, almost no one can do it. But at this moment, the Technology Development Bureau sounded an alarm. This alarm is automatically issued after an outsider breaks into the Soul Society. Ah Jin and everyone in the Technology Development Bureau were shocked. There is a brigade invading the Soul Society. Lock the alarm location immediately. Ah Jin and others looked at the equipment, locked on the location of Ichigo and the others, and saw Ichigo and his party. A black cat, a yellow-haired Shinigami Ichigo, a bespectacled Quincy, a burly Sato, a harmless Oriheim, and Soul Sama with his hands on his hips. These people are travel disasters. At this time, the absurd idea just now appeared in Ajin's mind. Could it be that Judo was really wiped out by these travel disasters? The sudden disappearance of Judo and the invasion of Ichigo and others happened almost at the same time. It is impossible to say that there is no connection between the two. If this is the case, how strong is the LV How power that can destroy Judo? Tell Captain Nye the news. There is also a first-level alert that immediately raises the alert to the highest level. Hurry up. The staff of the Technology Development Bureau reported the news of the disappearance of Kusu and the invasion of Brigade to the captain of the 12th Division, Kurasuchi Mayuri, and at the same time set the alarm to the highest level. In an instant, Wang Ming's deafening sirens sounded everywhere in Seirete. For a time, the whole Seirete panicked. Kurasuchi Mayuri is doing some kind of research in the research room. A staff member of the Technology Development Bureau came in to report tremblingly. Nirvana, Master Kuretsuchi Mayuri. What is it? Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned his head impatiently. The staff member was very frightened and hurriedly said, Master Kuretsuchi Mayuri, there are travel disasters invading and… Deputy Director Aizen said that these travel disasters are not trivial, and it is very likely that they will destroy all the border crossings. Nanny, this time even Kuretsuchi Mayuri was stunned. Destroyed Judo? How is this possible? Even with my research methods, I can't do anything about Judo for the time being, although I have no interest in that thing. There are few things that can surprise scientist Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but someone who can destroy Kudo must be counted as one. After all, even Kuretsuchi Mayuri himself seems to be unable to do it. Master Kuretsuchi Mayuri, here is the information about those travel accidents. The reporting staff member presented some information in his hand. Kuretsuchi Mayuri took it and saw the picture of Ichigo and his party in Rukangai. A black cat, 2 Shinigami imps carrying Zanpakuto, 2 humans, a puppet, and the Quincy. Jai Jai Jai. Kuretsuchi Mayuri stared at the figure of Uryu in the picture. His expression immediately became excited and his eyes showed excitement and interest. It's been a long time since I studied Quincy. Kuretsuchi Mayuri really wanted to capture Uryu for research, and he didn't care whether Ichigo and the others really destroyed Kudo. In the face of research, such little things are not important at all. As the highest level of warning sounded, the Shinigami of Serete were all informed of the brigade's invasion. Serete has been quiet for tens of hundreds of years. The last time people were panicked was the disappearance of souls 100 years ago. Now the invasion of travel disasters also makes most Shinigami panic. In particular, the Technology Development Bureau activated the highest level of alarm. It is conceivable that the strength of this invasion is absolutely extraordinary. One of the 4 great nobles, the residents of the Kuchiki family. Byakuya looked at the portrait of his late parents, and then at the portrait of his wife Kuchiki Hinma, revealing a rare complexion. The order and glory of the Kuchiki family on one side and his sister Rukia on the other make it difficult for Byakuya to choose. Also at this time, Byakuya received news of the brigade's invasion. Travel disaster. For some reason, Byakuya suddenly thought of the yellow-haired kid who was killed by him in Karakura Town a few days ago and deactivated Shinigami's power. Could it be? It's him. To Byakuya, Ichigo is nothing more than an insignificant imp. If Rukia hadn't pleaded with Ichigo before, I'm afraid Byakuya had already killed Ichigo. After all, Byakuya is still a sister-in-law at heart, and it is because Rukia passed the power of Shinigami to Ichigo, who is a human being, that Rukia was executed, at least on the surface. Byakuya's face quickly returned to ice cold. Whether it's Ichigo or not, Byakuya doesn't care. Because, in his opinion, with Ichigo's 3-legged feet, even if he came to the Soul Society, he would just die in vain. He didn't even want to give a courageous evaluation, and even thought Ichigo and the others were stupid. Wouldn't it be nice to live a normal life in Karakura Town? Do you want to come to Soul Society to die? Or is Ichigo naive enough to think that he can beat Byakuya Kuchiki the entire Serete? It's a fantasy. Byakuya didn't have any interest in this and didn't even bother to deal with the travel disaster himself. In his opinion, Ichigo's level may not even reach the level of the chief executive. And he is the head of the Kuchiki family, the captain of the 6th team. The residents of the Jashiro family. Jashiro and Kairaku are drinking tea, originally talking about Rukia's execution. They all felt that Rukia's execution was too abnormal. It is a felony for Rukia to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but the 46th room actually sentenced Rukia to death. Moreover, the execution is still carried out with bipolar. The use of bipolar punishment is the treatment that a person with a heinous crime should have. Although Rukia committed a felony, it is not a heinous crime. Kairaku and Jashiro are inevitably perverse and skeptical about this. Travel disaster. The blaring of the highest level of brigade invasion sirens all over Serete brought Jashiro and Kairaku's thoughts back to reality. Jingla raised her head, supported the bamboo hat, took a sip of tea and said in a leisurely voice, "Travel disaster invasion, there has been no such thing for hundreds of years. These things seem to be getting more and more abnormal. There was Rukia's strange execution before, and now it's rare to see a brigade invasion in 100 years. With the minds of Jingle and Jashiro, they immediately thought that these two things should be related. It's still the highest level of alarm. Are those travel accidents really dangerous?" Jashiro, the good old man, was a little puzzled by this. At this time, the deputy captain of the 8th Squad, Issei Nana, walked over with a grumpy face wishing to scold Jingle, who was never serious, but this is Jashiro's house after all. And it's not easy to get angry, so I still have to give her save some face for this dishonest captain. Zayo Kiksu, why are you here too? Come sit down and drink tea. After seeing Nanao, Jingle invited Nanao to sit down and drink tea together. Chisu's cheeks twitched. What time was it? He, the captain, was still in the mood for tea. Cough, cough. Nanao coughed lightly and then said to Jingle and Jashiro seriously, the leader of the Jingle band, the leader of Jashiro, this trip accident is very dangerous. Hearing Nanao's words, Kaihiraku and Jashiro were a little surprised. They are veteran captains second only to Captain Yamamoto and Captain Anakana, and they have seen most of the world, but at this time, Nanao actually said that this trip accident is very dangerous. What's going on? Nanao continued. According to the guys from the Technology Development Bureau, the Judo in the boundary has disappeared, and it should have been destroyed by the travel disaster. Nanao's words made both Jashiro and Kairaku's pupils shrink. As veteran captains, they naturally know the special existence of Kudu in the broken world. Shinigami has yet to effectively deal with the control of Kudu, let alone destroy it. However, it was this Kudu who made Shinigami almost helpless and was killed by Ichigo with a single knife. Kaihiraku and Jashiro's expressions turned serious. It's no wonder that the Technology Development Bureau raised the alert to the highest level. The strength of these travel accidents is really strong. In Serete at this time, sirens sounded everywhere and everyone was on alert. Rukia, who was imprisoned in the Palace of Confessions, naturally heard the movement outside. Traveling invasion, is it Ichigo and the others? Rukia's expression changed, and she thought it might be Ichigo who came to rescue her. She also knew that with Ichigo's temperament, it was very likely that he would come to save her. Rukia was very moved and 2 crystal tears flowed down her cheeks. What a fool! Ichigo, why are you so stupid? This is the Soul Society. You. Why are you so stupid? Rukia was both moved and very worried. Ichigo is desperate to save her. She is very touched, but she doesn't want Ichigo to come, because Soul Society is too dangerous here. With Ichigo's strength, it's no different from sending him to death. Rukia can only keep praying to Ichigo from the bottom of her heart, hoping that Ichigo and the others will be safe. As for whether she could save herself, she never expected. I hope Ichigo and the others are all right. 5th team building. The winner of the Oscar, Aizen Sasuke, captain of the 5th division, looks gentle and gentle. At this time, his glasses reflect light from the lens, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. However, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Are you here, Kurosaki Ichigo? Everything is as I expected. I have asked Yin to wait in advance. Aizen had expected that Urahara would send Ichigo and they would come to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia, and even calculated the time when Ichigo and the others would come and the place to enter the Soul Society. Already asked Ikamaru Jin to wait in advance. Being in the 5th team but strategizing thousands of miles away, everything seems to be in Aizen's calculations. Actually, Aizen has been watching Ichigo all along. It can be said that the birth of Ichigo was brought together by Aizen. Ichigo has 3 powers of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy in his body, and he is also the experiment that Aizen cares most about. So far, and many things after the original work, Aizen has arranged for Ichigo alone. Aizen had already figured out that Ichigo and the others would come to Soul Society to save Rukia, and even figured out where to stay, and asked Ikamaru Jin to wait in advance to say hello. Aizen thinks he's planning a strategy, but he doesn't know that Ichigo is completely different now. At this time, Ikamaru Jin, captain of the 3rd division, was near the west gate of Serete. He walked around with a smile as if aimlessly thinking in his heart, speaking of which time flies, that kid is already in his teens, and he has already become a Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo, what a poor child, pitifully immature. Ikamaru Jin seemed to feel sorry for Ichigo. From its birth to the present, it has been operated and monitored by Aizen and may even be an experimental product of Aizen forever. In a sense, Ichigo is indeed a bit poor, but this kid is really brave. He even dared to break into such a dangerous place as Soul Society. Is he young and fearless, or is he serious about love and righteousness? As the first real meeting, let's say hello to that child later. Ikamaru Jin squinted his eyes and smiled. This kind of smile looked very sinister and cunning, and at the same time his words were somewhat unpredictable and hard to figure out. Outside the west gate of Serete, this is the foothold of Ichigo and the others, and they came here after coming out of the boundary. It's just that Ichigo, who came to Soul Society for the first time, were all surprised by the sight in front of them. The Soul Society has a vast territory, with Saraite at its center and Rukungai in 4 regions east, west, north, south, and north on the periphery of Saraite. Each Rukungai has 80 districts. The farther away Rukungai is, the worse the public security is and the worse the living conditions are. Rukungai is like a slum in some areas of human beings, and Saraite is also similar to a rich area. Black Cat Yorwichi explains to Ichigo them all about Saraite and Rukungai. There are many wandering souls living in Rukungai, but what puzzled Ichigo and the others was that they did not see the Rukungai residents here, or in other words, these residents all hid because they were afraid of them. Lord Hun frantically looked around, but he didn't find anyone. He was downcast, extremely disappointed and heartbroken. Ah, why is it different from what I imagined? I thought this would be a paradise. There are many beautiful and warm big girls. Ah, how could it be like this? No one can be seen. The soul is rolling. Rukungai is not the gentle place he imagined. Yhwach leaned over and complained in a contemptuous voice. Didn't you come to save your eldest sister? Why doesn't it seem to be the same thing? Hun hurriedly stood up, coughed dryly and said seriously, "Who said that?" "I'm here to save eldest sister, you wait for me. Brave Hun is not afraid of difficulties. Hun will come to save you right away." Ichigo ignored Soul's yelling and looked forward. "Senior Yorwichi, Saraite is right in front of you. Rukia should be inside, right?" Saraite is in front and Rukungai is behind, as can be seen from the architectural style at a glance. Ichigo didn't wait for Yorwichi to respond and just teleported there with Shunpo. Yorwichi yelled anxiously, "Stop Ichigo." When Ichigo was about to enter Saraite, a tall and solid city wall suddenly landed in the sky, stopping Ichigo and the entire periphery of Saraite, preventing Ichigo and the others from entering. When the wall fell, the sound was deafening, the ground trembled, and countless dust was kicked up. "Really, don't be so impulsive, Ichigo." Yorwichi rested his cat's paw on his forehead and explained, in order to prevent people from invading Saraite or to prevent the refugees from Rukungai from sneaking into Saraite, the outer periphery of Saraite is blocked by these high walls, as you can see now. "Then let's climb up the wall and cross over, wouldn't it be good?" Yhwach roughly calculated the height of the city walls. The height of these city walls is not high, and Yhwach can easily cross it with flying sickle feet. Don't be so naive. Yorwichi rolled Yhwach's eyes. In addition to the city wall, Saraite also has a layer of protection called the Soul Shield. Even if ordinary people want to enter Saraite from the air, they will be blocked by the Soul Shield, Soul Occulting Membrane. Ichigo looked at the sky above Saraite, and indeed felt a little Ryatsu fluctuation above, and could vaguely see a huge transparent Ryatsu net, which should be the Soul Occulting Membrane Yorwichi mentioned. However, in Ichigo's eyes, this soul-cloaking membrane seems a little fragile, as if he could break it with a single blow. It seems that getting into Saraite is really not an easy task. Orihime clasped his hands together in front of his chest and sighed nervously. Saraite's periphery is not only blocked by tall city walls, but also has a soul shield in the air to defend against invasion, so it is really not an easy task for ordinary people to enter Saraite. The honest man Sato was silent for a moment and clenched his right fist. "Or I punched this wall." Sato's strength has been fully pulled out and the current strength can reach the captain level of Shinigami. Whether it is a blow from the giant's right hand or the demon's left hand, the power is very powerful. Sato feels that he can punch the city wall in front of them, blast a big hole. Don't, this is not good and there will be a lot of trouble. Yorwichi vetoes Sato's suggestion. The guards at the gate of Saraite can also be defeated. Let's defeat the guards. Yorwichi suggested to enter Saraite by defeating the gate guards, so that there will be less noise and make it easier for Ichigo and the others to move in Saraite later. However, Yorwichi didn't know that people in Saraite were already in panic, and everyone knew that a powerful disaster had invaded the Soul Society. The moment Yorwichi's words fell, a piece of the city wall was lifted by a giant. Ichigo and the others looked at it and saw that the giant was holding 2 axes in both hands. It should be the guard of the Saraite West Gate that Yorwichi said. The guard with the double axes is called Sidenfang, and Ichigo and the others also encountered it in the original book. "As long as you defeat this guy, you can enter, right?" Ichigo pulled out Zanpakuto behind him and said casually. In fact, with Ichigo's current strength, Zanpakuto is not needed at all to defeat Sidenfang. Others also looked at the Sidenfang that appeared and felt that this person seemed to have no special features except for his large size. It doesn't look very strong. That's it. Even Hun felt that the Si Danfang seemed very weak. After observing and looking carefully, he suddenly jumped in front of Ichigo with his hands on his hips. "Ichigo, watch carefully, let Lord Soul deal with this guy." Hun even proposed that he should defeat Si Danfeng. I don't know if it's for the sake of prestige, or to prove that he really wants to save Rukia, or he thinks that Si Danfeng is a soft persimmon used to bully. The soul has also been strengthened by Ichigo. Not only Ryatsu has become stronger but also has a muscular form, and its strength is also very strong. Nanny, you little one want to challenge me. Si Danfeng is huge in size, as if looking down at the soul on the ground the soul is like a small dot. That's right, it's your grandpa Hun. Hun shouted loudly, transform Macho Hun. In an instant, except for the head, the muscles of Hun's whole body swelled and became extremely strong, as if his whole body was full of explosive power. Then he jumped up and punched Si Danfeng with a punch. Si Danfeng also roared loudly and the two axes in his hands slashed towards the soul, but an unexpected scene happened. The seemingly huge and oppressive guard of Si Danfeng was punched by a muscular soul, and sent flying. Soul easily defeated the guards. This makes Ichigo and others feel a little incredible. The soul, who has always been very unreliable, unexpectedly has some strength. Ha 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 ha. How about it, little Ichigo, little rain dragon? I am not very good, Mr. Hun. Ha. Let's not talk about a small guard. Even if the captain of Shinigami is here, Mr. Hun can't let him go around. Ha ha. The muscular soul put his hands on his hips, laughed triumphantly, and uttered nonsense in his mouth. Ichigo and the others twitched the corners of their mouths, feeling that soul hadn't changed at all, he was still the same. After flying the Si Danfeng, Ichigo and others can enter Saraite from the west gate. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the west gate. I saw this person with short silver hair, a smiling face, a broken knife hanging from his waist, and the Captain Hayori, which is exclusive to Gotei 13, with a big 3 written on the back of the Hayori. Ichigo and the others were shocked, and Yhwach's face changed drastically. Captain of the 3rd Division, Ikamaru Jin, 3, the captain of the 3rd Squad. Hearing Yhwach's words and seeing the smiling lion majesty-like guy in front of him, Soul, who was still triumphant just now, was immediately frightened, and quickly retreated to hide behind Ichigo and the others, returning to his normal form. The person who appeared in front of him was Ikamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division. This is the first captain-level Shinigami that Ichigo and the others have encountered since they came to Soul Society. And Yhwach also told them before that Saraite's Gotei 13 has 13 captains. These captains represent the highest combat power of the Soul Society, and each one is extremely powerful. Even Yhwach thinks that the current Ichigo and the others are not enough to fight the Shinigami captains who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years like old foxes, and let Ichigo and the others run away immediately if they meet the Shinigami captains. Running away doesn't quite fit Ichigo's style though. Ichigo and Uryu didn't run away immediately but looked at the smiling guy ahead. This guy looks dangerous. This is Uryu's evaluation of Ikamaru Jin. From the looks alone, Ikamaru Jin, who smiles like a lion majesty, always gives people a dangerous feeling. And Ikamaru Jin's identity is there. He is the captain of the 3rd team, the highest fighting power of the Soul Society. Can it be dangerous? Yhwach stared at Ikamaru Jin warily. It turned out to be this guy. 100 years ago, Urahara was framed by Aizen, and Yhwach rescued Urahara and the Masquerade Corps. Naturally, Ikamaru Jin and Aizen were in the same group. The appearance of Ikamaru Jin at this time made Yhwach feel a thorn in his back. After all, Ikamaru Jin is very difficult to deal with. Ikamaru Jin is a genius among geniuses. It took only 1 year to graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, a record that no one seems to have broken so far. As soon as he graduated as Shinigami and entered the 5th team, Ikamaru Jin instantly killed the 3rd seed of the 5th team at that time, showing super high strength. In terms of qualifications and combat power, I am afraid that he is even better than Byakuya. Such a dangerous guy appeared in front of Ichigo and the others right now. It was because he looked at Ichigo with a smile and said casually, "You are Kurosaki Ichigo, right?" Ichigo was taken aback. At this time, although Ichigo has a strong panel, his experience and cognition are still relatively young. He doesn't understand how Ikamaru Jin knows his name. "You know me?" Instead of answering Ichigo's question, Ikamaru Jin smiled and pulled out his Zanpakuto, which was slightly longer than a dagger. Why did he take out this broken knife? Can it cut someone? Yhwach and the others are also a little puzzled. Ikamaru Jin's Zanpakuto is very short. Can this Zanpakuto be used for fighting? Short sword? No, my Zanpakuto is not short. Ikamaru Jin smiled and raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you pass through here." After saying this, Ikamaru Jin suddenly showed a weird smile, pointed the knife forward, posed in a handsome pose, and said Zanpakuto's liberation language. "Shoot it, Shinso." In an instant, the dagger-like Zanpakuto in Ikamaru Jin's hand lit up with a dazzling white light, and the blade suddenly extended at an incredible speed, stabbing straight at Ichigo. Ikamaru Jin's Zanpakuto is not short. On the contrary, Liberation is almost arguably the longest and fastest Zanpakuto in Soul Society. Ikamaru Jin Shikai's blow, he didn't use his full strength. In one word it was, let the sea go. He doesn't want to let Ichigo and the others enter Sarete now, nor will he kill Ichigo. The purpose is just to push Ichigo and the others away, just like in the original book. What Ikamaru Jin and Aizen didn't expect was that the current Ichigo is not the Ichigo they imagined. In the eyes of others, Shinso seems to be extremely fast and unstoppable, but in the eyes of Ichigo today, this speed is a bit slow. Bang. I saw Ichigo casually raise the shorter Zangetsu in his hand and easily blocked Ikamaru Jin Shikai's Shinso. The point of Shinso's knife was right in the middle of Zangetsu, and he couldn't move any further, being blocked firmly by Ichigo. Moreover, Ichigo's figure did not move at all and his breath was never disturbed. This means that blocking Ikamaru Jin's blow is easy for Ichigo. At this scene, Ikamaru Jin almost opened his eyes and a surprised expression appeared on his face for the first time. He didn't expect that the fledgling Ichigo could take his Shikai's blow steadily, although his Shikai released water. He underestimated Ichigo. Ichigo is much stronger than he expected. Ichigo was a little surprised at this time, because he felt that Ikamaru Jin's attack power was too weak and the captain-level Shinigami was said to be strong. It doesn't seem to be as strong as Yhwach said, even a little. But that's it. As the captain of Shinigami, that's not all you can do, is it? Ichigo flicked off Ikamaru Jin's Shinso and stared at Ikamaru Jin with two swords in hand. Ichigo's strength and aura made Ikamaru Jin feel a little surprised. However, I also think that the current Ichigo is a bit immature. It was commendable to block his Shikai blow, but it was far from enough to be a source of pride for Ichigo. Ikamaru Jin was far from exerting his full strength, and even this Shikai was letting go. What an unlovable child. Ikamaru Jin shrugged, still smiling. Although he doesn't know why the other party knows his name, Ichigo doesn't want to get too entangled with Ikamaru Jin. He came to Soul Society to save people. Call. Ichigo took a deep breath, looked at Sarete in front of him, his eyes became more serious and sharp, and he said to Oriheim, the rain dragon behind him, "Everyone stand a little farther away." Ichigo seemed to want to make a move, and told the others to stand far away so as not to be affected. Thinking that Ichigo had destroyed the Judo in the broken boundary just now when Ichigo sent the Crescent Sky Rush, Yulong and the others hurriedly retreated a certain distance as Ichigo said. Yhwach looked helpless. In fact, she didn't want Ichigo to fight against captain-level characters so soon, because she thought that Ichigo was not the opponent of Captain Shinigami before he learned Bankai. After all, Bankai is the ultimate secret of Zanpakuto. There is a huge difference between knowing Bankai and not knowing Bankai. The captain of Gotei 13 almost always uses Bankai, but she can't stop the situation in front of her, so she can only let Ichigo go. If Ichigo is in danger, she'll do it again. I saw Ichigo, who was holding two swords, combine the two swords into one. Put the short Zangetsu inside the long Zangetsu with the cutout in the middle, two Zanpakuto in one. Ichigo's double swords can still do this. What happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Even Ikamaru Jin uncommonly opened his turquoise eyes like lion majesty. After the two knives merged into one, Ichigo held Zagetsu's hilt with both hands, and a golden Reiatsu that was so powerful that it shocked everyone, distorted the space, and changed the color of the world. How is this possible? Ikamaru Jin's blue eyes widened, his face full of shock. The current him doesn't have the smiling expression before, too scary, the whole person is numb, can't laugh at all. Ichigo's Reiatsu is stronger than the captain-level Shinigami. Even Ikamaru Jin feels that Ichigo's Reiatsu is stronger than Shinigami. Aizen's Reiatsu. You know that Aizen is the representative of Reiatsu in Shinigami. But as strong as Aizen, Reiatsu doesn't seem to be as strong as Ichigo. Ichigo, who obtained the double knife panel during the bloody battle, can compete with Yhwach, who devoured the Soul King. It can be said that the panel's strength has surpassed the scope of Shinigami, and Reiatsu is naturally stronger than the current Aizen. Reiatsu, who is stronger than Aizen, Ichigo like this is so fledgling and immature, it's a monster at all. Ikamaru Jin was completely dumbfounded, and Ichigo, who held the two-in-one Zangetsu with both hands, shouted, "Crescent Tianchong." The huge golden crescent shot out with a power that would destroy the world, and slashed towards Ikamaru Jin and Sarete in front. The Reiatsu that erupted from Ichigo was too powerful, like a huge wind and waves, filling the entire Soul Society because it was too strong so that all the Shinigami in Serete could feel it. Before this, no one thought that Ichigo's Reiatsu could be so terrifying. It was so powerful that it changed people's minds, and it was extremely shocking. Although you are a bit strange, you know my name for some reason, and I can't tell whether you are a good person or a bad person. But you stand in front of me and stop me from saving people, then I have to let you get out of the way. After Ichigo said this, the huge golden crescent sky shovel condensed with almost all his strength suddenly slashed forward. He wants to defeat Ikamaru Jin with this blow, and at the same time announced to all the Shinigami in Serete, let Rukia know, Ichigo comes to save people. The golden crescent sky that Ichigo threw was huge, several times higher than the walls of Serete. Crescent Sky Chong contains an extremely terrifying power that seems to be able to destroy everything. Ikamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, opened his blue eyes rarely, and his face was also full of horror. He really didn't expect that Ichigo would have such terrifying power. This power was so powerful that it made him feel terrified. No solution anymore. The speed of the Golden Crescent Sky Rush is too fast and the range is too large. Ikamaru Jin has no time to avoid it, so he can only block it. I saw a powerful Reiatsu erupting from Ikamaru Jin as well. Captain-level Reiatsu, and Ikamaru Jin is among the captains of Gotei 13, and his strength can be ranked in the upper middle. Naturally, Reiatsu is also very strong. However, it is still far from Ichigo's shocking Reiatsu. Ichigo's Reiatsu is so strong it doesn't make sense. Ikamaru Jin exhausted all his strength, his body took a step back slightly to form a strong support, and his hands were holding Zanpakuto Shinso in front of him, trying to resist Ichigo's golden crescent with all his strength. In an instant, the huge golden crescent had come in front of Ikamaru Jin and bumped into his Zanpakuto Shinso. Ikamaru Jin tried his best to block it, but it didn't work at all. Destroyed, Ikamaru Jin was directly blasted back by the huge power of the golden crescent, and even his Zanpakuto Shinso was broken in two. Ichigo's golden crescent is like a fast-moving train, and ordinary people can't resist it. Ikamaru Jin was directly blown away. His body was like a kite that had dropped its string. He fell heavily into a building, vomited blood, and passed out from serious injuries. After knocking Ikamaru Jin into the air, Ichigo's golden crescent still didn't stop at all. Serete's tall city walls, even the occult membrane, are like paper in front of Ichigo's golden crescent. One hit and break. The city wall was split open, and the soul-cloaking membrane was also shattered. Serete's protective measures are useless in front of Ichigo. It's not over yet. The powerful golden crescent continues to sweep forward. Bang, bang, bang. Countless buildings in Serete were split apart, houses collapsed, and a ravine with a depth of tens of meters was formed on the ground, with broken walls everywhere. When the golden crescent stopped dissipating, it formed an unbelievable scene. At this time, Serete was almost split in half like a watermelon. Ichigo accomplished a feat that made everyone unbelievable with just one knife. Split Serete with one knife, almost splitting it in half. Sorry, it seems that I have used too much force. Ichigo put away the Zangetsu, separated the two Zanpakuto and put them back on his back, and the teammates behind him were all stunned. They were all stunned. Time seems to stand still. The black cat Yhwach opened his cat's mouth wide. His cat's eyes were as big as a bell, and his hair stood on end from being too frightened. After a long time, it was difficult to speak. Ichigo. Yhwach couldn't believe that Ichigo had such power. Defeated the mighty Ikamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, with one sword, and easily destroyed the Serete's city wall and the occult mantle. At a glance, Ichigo's crescent sky has left a deep gully on the ground of Serete, which can't be seen at a glance. Ichigo's knife almost split the entire Serete in half. What a terrifying power this is. For a long time, Ichigo has never shown his true strength in front of Urahara and Yhwach, and his bloody battle panel was only loaded today. Poor Yhwach always thought that Ichigo was not as powerful as the captain of Gotei 13, and had told Ichigo that if they met Captain Shinigami, they would run away without hesitation in order to save their lives. Yhwach is too shocking. She never thought that Ichigo's power would be so terrifying. Ichigo is just a child who has just awakened his Shinigami power for 7 or 8 days. Compared with Captain Shinigami of the Soul Society who have lived for dozens of centuries or even thousands of years, the age difference is too big, the qualifications are also far behind, and perhaps the strength is not as good. But now. In Gotei 13, Ikamaru Jin, the captain who is relatively strong, was defeated by Ichigo. Ichigo is not as strong as the captain of Gotei 13, he simply crushed most of the captains. No wonder this kid was able to instantly kill Judo. He destroyed it alive with his powerful strength. Yhwach thought it was because Ichigo was special and had a variety of powers in his body. Why Ichigo was able to destroy the Kutsu that made Shinigami helpless when he broke the boundary before. But now I know that Ichigo's instant killing of Judo relies on strength, pure strength. Also defeated Ikamaru Jin by sheer force of terror, splitting Sarete. Sato was horrified as he looked at the long, impregnated gully that Ichigo had carved out in front of him. Sato is a type that is good at strength. Whether it is a giant's right hand or a demon's left hand, he can hit a powerful blow. Just now Sato proposed to smash the walls of Sarete with one punch. Sato's punch might actually shatter the walls of Sarete, but not the oculus. But Ichigo has accomplished many things such as defeating the Shinigami captain, breaking the city wall and the soul mask with just one knife. Although Sato's strength is also very strong, it is still far behind Ichigo, who is hanging on the wall of the blood battle panel. Oriheim's face was dull at this moment, and his yellow hair was disheveled in the air. Kurosaki-san, that's so amazing. Oriheim blushed slightly, adored and admired Ichigo even more. She put her palms together on her chest, thinking to herself, such a powerful Kurosaki-san, he must be able to rescue Kuchiki-san. Qiang Ryulong couldn't help rolling his throat just now and swallowed a few times. Originally, he thought that he was strong enough with the blood battle panel, but judging from the strength shown by Ryatsu and Ichigo just now, Ichigo is stronger than the big wall. It's so strong that it doesn't make sense. And at this time, Ichigo hasn't learned Bankai yet. If Bankai is loaded with double swords after 3 days, it will be even stronger, strong enough to shock the world, although it is shocking enough for now. Soul burst into tears with excitement, jumped over and hugged Ichigo's trousers. 1 tilde kai tilde gu, Soul Society is too dangerous, I will follow you Ichigo. Before, Hun easily defeated Sidenfang with a smug look on his face. But when Ikamaru Jin appeared, he was scared and hid behind everyone in fear. Now seeing Ichigo defeating Ikamaru Jin with ease showing extremely powerful strength, he hurried over and hugged Ichigo's thigh. Hun felt that as long as he followed Ichigo, he would be safe and sound. Even if he met Captain Shinigami, he didn't have to be afraid, and he could pretend to be a tiger, do whatever you want. But Ichigo turned a blind eye to Soul, who hugged his trousers, lifted it up and threw it aside. At this moment, Ichigo scratched his head, turned around and said something. The captain of Gotei 13 doesn't seem to be as strong as expected. Ichigo's words made Yhwach and the others almost fall down. Kurosaki, can you tell us to prepare a bit more next time you're going to make a move? You really scared us just now, understand? Yhwach hurriedly complained to Ichigo. Just now, the scene where Ichigo showed Ryatsu and released Crescent Sky Chong really scared Uryu and the others. Fortunately, Ichigo told them to retreat a certain distance in advance, a little mentally prepared, otherwise they would be caught off guard. Ichigo, on the other hand, acted innocent and said helplessly, from what Senior Yhwach said, I really thought Captain Shinigami was very strong. One very important reason why Ichigo almost showed his full strength just now is that Yhwach kept saying that Captain Shinigami is very strong, and Ichigo and their strength cannot deal with them. In order to defeat Ikamaru Jin as soon as possible, Ichigo naturally shot without reservation. However, the result was different from what he had imagined. Ikamaru Jin was directly hit. By him, everyone also looked at Yhwach the black cat. Yhwach's cat face is a little bit awkward. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm right. Captain Shinigami is Sarete's highest combat power, but I just didn't expect Ichigo to be so scary. It's not my problem, it's Ichigo. This kid Ichigo is too outrageous. Yhwach hurriedly explained what he had said earlier. It's not that her remarks were wrong. Captain Shinigami is indeed very strong, but she misjudged Ichigo's strength. I didn't expect that Ichigo, who just became a Shinigami not long ago, is so outrageous. I really don't blame her, it's really Ichigo who is too outrageous. Ichigo defeated Ikamaru Jin with a single crescent moon and indirectly announced his arrival to all Shinigami. Just now all the Shinigami in Sarete felt Ichigo's extremely powerful Ryatsu. All saw that huge golden crescent nearly piercing Sarete. Everyone in Sarete was horrified and shocked. Byakuya was originally in Kuchiki's mansion, but after Ichigo burst out the extremely powerful Ryatsu, the strength of this Ryatsu made Byakuya's eyes shrink instantly. Then he walked out of the mansion and saw the golden crescent sweeping towards the west of Sarete, which was about to split Sarete. Rao also looked sideways at him because of his calmness in the ancient well. What the hell happened? Byakuya was amazed. He didn't know who the person who exuded the powerful Ryatsu was, and he didn't quite know what was going on with the golden crescent. Although he also guessed that the travel disaster was Ichigo and the others before, his reason told him that Ichigo's three-legged cat Kung Fu could not even see his movements clearly. Possibly a blow that could slice through Sarete. This is absolutely impossible. At least Byakuya thinks so now. Since the Technology Development Bureau sounded the highest-level brigade invasion alarm, the 2nd Division of the Secret Mobile Team, the 10th Division of the Patrol Team, and the 11th Division in charge of combat have all taken action. Team 2 Captain Suifeng and Vice Captain Amida were closer to Sarete West Gate, and they felt the pressure from Ichigo Ryatsu even more. They looked horrified at this time, and cold sweat broke out on their heads. This Ryatsu, how can it be so powerful? Suifeng was terrified in his heart. Judging from Ryatsu alone, Ichigo's Ryatsu is much stronger than her, the captain of the 2nd team. It can even be said that they are not on the same level at all. It is simply a world of difference. Amida's face was also covered with cold sweat, and the snacks in his hands fell silently to the ground. His eyes widened and his face was blank. Sarete, someone split it open. Amida was completely taken aback. Because he saw the golden crescent with his own eyes, sweeping forward with an invincible posture, almost splitting the entire Sarete. The gully split by the golden crescent is less than 100 meters away from where Amida and Suifeng meet. Fortunately, the golden crescent did not hit Amida and Suifeng. Otherwise, with such a powerful attack, if they were hit, it would be a disaster. Juban Captain Hitsugeya Toshiro and Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku are on the other side. Toshiro was also intimidated by Ichigo's Ryatsu and Crescent Moon. What made him think hard was that the one who caused all this was actually his captain's son. Apart from being horrified, Rangaku also had a face full of anxiety, because she felt Ikamaru Jin's Ryatsu disappeared. In the face of such a powerful travel disaster, and Ikamaru Jin's Ryatsu disappears, it must be a disaster. Silver. Rangaku frantically ran to Sarete Simon to rescue Ikamaru Jin. Ikamaru Jin is very powerful, and Ichigo's attack did not have killing intent. At this time, Ikamaru Jin was only seriously injured and unconscious, and his life was not in danger. Slow down Matsumoto. Well, Toshiro was worried and followed closely. 11 team. They were originally wandering around Sarete, led by Captain Zaraki Kenpachi and Vice Captain Kusajishi Yakiru, looking for travel disasters. But now, all of them have stopped. No other because they just felt Ichigo's horrible Ryatsu and saw the golden crescent that split Sarete. The members of the 11th team were almost dumbfounded. Team 11, which was supposed to be the most powerful team among the 13 teams, all the experienced members showed panic. Some of them had almost lost their concentration and even their bodies were trembling. This Ryatsu, although it is far away, it is almost overwhelming me. What kind of monster is that? That's what the Technology Development Bureau said, the brigade that destroyed Judo. It's terrible. Sarete was split. Is this something a human can do? The fighting members of the 11th team were shocked. Even Madoram Ikaku with the 3rd seat and Ayasugawa Yumachika with the 5th seat were all surprised, because they have a feeling. The Ryatsu shown by Ichigo just now seems to be more terrifying than the Ryatsu of their captain, who is famous for Ryatsu, Zaraki Kenpachi. That travel disaster seems to be a monster even worse than Zaraki Kenpachi. For a long time, Ikaku and Yumi have believed that Kenpachi is a very strong Shinigami, and his combat power is second to none in Gotei 13, almost second only to the captain of Yamamoto. They all thought so, and they all felt that their captain was an unbelievably powerful monster. But now, in terms of Ryatsu alone, the Ryatsu released by Ichigo just now is so powerful that it is heaven-defying. Even Kenpachi is not as good, more monster than Kenpachi. It's amazing, this kind of guy, does it really exist? The corner of the bald head gasped, looking at Sarete, who had been split into a mess, and asked himself in a deep voice. Gonkin blinked her beautiful eyelashes with a dignified look. Although I don't really believe that there is a guy stronger than Captain Ryatsu, but what we saw with our own eyes and felt with our own eyes can't be false, that accident. Very powerful. Ichigo just showed the unparalleled Ryatsu and unleashed a crescent sky rush, which made all the Shinigami terrified and set off a storm in their hearts. However, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned upwards, and his face became agitated, looking ferocious and ferocious. Ha ha ha, such a powerful guy couldn't be better. I haven't met a strong guy for a long time, come on, let's fight happily. Kenpachi laughed wildly, every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. As a fighting madman, he is too eager to meet a strong opponent, too eager to fight. Yakian-Liu, which direction is that guy? Kenpachi turned his head slightly and asked the cute little red-haired girl on his shoulder. Bakian-Liu giggled, raised his hand and pointed casually. A giant over there. Kenpachi immediately ran away. A corner behind him and Gong Chin exchanged glances. Captain Zaraki went wrong. The accident is in the west. Don't listen to Vice Captain Kaelu and run to the east. The rest of the 11th team also twitched their mouths. Any normal person knows that Ryatsu and Golden Crescent just came from the west, while Yachiryu and Kenpachi ran to the east. Is this a lack of normal notion of direction? The residents of the Joshiro family. The two veteran captains, Jingle and Joshiro, opened their mouths wide and looked at each other in astonishment. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The power of this Golden Crescent is so amazing. A few drops of cold sweat hung on Joshiro's weak body. Even though he is powerful, experienced, and well-informed, he has never seen such a spectacle. They just witnessed Sarete being almost split by that Golden Crescent. Let them be terrified and unforgettable for a lifetime. Jingla pressed down on the bamboo hat. Her gaze was deep, and she murmured in a deep voice, "Is the Golden Crescent Moon a move of Bankai? For the Shinigami, the Bankai is the most powerful attack." But Jingle shook his head again. "Even Bankai, I'm afraid it won't be able to cause this kind of destructive power. Or is it the work of the Quincy?" According to some information provided by the Technology Development Bureau, there is a Shinigami wearing a death suit, a Quincy master, 2 humans, a puppet bear, and a black cat in the brigade. Kayaraku's main focus is on Ichigo and Uryu. But he thinks even Shinigami's Bankai, it's almost impossible to split Sarete with one knife right. For example, as strong as Muguruma Kensei, the powerful Zanpakuto, Bankai is an iron fist that breaks the wind, and a pair of fists are infinitely powerful. Kensei may be able to smash Sarete's city wall and soul shield with 2 punches, but it is simply impossible to blast through the entire Sarete Night Tails. Jingle also thinks that even he and the captains of other teams don't have the attack power of Golden Crescent. Even if Captain Yamamoto wants to slash Sarete with a single knife, there may be a little suspense. So Jingle couldn't help guessing that the Golden Crescent Moon might be some kind of special move, or it might be a powerful method of the Quincy Master. How could Jingle, who was thinking carefully, think at this time that the Golden Crescent that split Sarete was not Bankai at all, nor was it a powerful method of Quincy? It was just released by Ichigo in the form of Zagetsu, and Shikai, it's just a crescent moon rushing to the sky. Just one hit from Shikai, not Bankai. Ichigo's Bankai with double swords, even the Spirit King Ha would feel dangerous and dare not take it hard. If Ichigo Bankai released the crescent moon with all his strength, the degree of damage to Sarete would not be as simple as it is now. Technology Development Agency. Kuretsuchi Mayuri witnessed the whole process of Ichigo's shot and Ikamaru Jin's defeat and serious injury through monitoring equipment. Frankenstein Kuretsuchi Mayuri was also struck by Ichigo's near-unparalleled strength. At the same time, he also snorted coldly. "I told those guys that the power of travel disaster is no small matter, and everyone didn't take it seriously, do you know now?" After Ichigo and the others entered the Soul Society, the Technology Development Bureau immediately sounded the highest level of alarm, and emphasized that the strength of the travel disaster is very powerful, and it must be handled with care. It's just that many Shinigami of the Soul Society, especially some vice captains and captains, simply didn't take the reminder of Kuretsuchi Mayuri Technology Development Bureau to heart. I even think that it's just a mere travel accident, which is not worth mentioning. Ikamaru Jin followed Aizen, and knew that Ichigo had just awakened his Shinigami power not long ago. In theory, Ichigo was still immature, so he went to greeting to Ichigo confidently. But who would have thought that Ichigo's power is so outrageous, even stronger than Ikamaru Jin, and he was instantly defeated. Sarete was also split in half. Only then did all the Shinigami realize the seriousness of the matter, the power of the travel disaster. The power of this yellow-haired kid is really terrifying. I really want to study him. Kuretsuchi Mayuri became interested in Ichigo and wanted to capture Ichigo to study. After rolling his eyes twice, Kuretsuchi Mayuri gave up his unrealistic thinking. "Forget it, let's study the Quincy wearing glasses in travel disaster." Ichigo is too dangerous, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri still thinks it is better to study Rain Dragon. Jai Jai Jai. Kuretsuchi Mayuri laughed strangely, left the Technology Development Bureau and disappeared. 5th team building. Aizen was practicing calligraphy just now. This is also one of the few hobbies of Aizen. Captain Aizen, who is good at calligraphy, makes people look more gentle and charming. The Vice Captain Hinamori Momo on the side was fascinated. But after feeling Ichigo's powerful and amazing Ryatsu, the brush in Aizen's hand trembled and the calligraphy he copied was crooked. Aizen looked up to the west. The smile on his face had disappeared. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo is his experimental material with the highest hopes, and he knows that the extremely powerful Ryatsu just now belongs to Ichigo. But how could Ichigo's Ryatsu be so powerful? Wasn't Ichigo killed by Byakuya Kuchiki 10 days and 8 days ago? Shouldn't the current Ichigo have only awakened the power of Shinigami for a few days? How could he have such a powerful Ryatsu that even Aizen was a little scared? What on earth is it? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were a little sharp. For the first time in hundreds of years, something exceeded his expectations. He used to think that everything was planned and everything was under his plan and control. But now, Ichigo's power far exceeds his expectations. Even if he thought about it for a while, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Captain Aizen, what's wrong with you? There is a brigade invasion. I will definitely protect you, Captain Aizen. Hinamori Momo on the side clenched the Zanpakuto in her hand, her eyes firmly set to protect Captain Aizen, whom she adored. Aizen put down the brush in his hand, stood up, and restored the usual gentle smile on his face. He touched Hinamori's head. Hinamori didn't hide. His cheeks were flushed, enjoying Captain Aizen's affection. Thank you, Peach. Hearing Aizen say thank you, Hinamori's cheeks turned redder, but his heart was very warm and happy. Unbeknownst to Hinamori, who lowered his head, Aizen looked out of the window and saw the trace left by Ichigo's golden crescent. The corners of Aizen's mouth suddenly turned upwards, and he said in his heart, "Kurosaki Ichigo, your growth has really exceeded my expectations. This is the best, and it is indeed the experimental material I have the most high hopes for." Seeing the powerful Ryatsu and destructive power shown by Ichigo, Aizen did not panic too much but admired Ichigo instead. As if such Ichigo, he is more interested. However, if Aizen stands in front of Ichigo, I don't know if he can say this sentence calmly. Palace of Confessions. This is where the Soul Society used to hold some prisoners. The direction of Bipolar Hill can only be seen through one window, allowing prisoners to repent alone at the last moment of life, so it is called the Palace of Confession. Rukia was imprisoned here after being captured and returned. At this time, Rukia was wearing a white prison uniform, and Renji was standing next to him. Renji came to the Palace of Penance to tell about the invasion of Brigade. In fact, even if Renji didn't come to tell Rukia, the sirens all over Sarete had already let Rukia know that something was happening outside. And the powerful Ryatsu shown by Ichigo just now made all the Shinigami in Sarete throb, and Rukia naturally felt it too. It's Ichigo. Rukia's eyes widened in disbelief. She has been with Ichigo for some time, so she can naturally distinguish Ichigo's Ryatsu. The inexplicably powerful Ryatsu just now belongs to Ichigo. Apart from being too powerful, there is no doubt that it is Ichigo's Ryatsu. Nanny. Renji on the side also widened his eyes in disbelief. Ichigo, that yellow-haired brat in this world. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Renji couldn't believe it anyway. The intrusion was caused by Ichigo and the others. After all, the Ryatsu that Ichigo showed just now was too amazing. 10 days ago, Ichigo was a trainee Shinigami. It is absolutely impossible to have such a powerful Ryatsu. Although in reality, Renji was defeated by Ichigo. But because the captain and vice-captain of Shinigami went to the present world, in order not to bring too much harm and influence to the present world, their strength was sealed, only 1/3 of the normal situation. So if it's Renji at full strength, Renji doesn't think Ichigo can beat him, not to mention being able to have this powerful Ryatsu that brings oppression to the entire Sarete. It can't be that guy. Rukia, didn't you hear that just now? The Sarete has already been split by that travel disaster, almost split in half. Ikamaru Jin Ryatsu, the captain of the 3rd Division who stopped the accident there, disappeared. I'm afraid it's more ominous. Renji yelled. The words made Rukia's eyes shrink. Because there is only one window in the Penance Palace, Rukia only heard a loud noise and felt like a vibration just now. It turned out that it was because the attack of the travel disaster split the Sarete. It was the first time anyone had heard of splitting, and Rukia was equally astonished. Moreover, even Ikamaru Jin, the lion majesty-like man whom Rukia hated more, the captain of the 3rd Division, seemed to be defeated by the travel disaster. Rukia's heart was shaken by Renji's words. Leaving aside the unimaginable thing of splitting Sarete, let's talk about Ikamaru Jin being defeated by Brigade. Ikamaru Jin and Byakuya are geniuses at about the same time, and Ikamaru Jin's strength is not weaker than Byakuya's. And Rukia thought that when Ichigo was in the present world 10 days ago, facing Byakuya who was only 1/3 of his strength, he couldn't even see Byakuya's movements clearly and was instantly killed and fell to the ground. Ichigo's strength is nothing compared to Byakuya's. How could such an Ichigo defeat Ikamaru Jin, who is the captain like Byakuya 10 days later? Reason tells Rukia that this is absolutely impossible. But then Ryatsu is obviously Ichigo's. For a moment, Rukia couldn't figure it out. That powerful and familiar Ryatsu belongs to Ichigo, but the truth is too far-fetched to be believed. Rukia held her head, thought and struggled for a while, then suddenly looked firm and her tone was determined. No, that's Ichigo's Ryatsu, and the travel disaster must be Ichigo and the others. The familiar Ryatsu convinced Rukia that the accident was Ichigo and the others, and Ichigo came to save her. This moved Rukia very much. 2 lines of crystal tears were shed. However, Rukia's heart is also complicated. Although it was touching that Ichigo and the others came to rescue her, she actually didn't want Ichigo to come to Soul Society, because Soul Society was too dangerous, and she didn't want friends like Ichigo, Uryu, and Oriheim to take risks for her. Ichigo. You must be safe and sound. Rukia prays to Ichigo that they are safe. With the current strength of Ichigo and the others, it seems that it is not so easy to get things done. Renji looked at Rukia like this, feeling very distressed. He took a deep breath and swore to his soul, Rukia, I will not lose to that guy no matter what. I must save you even if it means death. Renji's affection for Rukia is very deep. This time, even at the cost of his life, he will save Rukia. Subsequently, Renji left the Palace of Confessions. I'm going to learn Bankai before my execution. I hope it's still too late. Renji needs to learn Bankai so that he can defeat Byakuya and save Rukia. Fourth team, the gentle and kind Captain Unohana rarely changed his face. The power of this brigade was beyond everyone's expectations. Most of the Saraite have been split open. This kind of power is not only strong, it is terrifying. Unohana thinks that even if Gotei 13 fought against the Quincy led by Yhwach 1,000 years ago, there seems to be no attack that can cause such amazing damage, right? What kind of person can possess such terrifying power? However, the fourth team is a treatment team, and the battles generally have nothing to do with them. Unohana closed her eyes and opened them slowly and told the vice-captain Kotsu Ise next to her, Yuyin, yes. Yang Yin recovered from his surprise and responded quickly. You and I are going to the Saraite West Gate where there has been fighting and there may have been casualties, and our duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. Yes, Captain Unohana. Unohana and Yuyin rushed to the direction of Saraite's West Gate for rescue. A team. Captain Yamamoto opened his old and dignified eyes. At this moment there seemed to be flames burning in his pupils. The crutch in his hand hit the ground heavily. Notice all the captains and vice-captains of the squadron, let me do my best to catch the brigade. To protect the safety of Saraite. Kneeling on one knee, Chijiro, the vice-captain, took the order and immediately used Kaido to spread the word in Saraite. Let all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains of the team go and arrest Ichigo and others. And Captain Yamamoto also went there in person. All the powerful combat power of Gotei 13 are all running in the direction of Ichigo and the others. Captain Yamamoto was furious and ordered all the captains and vice-captains to go to Saraite West Gate to arrest Brigade. Even he came in person. Because the power displayed by Brigade Calamity was too terrifying, even Saraite was almost split in two, which was unprecedented in Saraite since its establishment. We have to pay attention and let all Gotei 13 members go out. Gotei 13 all dispatched, such a big battle, the last time was thousands of years ago. At this time, the Black Cat Yhwach also recovered from the shock, realized that the current situation was critical, and his expression changed. Not good. Although Ichigo broke through the Soul Shield and defeated Ikamaru Jin, but the commotion was too great, the other teams of Gotei 13 will come over soon. Yhwach could clearly feel the powerful Ryatsu coming from all directions, presumably the captain and vice-captain of Gotei 13. Yhwach's original plan was to let Ichigo and the others slip into Saraite quietly and save people secretly. Unless it is a last resort, I don't want to start a confrontation at all. Even though Ichigo is now showing unparalleled strength, Yhwach doesn't think that Ichigo alone can compete with Gotei 13, who has dominated the Soul Society for thousands of years. Everyone has also sensed Ryatsu coming from all directions. Shinigami from Gotei 13 is coming towards us. The situation is urgent. Everyone listen to me, separate and escape. Yhwach is also the backbone of the team, and he has always emphasized before joining Soul Society that he should listen to her command when encountering things. Even though Ichigo and Uryu are strong in battle, they are still not as good as Yhwach in terms of experience. Ichigo also doesn't want to confront Gotei 13 head-on. The bigger the incident, the worse it will be for saving lives. Ichigo thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed with Yhwach's suggestion. Although he is very strong now, there are still 3 days before he can learn Bankai. To be safe, he should withdraw first and not to face Gotei 13 unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the purpose of their trip was to rescue Rukia, not to fight or kill. Put on those Shinigami clothes and run away. Me and Ichigo, Inao and Uryu, Soul you follow Sato, quick, immediately. Yhwach's cat paw pointed to the Shinigami who was stunned by Ichigo's powerful Ryatsu just now, and asked Uryu, Orihime, and the others to put on those Shinigami's deadly outfits and run away. I'm a mighty Quincy, how can I wear Shinigami's clothes? It's a shame. Yhwach twitched the corners of his mouth, his cheeks were twitching. But the captains of Gotei 13 were coming, time was running out. Uryu had no choice but to recognize it, took off the Shinigami team member's deadly costume that fainted on the ground and put it on his body. Orihime and Sato did the same. What should I do, Mr. Hun? There is no death-domineering outfit suitable for my Mr. Hun. Hun was so anxious that he was about to cry. He is a puppet, no matter whether it becomes bigger or smaller, there is no deadly costume that suits him. Even if he puts on the deadly domineering outfit, it's useless at all, because the bear-like or lion-like face can be seen through at the first glance. Stop talking nonsense, let's run separately. Yhwach urged everyone to split up and run away. Let's split up and be careful, our goal is to rescue Rukia. If you encounter a strong opponent, don't fight recklessly. Although Ichigo was a little worried about Orihime and the others, in the current situation, it is a better choice to split up and hide. Don't worry, Kurosaki, we are strong too. Uryu reassured Ichigo that he, Ishida Uryu, was no longer the weak chicken who was so weak that he could only bend his bow and shoot Zyaoxu. Now he is the strength of Uryu during the bloody battle. Sarete, few people can do nothing to get him. Sato grabbed Soul, who wanted to hug Ichigo's thigh, and hid it in the clothes on his chest. It's time to go. So the 6 Ichigo escaped separately. Ichigo and the black cat Yhwach, Uryu and Orihime disguised as Shinigami, Sato with the Soul ran in different directions. Soon tucked away in the wide Sarete. The Sarete is huge, as long as it is well hidden it may not be easy to find a few intruders. Shortly after the departure of Ichigo et al., a series of figures rushed to the Sarete West Gate. Suifeng, Toshiro, Byakuya, Unohana, Kamamura Sajin, and other captains arrived one after another. Only Kenpachi did not come because he was in the wrong direction. After the captain and vice-captains came here, they saw the broken gate and the gully that was split tens of meters deep and ran through most of Sarete. There were no casualties here at Zyman, and all Shinigami soldiers lay unconscious on the ground. Silver. Rangaku rushed to a ruin anxiously, found the seriously injured Ikamaru Jin from the ruins, held Yin in his arms, saw Ikamaru Jin weakly opened his eyes, and Rangaku's heart that had been hanging was finally relieved. After entering Sarete, Ikamaru Jin has been estranged from him for 100 years, and this is the first time she hugs Ikamaru Jin. Seeing that no one died, Captain Yamamoto's face softened a little. This also proves that Ichigo, who is a travel disaster, did not intend to slaughter Shinigami. After all, Ichigo and Shinigami do not have any deep hatred now. But Lvhi was able to break through the soul shield and split the seriously injured Captain Ikamaru Jin of Sarete, which was enough to shock all the captains and vice-captains. All the Shinigami captains and vice-captains who came here were shocked when they saw the miserable scene of Sarete Zyman and took a breath of cold air. Suifeng has carried out secret maneuver missions for many years, but he has never seen anyone who can cut Sarete with a knife and seriously injured Captain Shinigami. What kind of guy has this kind of power? Suifeng's face was dripping with cold sweat, and the deputy captain beside her, Amida, hid behind Suifeng tremblingly, although Amida was much bigger than Suifeng. Team captain. Amida swallowed in horror and said tremblingly, could it be that those travel disasters were all monsters? Even Captain Ikamaru lost miserably, it's really terrible. Many Shinigami, such as Amida, have regarded Ichigo as a monster. Only monsters can split Sarete and seriously injure Captain Shinigami. The captain of the 10th Division, Toshiro, saw the destroyed Sarete, and then looked at the seriously injured Ikamaru Jin lying in Matsumoto's arms, with a dull expression. Although he has never liked Ikamaru Jin very much, and Ikamaru Jin also liked to trick him when he was young, but Toshiro knew that Ikamaru Jin, a guy like Lion Majesty, had great strength. But as strong as Ikamaru Jin, he couldn't resist the invasion of Brigade and ended up with a serious injury. If those travel disasters were more ruthless, Ikamaru Jin might be gone. Toshiro frowned, his expression extremely solemn. That travel disaster is very strong. Toshiro's jaw would drop if he knew that Ichigo's true identity was the son of his unreliable captain who had been missing for decades. Byakuya was also present at this time. The sight in front of him also made the cold Byakuya's pupils shrink. When he was in the Kuchiki family mansion, Byakuya could only feel Ichigo's powerful Reiatsu from a distance. Because Byakuya only passed one move with Ichigo in Karakura Town, and it can even be said that one move was not counted. When Ichigo couldn't see clearly, he broke Ichigo's Zanpakuto and killed Ichigo in seconds. Byakuya didn't even look at Ichigo, and he didn't remember Ichigo's Reiatsu at all. The extremely powerful Reiatsu just now, Byakuya did not believe that it was the Reiatsu of Ichigo who was a poor three-legged cat a few days ago, because it is absolutely impossible. But now that he came to Zyman, he caught a sense of familiarity from the remaining Reiatsu around him. Byakuya narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be? Is it really that guy? While everyone was shocked, they were awakened by a cry. Captain Anohana, please come here quickly. I can't help Captain Ikamaru heal his injury, sorry. Kotsu Isen, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, immediately used Kaido to treat the seriously injured Ikamaru Jin. But she was shocked to find that Kaido, at the level of her vice-captain, couldn't heal Ikamaru Jin's injuries. This is almost the first time I have seen it. Captain Anohana, please, I beg you to save our captain quickly. 3rd Division Deputy Captain Kira Izuru is in a hurry to get Anohana to heal Ikamaru Jin. Everyone's eyes turned immediately. Anohana naturally did not hesitate, and a shunpo came to Matsumoto Rangaku and Kira Izuru. Put down Captain Ikamaru. Matsumoto Rangaku gently puts Ikamaru Jin down. At this time, Ikamaru Jin was seriously injured and unconscious. Although he still had a heartbeat and breathing, he had to be treated quickly, otherwise the situation would still be dangerous. Anohana is experienced, and she can see the problem at a glance. Because on Ikamaru Jin's wound, Ichigo's golden Reiatsu remains. Ichigo's Reiatsu is too strong, and even the remaining Reiatsu prevents Vice Captain Yunnan from healing Ikamaru Jin. The eyes of the other captains were naturally vicious, and they also saw the problem, and their hearts couldn't help being shocked again. Yeah, just the remaining Reiatsu can hinder the healing. The Reiatsu of the travel disaster is really too powerful. Team 8 Captain Kairaku Shunsui said in a slightly frivolous tone, but her eyes under the bamboo hat were very serious. Captain Anohana's medical skills should be fine. For some reason, Joshiro also said this out of nowhere. It seems that he doesn't particularly believe in Anohana's medical skills. Anakana's hearing is good, and she listened to what Kairaku and Joshiro said and showed a gentle smile with her back turned to the others. Then as soon as he raised his hand to accumulate Reiatsu, a green light appeared and enveloped Ikamaru Jin. After being enveloped by the green light group, Ikamaru Jin's injuries were slowly healed, and he was fine soon. After some rest, Ikamaru Jin's injuries can be fully recovered. As expected of Anohana, her healing ability is second to none in Gotei 13. Anoka withdrew her hand, but the kind smile remained on her face. She turned her head with a kind smile and a soft voice. Captain Jing, Captain Joshiro, don't you two captains really believe in my concubine's medical skills? Anohana's words sent a chill down Kairaku's Joshiro's spine. Joshiro quickly waved his hands and responded with an awkward smile. No, Captain Anohana's medical skills are superb, and all Shinigami can learn from them. Even Captain Ikamaru's serious injuries can be treated. Captain Anohana's medical skills have already reached the pinnacle of perfection. We really admire it. That's right, Captain Anohana's medical skills in sword. The medical skills are unparalleled in the world. Jingle could only praise it out of conscience. In fact, in their hearts, Jingle and Joshiro believe in her sword skills more than her medical skills. Seeing that Jingle and Joshiro were more interested, Anohana's kind eyes moved away from the two, and Jingle and Joshiro immediately felt relieved. The two of them looked at each other, and they both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Next time we talk about Anoka, we have to be more careful. At this time, all the captains of Gotei 13 were present, except Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th team. Aizen, the captain of the 5th squad who seems to be a good guy, is also there. Aizen's expression at this time was similar to that of other captains, full of surprise and shock. It's not all fake, it's real. Aizen was surprised once before when he felt Ichigo's powerful Reiatsu in the 5th team building. Now he came to the scene and felt Ichigo's Reiatsu remnants for himself, and saw Ikamaru Jin, who was seriously injured. Only then did Aizen realize that he still underestimated Ichigo. Ichigo's strength is even stronger than he estimated just now. Even his currently strongest assistant, Ikamaru Jin, almost looks like he has been killed in seconds. You know, Ikamaru Jin was recognized by Aizen and became Aizen's subordinate because he was too good and took the initiative to approach Aizen. He asked Ikamaru Jin to wait here in advance to let Ikamaru Jin greet with Ichigo and the others, so as to confuse other people's sights and facilitate the next action. But Ikamaru Jin was defeated by Ichigo and seriously injured. This has affected Aizen's next plan. If it is according to the plot in the original book, because Ikamaru Jin let go of Ichigo and the others without authorization, they were questioned at the captain meeting. Toshiro heard the conversation between Aizen and Ikamaru Jin, and then Aizen suspended animation. Many people suspected Ikamaru Jin do. But now, because Ichigo defeated Ikamaru Jin, Aizen's original plan naturally didn't work. Ichigo's crescent moon shot not only smashed the gate of Serete and shattered the soul mask, split most of Serete and seriously injured Ikamaru Jin, and even destroyed Aizen's plan. Ikamaru Jin was seriously injured, Aizen temporarily lost a capable general, and the follow-up plan was destroyed by Ichigo. We have to change our original plan. Aizen frowned slightly, muttering in his heart. Because of Ichigo, the plan that he thought he had never missed had to be changed. At this time, perhaps by coincidence, Kairaku saw Aizen's slightly frowning expression. It was a change from Aizen's usual gentle smile. "Captain Aizen, what's wrong with you?" Jingla asked, "Did you see any clues?" Because Aizen is well disguised, almost no one in Gotei 13 suspects Aizen at this time, and they all think that Aizen is a good person. At this time, Jingle also thought that Aizen might have seen something about this matter, so he asked. Aizen's face returned to normal, pretending to be a little worried and dignified. Kaido humbly said, "King Band Leader, I just feel that the strength of these travel disasters is too strong." Even Captain Ikamaru was injured like this, Serete was split open, and the team members were in panic. This situation is really not optimistic. Joshiro nodded. What Captain Aizen said is very true. The strength of those brigades far exceeds our expectations, and they are difficult to deal with. Jingle helped the bamboo hat and continued to talk to Aizen. What do you think, Captain Aizen, about the purpose of these trips? Aizen looked around at the Shinigami soldiers lying on the ground who were still stunned by Ichigo's Rigatsu, pretended to think for a while, and said seriously, "Although the power of the travel accident is very strong, it also caused a lot of damage. Sabotage, but they didn't kill Captain Ikamaru and Captain Shinigami. It can be seen that they don't like killing very much, and they don't have a deep hatred with us Gotei 13 or Shinigami." Aizen paused and continued to perform. Their purpose is not revenge or murder, but saving people. In terms of performance, Aizen is definitely an Oscar winner. What he said was well-founded, and all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains next to him looked over. Save people? What do you mean by that? Kamamura Sajin, the captain of the 7th Division, was a little puzzled and asked in a rough voice, "Captain Aizen, please explain clearly." Toshiro crossed his arms, unwilling to ink. Aizen looked serious and said, "Captains and vice-captains, wasn't there a Shinigami from the Kuchiki family a few days ago who taught the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, and was sentenced by the 46th chamber? The Shinigami of Gotei 13 basically performed their duties. Rukia's affairs have nothing to do with most Shinigami, and it is Rukia's violation of order, so many people may not care." After Aizen said this, everyone immediately remembered. A trip to the Soul Society to save Rukia. What the purpose of the travel disaster is this? This is too surprising. Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The brigands invaded, and they did not hesitate to break the soul mask to defeat Ikamaru Jin and enter Serete. The purpose turned out to be to save a prisoner. This seems unbelievable and unreasonable to Suifeng, who is the commander-in-chief of the Xing army. Byakuya's face became even colder. First, this matter is related to the dignity and glory of his Kuchiki family. He doesn't like the mistakes committed by Rukia being discussed by so many people on the spot. It was Serete who broke in to save Rukia, so who else but Ichigo? Is it really that guy? Even now, Byakuya still can't believe that it is Ichigo who can make such a big noise and defeat Ikamaru Jin. After all, the Technology Development Bureau only raised the highest level of sirens before. As for the appearance of the travel disaster, most Shinigami still haven't seen it. At this time, Nyin Meng, the deputy captain of the 12th Squad, arrived with a stack of materials. These materials, in other words, are the papers with the images of Ichigo and others engraved on them. Kuretsuchi Mayuri asked Nirvana to distribute these materials to all the captains and vice-captains present. Only then did everyone fully see the appearance of the travel disaster on the information. A yellow-haired Shinigami with 2 swords on his back, a Quincy dressed in white, The other two seem to be human, and there is a black cat and a puppet that looks like a lion. All the Shinigami were surprised when they saw Ichigo's photo. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said sullenly, "This is the travel disaster party. It's the yellow-haired Shinigami with two knives who caused such a big commotion and the one who defeated Captain Ikamaru. I have investigated all of this. This Shinigami is called Kurosaki Ichigo, the kid who was taught the power by the prisoner Rukia Kuchiki in Karakura Town. The Quincy Master and the two humans are also Rukia Kuchiki's classmates in this world. As for the black cat and the puppet, they can be ignored." The moment Ichigo and the others entered the Soul Society, they were discovered by the Technology Development Bureau. At the same time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri also quickly found the information of Ichigo and the others. Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned his head and looked at Byakuya, who had a cold face full of surprise. "Am I right, Captain Kuchiki? Captain Kuchiki, you should have seen them." At this moment, there was a big wave in Byakuya's mind. Travel misfortune, it's really Ichigo. Ichigo really broke into the Soul Society with a group of people to save Rukia. Byakuya was stunned. But how did Ichigo improve so quickly? Even Ikamaru Jin, who was the captain, was defeated by Ichigo. At the beginning, Byakuya didn't look at Ichigo very much. In his eyes, Ichigo was as weak as an ant. Even he is disgusted with Ichigo because Rukia passed the power of Shinigami to Ichigo and thus suffered. If it wasn't for Rukia's begging, Byakuya would have wanted to kill Ichigo with one blow. Of course, if he didn't kill Ichigo, Byakuya also nullified the Shinigami power that Ichigo got from Rukia. But now why can Ichigo become Shinigami again to gain power? And the power is so amazing. Byakuya was very shocked in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. However, with a calm mind, he quickly calmed down and closed his eyes. No matter who it is, no one can destroy the order of the Soul Society, and no one is allowed to trample on the dignity of my Kuchiki family. Those who disrupt order should pay the corresponding price. Byakuya is the head of the Kuchiki family, and now he still attaches great importance to the glory of the Kuchiki family. Whether Rukia imparted the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization or Ichigo broke into Serete, these all broke the rules set by his Kuchiki family. As the head of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya will severely punish this. "But Byakuya, are you sure you can beat Ichigo and bring Ichigo to justice?" Byakuya was silent and did not respond to Kuretsuchi Mayuri's question. But obviously many people can see that Byakuya should be the default. He did meet Ichigo when he went to Karakura Town to hunt down Rukia. Those accidents were also classmates and friends Rukia met in Karakura Town. Knowing the identity and purpose of the travel accident, the captains of the Shinigami were very surprised. Just now Ichigo made such a big noise that it almost split Serete in half. Everyone in Shinigami was terrified, thinking that some terrible enemy was coming and some kind of great war was about to happen. Unexpectedly, such a powerful travel disaster was just to rescue a prisoner. This is too unexpected. These guys are here to save people. Toshiro looked at the Ichigo and his party engraved on the material in his hand, and he felt incredible. These people above look very young, just a little older than him. Toshiro is actually decades old. Ichigo and the others are high school students. Ichigo and the others are much younger than Toshiro. Onoka smiled. It's scary to have such power at such a young age. The power that Ichigo showed just now reminded Unohana of Zaraki Kenpachi when he was young. After all, Zaraki Kenpachi was much stronger when he was young than he is now. It's so touching. Is this the friendship between partners? It's so touching. They're all good kids. Joshiro was so moved that tears came to his eyes. He thinks that Ichigo and others are good boys. They broke into the Soul Society from the present world and rescued Rukia at all costs. This kind of behavior is really touching. Actually, Joshiro didn't want Rukia to be executed either, because Rukia was a member of his squad. And I feel that there are several doubts about Rukia's execution. Joshiro lost Shibakayan because of some stubbornness before, and now he doesn't want Rukia to be executed again. Jingla's expression was also a little strange. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she thought to herself, in this case, it seems that Lu Huo is not an enemy. Both Jingle and Joshiro felt that Rukia's execution was inappropriate in the original book, and they even went against Captain Yamamoto for it. Now knowing the identity and purpose of the trip, Jingle feels that Ichigo, who has the same purpose as them, is not an enemy and can even cooperate. HMPH, don't be so childish. A cold snort sounded mercilessly, and Sui Feng said with a serious face, "This is Serete, we can't tolerate them messing around. Besides, Rukia Kuchiki is already a felony person, so it's impossible for these accidents to happen. Sui Feng is the commander-in-chief of the hidden mobile team." He has been loyal to the Shihuan family, one of the four nobles, for generations. He is also proud to follow orders and complete tasks. It is almost not impulsive, and naturally no one is allowed to disrupt the order of the Soul Society. That's right. The captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin, who wore a barrel helmet, roared like a beast. Travel is travel, destroy Sereite's travel. Even if this old man dies, he still has to defend justice and guard Serete. We can't allow them to mess around. Although the big dog Kamamura Sajin stayed a little bit, he is indeed a righteous and loyal person. Captain of Division 9, Tausen Kanem, who is blind, has a serious expression on his face. What Kamamura said is absolutely true. Whether it is due to his own righteousness or the needs of being Aizen's subordinates, Tausen needs to say this. Toshiro also responded, everything we just said was just guesswork. Maybe the purpose of travel disaster is not just to save people. It's better to be careful in everything, not to be careless. When Hinamori is not involved, Toshiro behaves relatively calmly. If Kurosaki Ishin was there, he would have stumbled and said, thank you so much, Toshiro. Jingla sighed, took off the bamboo hat on her head and looked very serious. He looked at Captain Yamamoto, who hadn't made much noise since he came here. As one of the two most proud disciples of Captain Yamamoto, Jingle can naturally see that although Captain Yamamoto did not speak at this time, he must be furious inside. After all, Ichigo and the others made such a big commotion that Serete was about to be split. Isn't this challenging the majesty of their Gotei 13? In this situation, when almost all the captains were present, Jingle, who was under pressure, still chose to speak out. Old man Shan, don't you think it's strange that Miss Kuchiki was executed? Captain Yamamoto looked serious, just staring at Jingle, but did not speak. But the more this is the case, the more coercion Captain Yamamoto will give people. Thanks to Jingle's own strength, if it is the other vice-captains, I am afraid that the Captain Yamamoto will look at him like this, and his mind will almost be unsteady. Jingle continued, it is a felony for Ms. Kuchiki to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization, but don't you think this sentence is too abnormal? Those old guys actually want to execute Ms. Kuchiki on the bipolar hill. The bipolar punishment is used to execute the captain-level Shinigami who has committed a heinous crime. Ms. Kuchiki commits serious crimes at any time, but the crime is not limited to this, captains. Is this normal? Jingle's words made the other captains and vice-captains feel that it is really unreasonable for the 46th chamber to use bipolar hill to execute Rukia. Besides, the original execution time has been brought forward one after another, from 30 days to 20 days and then to 15 days. Rukia's execution date has been advanced one after another. This is of course Aizen's manipulation of room 46. It should be to execute Rukia faster and get the Hagioku in Rukia's body. Urahara put Hagioku into Rukia's body, and Hagioku and Rukia's soul became one. Aizen has only two ways to get Hagioku from the soul. One is to use the bipolar punishment. The bipolar will evaporate the soul of the prisoner, and Hagioku can be taken out. This is why Aizen controls room 46 and wants to execute Rukia on bipolar hill. The second is the technology that Urahara invented 100 years ago to extract items from the soul. This technology Aizen is also looking for. Mr. Genyujai, what Jingle said is correct. There are many abnormalities in Rukia's execution. Please learn from it, I beg Mr. Yuanyujai to allow us to go to room 46 to raise objections. Joshiro took a step forward and together, with Jingle explained to Captain Yamamoto the strangeness of Rukia's execution, imploring Captain Yamamoto to investigate clearly and allow them to go to room 46 for an audience for reconsideration. Captain Yamamoto is the captain of Gotei 13, and his own strength can be said to be the strongest among Gotei 13, even though the 46th chamber is the highest authority of the Soul Society. If the captain of Yamamoto agrees with Jingle Joshiro to discuss with the 46th chamber, if you want to explain no matter what happens in the 46th room, you have to give an explanation not like this saying that you will be executed if you use bipolar punishment. And the execution date will be shortened one after another as if you are in a hurry, which is very unreasonable. Aizen also pretended not to know anything at this time, then nodded with a serious face. The leader of the Beijing band and the captain of Joshiro are right. There are indeed several doubts about Rukia Kuchiki. Your Excellency, Captain, don't you think that the people in room 46 gave Rukia Kuchiki a too serious sentence? Aizen showed his actor side. He is not afraid of being seen through the conspiracy, and it is not normal to take the initiative to second Rukia's execution. However, the captain's anger could no longer be suppressed. He loudly scolded Kairaku, Joshiro, and Aizen. Presumptuous nonsense. Captain Yamamoto's words made everyone's hearts tense, and they were full of deterrence. Rules are rules, whoever breaks the order will be punished. It is a felony for Rukia Kuchiki to transfer the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization. We should strictly obey and implement the punishment given by Room 46 to maintain the order of the Soul Society. Don't talk too much. Yamamoto's expression was serious, his voice was full of majesty, and he scolded the Jingle and the others. In his opinion, Rukia who broke the rules of the Soul Society will be punished, and they Gotei 13 should follow the orders of the 46 room and strictly implement them. Jingla put the bamboo hat on her head again and sighed heavily. Jashiro wanted to say something more but was stopped by Kairaku. Stop talking, Jashiro, you don't know old man Shan's temper. The other captains and vice-captains, although many of them also felt that Rukia's punishment was too severe and some of the crimes were not enough. But the order of the 46 room was like this, and the captain of Yamamoto also angrily reprimanded those who disagreed, and Rukia's matter was not the same as the vast majority of people seemed to have nothing to do with it. And who would dare to stand up and raise objections to the chief and the 46 room? Byakuya's mood became more and more complicated, but in the end he didn't say much. This time he chose to guard the honor of the Kuchiki family. As for Aizen, who looks like a good old man on the surface, he is already sneering in his heart. Yamamoto Genryanagi, stubbornness is your greatest weakness. It turned out that the reason why Aizen dared to brazenly say that Rukia's execution was abnormal in several places was that apart from the thief shouting, "Stop thief," he also expected that Captain Yamamoto, who strictly abides by the order of the Soul Society, would not be suspicious at all even if he had suspicions. Orders will also be strictly followed. It's all right, sure enough, in terms of heart and IQ, Aizen is far better than Captain Yamamoto. Captain Nai, where is Luca now? Captain Yamamoto looked at Kuretsuchi Mayuri sternly, wondering where Ichigo and the others went. From the standpoint of Captain Yamamoto, in order to stabilize the panic Sarete, to prevent Ichigo and the others from disrupting Rukia's execution, and doing other things, Ichigo and the others must be arrested immediately. It is his duty as the captain of Yamamoto to arrest the travel disaster, protect Sarete, and maintain the order of the Soul Society. But Kuretsuchi Mayuri shook his head and said sadly, "Master Chief, the brigades have already run away. As for where they are hiding in Sarete, I don't know for the time being. How could this be? Isn't the monitoring equipment of your Technology Development Bureau all over Sarete? Can't you monitor every move of Sarete?" Sui Feng was a little anxious and hurriedly asked Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri snorted softly and looked at Sui Feng with cold eyes. "Captain Sui Feng, please pay attention to your tone of voice. Our Technology Development Bureau does have surveillance equipment everywhere in Sarete, but not everywhere. Moreover, the powerful Reiatsu and Slash that erupted from the brigade just now destroyed or paralyzed all the monitoring instruments in the vicinity and where the Slash passed. Now there is no way to monitor where the brigades have gone. The Reiatsu that Ichigo erupted just now was too amazing, and the crescent sky also caused great damage, destroying many monitoring equipment of the Technology Development Bureau. The Technology Development Bureau did not see where Ichigo and the others are hiding in Sarete now." Kuretsuchi Mayuri glanced at the several Shinigami who had been pulled out of their deadly costumes on the ground and said coldly, "The only thing that is certain at the moment is that Luca has changed into Shinigami's clothes, which is even more difficult to find. Uryu, Oriheim, and Sato all put on the deadly costumes, and Ichigo hid separately, which is easy to see. But Sarete is huge, and it may not be easy to find the hidden Ichigo and the others. At least it takes a lot of time." Captain Yamamoto was not too surprised to hear Kuretsuchi Mayuri's answer. He looked at all the Shinigami captains and vice-captains here and ordered sharply, "Everyone except the 4th Division 24-hour patrol alert. Once you find traces of the travel accident, report it immediately, and there must be no mistakes." The Palace of Confessions strengthens its defenses, and Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division will be in charge. Captain Yamamoto issued an order to strengthen the guard of the Shinigami and at the same time sent Byakuya to guard the Palace of Repentance. Prevent Ichigo and the others from secretly saving people and destroying the execution. Yes, most of the captains and vice-captains took orders and immediately dispersed, looking for traces of Ichigo and others. Kuretsuchi Mayuri showed a weird smile, which made him look even more eerie with his strange face. "Quincyr, you can't escape. You are destined to become my research material, Jai. It turns out that the nature of Quincy and Shinigami's Reiatsu is completely different, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri has captured a faint trace left by Yulong by special means. He has always been very interested in the Quincy, and he never forgets about Yhwach. As for Rukia's execution, he doesn't take it to heart at all. Kuretsuchi Mayuri disappeared into the wall to hunt down the rain dragon. On the other hand, Renji was delayed a lot of time because of visiting Rukia in the Palace of Confessions. As a result, he has not arrived yet after receiving the notice from all the captains and vice-captains to gather at the West Gate. In fact, there is no need to rush there because they are all scattered over there. Renji also stopped and rushed to the West Gate of Serete. It wasn't because he had received other notices, and it wasn't because he knew that the captain's meeting at Ximon's side had broken up, but because he was very entangled in his heart. Renji, you are determined to save Rukia at all costs. Why do you obey orders? What you urgently need now is to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you defeat Captain Kuchiki and save Rukia. Renji kept admonishing himself in his heart. Now he has no time to obey the order of assembly. All he has to do is to become stronger. Only then can he save Rukia. They are all determined to conflict with Byakuya and Soul Society, so why gather? Just when Renji was struggling, he saw two figures in the distance. A Shinigami with yellow hair and a black cat in a Shiba outfit. The Shinigami and the black cat were moving quickly. Renji's eyes narrowed immediately. It's that yellow-haired B.D. Renji recognized Ichigo and couldn't help gnashing his teeth. He will recognize Ichigo even if he turns to ashes. At this time, Ichigo and Yhwach were running quickly, hardly making any sound, and the Reiatsu emitted by them who restrained Reiatsu was also very weak, especially for Ichigo, whose Reiatsu was almost completely restrained, which was not noticeable at all. Phew, it's so dangerous. If it is slower, I'm afraid I will bear the wrath of Captain Yamamoto. Yhwach wiped a bead of sweat from his brow as he jumped. No one should have found us, no one chased us. Yhwach was glad they escaped quickly, otherwise the captain's anger would not be so easy to bear. Of course, at least she thought so. Ichigo's face did not relax but worried. Ishida, Inao, and Sato shouldn't have been discovered either, right? Ichigo is very concerned about his companions. They just escaped in 3 teams in order not to be noticed as much as possible, and hope that Uryu, Sato, and the others are not discovered by the Shinigami, otherwise it will be troublesome. Don't worry, it should be fine. They are also very strong. As long as they don't make such a big noise like you, they shouldn't be discovered in a while. Yhwach glanced at Ichigo sullenly, and she wanted to complain that Ichigo's outburst of force just now was too much, and it almost scared her, the cat. What's more, Ichigo's crescent moon is too powerful and too noisy. Let Ichigo calm down next time in the battle and strike. Lightly, Senior Yhwach, where are we going now? Go directly to save Rukia, Ichigo asked. No, Shinigami is not an idiot. He must have guessed our purpose and strengthened the surveillance of Rukia. It is dangerous and inappropriate to go now. Yhwach's 2 cat eyes turned. Take you to a place, take you to train and practice Bankai. When Ichigo heard this, his expression was a little strange. He really hasn't comprehended Bankai yet. Bankai is the ultimate mystery of Zanpakuto. After learning Bankai, his strength can be greatly improved. Yhwach wants to train Ichigo to save Rukia after learning Bankai, which has a higher success rate. After all, there is almost a week left until Rukia's execution. There should be still time. But what Yhwach didn't know was that Ichigo's accelerated growth system had loaded Bankai into Ichigo. In 3 more days, Ichigo will be able to comprehend Bankai with 2 swords. Ichigo did not tell Yhwach about this, and there is no good place to go now, so he agreed to Yhwach's suggestion to go to a certain place to practice first, and then save people. And at this moment, a voice came from behind Ichigo and the others. Wait, take me, I'll go too. Yhwach was startled, turned his head quickly, and saw Renji with a serious face. Yhwach's Shunpo is highly accomplished and her nerves are very sharp, but her combat power and actions in the form of a black cat are naturally limited in many places, and she did not find Renji following her just now. Ichigo was not much surprised, because he had sensed Renji's Reiatsu breath just now and knew that Renji was following behind. In order not to cause other disturbances, I also wanted to know what purpose Renji followed, but Ichigo pretended not to find out. Are you a beret, Renji? Seeing that the person behind him was Renji, Yhwach rolled his cat eyes around and probably guessed what was going on. Your cat actually recognizes me. This time it was Renji's turn to be surprised. He had seen Ichigo, but he had never seen the talking cat in front of him, and the other party knew his name. With some teasing, Yhwach laughed and said, Who doesn't know the name of Abare Renji, the vice-captain of the 6th Division? Ha ha ha. Renji twitched the corner of his mouth and said angrily, You cat monster, I feel like you're laughing at me. Yhwach laughed, Congratulations, you got it right. Renji, okay. Ichigo interrupted the two, looking straight at Renji, and asked, "What the hell are you doing with us? How is Rukia? Where is she now?" Ichigo asked two questions in a row. He also wants to know why Renji followed them. With Renji's character, if he meets Ichigo, he should wish to rush up and fight with Ichigo. After all, Renji was defeated by Ichigo in the present world before, although Renji was only 1/3 of his strength at that time, and the execution of Rukia was also caused by Ichigo. With Renji's character, he should wish to kill Ichigo. Ichigo's second question is, where is Rukia? So what? Although Ichigo's perception of Ryatsu is very strong, he also tried to perceive the location of Rukia's Ryatsu after entering Sarete, but he didn't find it. Renji looked at Ichigo. Jonin's face couldn't help showing anger. "You be ****D, I can't wait to tear you apart, if it can be done." If it was before, Renji really had the idea of wanting to teach Ichigo a lesson, but Ichigo slashed Sarete with a knife, and seriously injured Ikamaru Jin, which made Renji cower immediately. If you go all out with Ichigo, isn't that courting death? He can't die yet, he has to save Rukia. Renji took a deep breath. Kaido, Rukia is now imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance, wearing prison equipment that suppresses Ryatsu and restricts movement. She was very moved when she heard that you came to rescue her. Renji told the truth. Repentance Palace, Ichigo murmured, remembering the place of the Palace of Confessions. In front of the powerful Ichigo, Renji gritted his teeth, lowered his head and said, "Although I hate you, I admit that I can't beat you and I still want to rescue Rukia." With a look of determination on Renji's face, his voice couldn't help but get louder. "I care about Rukia more than you. I will become stronger and defeat Captain Kuchiki. I swear to my soul." Seeing Renji like this, he said such firm words again. Ichigo was slightly stunned, thinking that this Renji is not a bad person. He has a close relationship with Rukia and is deeply enlightened. He is a man. Just, what does that care about Rukia more than you mean? The black cat Yhwach took over the conversation and said, "So our purpose is the same now. Are you here to cooperate with us?" Yhwach knew Renji from Urahara. Renji was Rukia's childhood companion, and together they entered the Academy of Spirit Art to learn to become Shinigami. The two had a deep relationship. When Renji appeared, Yhwach knew what Renji was planning. Renji nodded. "Yes, our goal is to rescue Rukia, so we are not enemies." "Well, you can't stay here for too long, let's go." Yhwach runs somewhere with Ichigo and Renji. Soon after, Yhwach took Ichigo and Renji to a cave-like place, which was as wide as the underground training ground of the Urahara store. Yhwach explained, "This is the place where Urahara and I practiced secretly 100 years ago. Urahara practiced Bankai here. 100 years have passed, and Shinigami has not found this place, and this place still exists. It turns out that this is a training place created by Urahara 100 years ago. Yhwach brought Ichigo and Renji here. One is to avoid the pursuit of Shinigami, and the other is to try to let them learn Bankai during this time to increase the success rate of rescuing Rukia." Saying that, Yhwach recovered his body and put on his clothes. Almost got Ichigo and Renji nosebleeds. Both Ichigo and Renji were stunned incoherently. You, it turned out to be a woman." Yhwach laughed and looked at Ichigo and Renji like fools. "Idiot, where have you ever seen a cat that can talk? I never said that I am not human. What two idiots." Indeed, the main reason why Yhwach presented himself as a black cat before was not to attract attention. After all, Yhwach and Urahara are wanted by the Soul Society. Now at this secret training base, naturally there is no need to hide anymore. Hype, from the Shihuan family, Renji has been in Sarete for decades, so he has some discernment, and he can tell that the black-skinned Yhwach belongs to Shihuan's family. Shihuan Yhwach, known as the Flash Goddess. Yhwach generously stated his name and identity. It almost made Renji's jaw drop. Flash Goddess Yhwach, the previous patriarch of the Shihuan family and the captain of the second team, unexpectedly met today. "Okay, there's no need to say anything else. Hurry up and train, time is running out." Yhwach waved his hand, and out of nowhere he pulled out something called Turning God Body. "Use this thing to practice, and you can practice Bankai faster." Yhwach explained to Ichigo and Renji, turning into the God Body can forcibly materialize the Zanpakuto body and summon it to the world where the user is. Defeat the materialized Zanpakuto and learn Bankai. That's how Kisuke learned Bankai. Yhwach explained to the two of them, in a word, this God Body is a thing that can make Zanpakuto materialize, and defeating the materialized Zanpakuto can learn Bankai. Ichigo has a strange expression on his face because he still needs 3 days to load Bankai, and he can learn it even if he doesn't practice. But Ichigo decided to try anyway, training with the materialized Zanpakuto. However, when Yhwach wanted to use the tension body to materialize Ichigo's Zanpakuto, it didn't work. No response. Ichigo's Zanpakuto did not materialize. It didn't work. What's going on? Yhwach tried several times, but the transformation didn't work on Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Strange, 100 times. Ichigo thought about it for a while and said, maybe I'm more special. Yhwach thinks it might be too. After all, Ichigo is too outrageous, and it seems understandable that the body transformation doesn't work. Then you guys come first. Yhwach pointed to Renji. Renji took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, Renji needs to practice Bankai faster to improve his strength to have a chance of defeating Byakuya. This is also the purpose of his coming here. With the help of the divine body, the practice of Bankai can be greatly accelerated. Yhwach then easily materialized Renji's Zanpakuto Zabumaru using the tension body. The materialized Zabumaru turned out to be two people. A white snake that looks like a child and a hairy woman like an ape. This is the materialization of Zabumaru. Renji was still surprised, but quickly adjusted his mentality and fought with the materialized Zanpakuto with all his strength. Although Renji tried his best every time he fought, he was defeated again and again. Nothing beats his materialized Zanpakuto Zabumaru. Being abused unilaterally, Renji was almost tortured to the point of doubting his life. It's so difficult to defeat the materialized Zanpakuto school Bankai. Renji was bruised all over, lying on the ground. His eyes were a little dull. He still underestimated the difficulty of learning Bankai. With his current strength, it is still too difficult to learn Bankai within a few days. In the original book, what Renji hastily learned is only an incomplete Bankai. Renji's qualifications are actually very high, and it is not too much to say that he is a genius. But if you want to learn Bankai, even a genius will have to spend years or even decades. In today's entire Gotei 13, how many will be Bankai? Those who know Bankai are almost all captains. They are all the highest combat power of Gotei 13. How can it be so easy to learn? Yhwach also shook his head. With Renji's current state, he wants to learn Bankai within 3 days. It seems that there is not much hope. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Yhwach's mind. She turned to Ichigo and shouted, Ichigo, why don't you try that for him? Of course, Ichigo knew that what Yhwach asked him to try was his accelerated growth system ability. When Ichigo showed this ability before, both Urahara and Yhwach saw it, and both believed that Ichigo had the special natural ability to activate and strengthen others. Now thinking maybe try it on Renji. Otherwise, with Renji's ability, it may be difficult to practice Bankai after a few days of hard work, and the progress will not be too great. What is that? Renji, who was lying on the ground covered in bruises, was puzzled and did not understand the content of the conversation between Yhwach and Ichigo. Ichigo thought for a while and said, this may not work. Ichigo's accelerated growth system is only available to members of the protagonist group. He doesn't know if Renji is what the system calls a member of the protagonist group. Like Yhwach and Urahara, Ichigo has no way to speed them up. Look at that poor guy, Ichigo, just give it a try. What if it works? If it doesn't work, there's nothing to lose, is there? Yhwach crossed his arms and suggested. If it was before, Ichigo would also dislike Renji. After all, it was Renji and Byakuya who came to arrest Rukia in this world. But now, after knowing something about Renji and Rukia, Ichigo has a big change in Renji. And Renji is also willing to risk his life to save Rukia. Renji and Ichigo seem to be of the same type. Although Ichigo is powerful, he is still a boy at heart. The corners of Ichigo's mouth were raised with a bit of mischief, and he glanced at Renji, who was tired and fell to the ground quite complacently. You poor red-haired guy, so I'll try it out. Ichigo's tone was rather generous. Pure heart just wanted to disgust Renji. Nanny, what are you talking about? When Renji, who was so tired and lying on the ground, heard Ichigo's words, a bunch of anger symbols immediately appeared on his face. You be ******* D are pitying me. You want to fight, don't you? Renji stood up and glared at Ichigo like he was about to fight. Ichigo couldn't wait for this. He leaned over and said leisurely, come on, with your little strength, I don't even need to use Zanpakuto to beat you to the ground. Ichigo is not bragging. He loaded the blood battle panel, not to mention the current Renji, even Byakuya. I am afraid that he can be defeated with bare hands. You, don't go too far. Renji was very ashamed, but his aptitude was inferior to Ichigo's, so he had no choice but to confess. Yhwach spread his hands helplessly. Okay, stop bickering, you two, let's start. Hold out your hand. Ichigo said to Renji reluctantly. You want me to hold out my hand? What do you mean? Renji was a little confused, wondering why Ichigo asked him to hold out his hand. Don't dawdle, hurry up. If you don't see that you are too weak like a poor bug, do you think I am willing to help you? You be *****D. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you want to become stronger? Think, then hurry up if you miss this village there will be no store here. Good. After some bickering, Renji obediently held out his hand in order to become stronger. In fact, Ichigo does not know whether his ability can accelerate Renji to become stronger. Ichigo squeezed Renji's hand, the huge force made Renji's eyes hurt and his eyes almost popped out. Are you kidding me? Renji is thinking that Ichigo and Yhwach are playing him together. About to get angry, but I only heard Ichigo say lightly, speed up. Immediately, Renji's pupils shrank suddenly with an expression of disbelief. He heard a series of voices clearly in his mind. Ding, one of the protagonist team members, Abarai Renji accelerated success. Reiatsu's growth acceleration is successful, and you get the Reiatsu in the early stage of the bloody battle. Zanpakuto ability accelerates success, you comprehend Bankai Su Zabumaru. In the late stage of the bloody battle, the return panel of the Lingwang Palace is loading, and it is expected to take 10 days. I saw a powerful Reiatsu erupting from Renji at this time. This Reiatsu also reached the captain level. After all, the acceleration system directly promoted Renji's Reiatsu to the early stage of the Millennium Blood War. In that time period, Renji went through the battle with Byakuya and Aizen in the Soul Society Salvation chapter, the battle with multiple Arrancars in the Arrancar chapter, and the battle with the Fulmincers in the Fulminule chapter after the Arrancar chapter. Before the outbreak, he practiced hard again. According to him, at that time, after 1 year and 7 months of hard training, he had reached the level where he could fight Aizen. Renji feels a little better about himself. Not to mention the battle with Aizen, after the Millennium Bloody Battle, Ace Not F Fear of the Star-Crossed Knights was helpless. But even so, Renji's Reiatsu has reached the level of the early stage of the bloody battle. Although it is far from reaching the realm of competing with Aizen, it is still a proper captain level, except that Reiatsu gets stronger. Renji also realized Bankai. This Bankai is not the half-finished Bankai Baboon King Zabumaru in the original work, but the complete Bankai, Su Zabumaru. Straightforward is totally Bankai. The Reiatsu obtained by Renji in the early stage of the bloody battle is much stronger than before, and he is indeed qualified to control Su Zabumaru. As for the later stage of the Millennium Blood War, the basic panel after returning from training in the Lingwang Palace needs to be loaded for 10 days. Ichigo also heard the sound of loading, and Yhwach saw the change in Renji, his eyes widened in disbelief. Surprisingly, it succeeded. Neither Ichigo nor Yhwach thought that they just strengthened Renji with the idea of giving it a try, but it succeeded. Renji turned out to be a member of the protagonist group. Of course, in the original book, Renji is the second male and the third male, so he naturally belongs to the protagonist group, and Ichigo's acceleration system is naturally effective. A powerful Reiatsu erupted from Renji's body, and Bankai's mysteries were comprehended in his brain and body muscles. At this time, his mind was blank, as if he was about to lose his ability to think because of the shock. After a while, he came back to his senses in a daze, looked at his hands full of strength in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Oh my God. Ichigo, what kind of ability do you have? This is too amazing." Renji even changed the name of Ichigo. I used to call Kurosaki Ichigo all the time, but now I just changed my nickname to Ichigo. Ichigo's ability to accelerate growth is indeed too heaven-defying. In the original book, Renji needs to practice for 2.5 years, including many battles of life and death, before Reiatsu can reach the current level. Bankai also needs to go through hard training, and even after going to the Lingwang Palace to practice, he knows his real name, Zanpakuto Bankai, and learns Zabumaru the real Bankai. But now it is completely unnecessary. Ichigo helped him realize it ahead of schedule. Surprised and grateful to Ichigo, Renji's eyes lit up. Bankai Su Zabumaru, he couldn't wait to use his Bankai. A wave of Reiatsu shot up into the sky, and when it dissipated, Renji appeared in the form of Bankai. I saw Renji from Bankai. His body was covered with some hair, and his right arm was covered by a snake-headed skull. Renji held a knife in his right hand, and Reiatsu was powerful and majestic. This is Renji's real Bankai, Su Zabumaru. This kid's Bankai is very strong. Looking at Renji behind Bankai, Yhwach felt the powerful Reiatsu and aura emanating from Renji and couldn't help but admire Renji's Bankai is very strong. Ichigo also nodded, "Is this Zanpakuto's Bankai? I don't know what my Bankai will be." Seeing other people's Bankai, Ichigo also starts to look forward to his Bankai. It took 3 days for his Bankai to load successfully. Is it because it's too strong? Ichigo thinks that Renji's Bankai does not need loading time, but his Bankai needs loading time. Maybe his Bankai is too strong or other reasons. Yhwach put away the body. Renji realized Bankai. This thing is useless. Renji felt the powerful force in his body, and seeing his new posture after Bankai, he felt both dreamy and very excited. He couldn't help but squeezed Zanpakuto's hand and said excitedly, "Now I am definitely qualified to fight against Captain Kuchiki. Rukia, I will definitely rescue you." "I will definitely." Renji, who suddenly gained great power, now thinks he can fight Byakuya and even defeat the Byakuya he has always looked up to. Rescuing Rukia is no longer a dream. All the while, Renji had Byakuya as a goal to try to catch up to. But Byakuya's strength is too strong. Even though Renji has worked hard for decades and became the vice-captain of the 6th team, there is still a huge gap between Byakuya that is difficult to overcome. Even if he swore to his soul in his confession that he would risk his life to save Rukia. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that even if he risked his life, he might not be Byakuya's opponent and he couldn't save Rukia at all. But now all this has changed. Renji was inexplicably strengthened by Ichigo. Not only Ryatsu became stronger, but also Bankai Zabumaru. Possessing great strength, he feels that he is qualified to compete with Byakuya and even cross this mountain that was out of reach in the past and really rescue Rukia. All these changes were brought to him by Ichigo. Excited. "Ichigo, how do you guys have such heaven-defying power?" "It's incredible." Renji was so excited that he rushed over to hug Ichigo, but Ichigo stopped him with a hand on his forehead. "Thanks to me, I wouldn't be like this. I'm not interested in you." "Hey," Renji smirked. Even though he has gained stronger power, he still looks naive most of the time. "Then what should we do now? Go straight to the Palace of Repentance and rescue Rukia?" Renji can't wait to save Rukia, but Yhwach shook his head. "No, Shinigami is heavily guarded outside. Rushing in rashly will only confront the entire Gotei 13 head-on. This is not a wise move. Also, are you really sure of defeating your Captain Kuchiki?" Yhwach's words made Renji calm down. There are still a few days before Rukia's execution, and the defense outside is so tight now. Even if he gained great strength, he was only at the level of a captain, and there are 13 powerful captains in Gotei 13 outside. A frontal conflict is tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble, which is very dangerous and unwise. At least Yhwach thinks so. Moreover, Yhwach is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity for Aizen and others to show their feet. Because she is the only one who knows the inside story of Rukia's execution except for Aizen. Let Aizen show his feet, Gotei 13 notices, and arrest Aizen together. This is the best plan. Rather than rushing directly to the Palace of Confessions to confront Gotei 13 head-on. Ichigo nodded, agreeing with Yhwach's statement. It is not easy to save Rukia. Ichigo's strength is much stronger than Renji's, but his combat experience is still a bit worse. There are still 3 days before Bankai can be loaded successfully. To be on the safe side, Ichigo also thinks that it is more appropriate to save people after loading Bankai and learning the Bankai of double swords. So, Ichigo and Renji continue to train in this secret training base to improve their combat experience. What made Renji very skeptical about his life was that he, who acquired a stronger Ryatsu and learned Zabumaru Bankai, used Bankai, but he couldn't take any advantage in front of the double sword Ichigo and was completely abused. Ichigo's strength is so terrifying, far superior to him. While Ichigo was training with Renji, on the other side, Uryu and Orihime, disguised as Shinigami, slipped to a certain place in Serete wearing a Seba costume. Here, they met 7 or 8 Shinigami soldiers talking and laughing. When these Shinigami soldiers saw Uryu and Orihime, they greeted them with harmless smiles on their faces. Hello you two, I don't think I've seen you before. Which team are you from?" We are the 3rd team." Yhwach pushed his glasses and randomly reported a team. Orihime also quickly echoed with a smile. Yes, we are in the 3rd team, hello everyone." Because it was a lie, Orihime's smile was inevitably a little awkward. The 7 or 8 Shinigami surrounded them with smiles on their faces and surrounded Uryu and Orihime. "Are you from the 3rd division? We are from the 12th division. Why did your 3rd division appear in our 12th division?" Of course it doesn't matter, let's get to know each other. By the way, what are your names?" These Shinigami members of the 12th squad are talking to each other, but they have already surrounded Uryu and Orihime, and they are constantly shrinking the range. Orihime was at a loss for a while, but Uryu had a keen sense of danger. These members of the 12th squad gave him a very abnormal feeling. They may well have been found. "And now, use your abilities," Yhwach shouted. Sure enough, the next moment, bang, bang, bang. These 7 or 8 Shinigami soldiers from the 12th division exploded, and these people turned out to be human bombs. The explosion produced powerful destructive power, but it now used the shield ability of Shuangshin Gishi one step ahead of Uryu's reminder, completely defending against the explosion damage of the bomb. leaving Oriheim and Uryu unscathed. However, this made both Oriheim and Uryu feel lingering fear. The Shinigami of the 12th Division just now looked like real people, or they were the real Shinigami, but they were used as human bombs and they were killed when they exploded. Thinking about it feels a little creepy. Jai jai jai, the reaction is not bad, Quincy. A cold laugh came from the wall next to it, and a strange figure appeared on the wall. This person is the captain of the 12th Division, Kuretsuchi Mayuri. The Shinigami soldiers of the 12th Division just now were made into human bombs by him. In order to capture Uryu and Oriheim, he did not hesitate to detonate these Shinigami soldiers. The lives of Shinigami soldiers are worthless in the eyes of Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Or in other words, in order to capture the materials he wants to study, he can do whatever he can without any scruples. What a vile fellow. Uryu stared at Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who suddenly appeared, thinking that this person was too mean and insidious. Despicable, HMPH. Kuretsuchi Mayuri snorted coldly and sneered at Uryu's evaluation. It's the honor of those useless guys to sacrifice for scientific research. It's me who bestowed this honor on them. Otherwise, they're just a waste of time. Kuretsuchi Mayuri has his own rhetoric, thinking that those Shinigami soldiers who he detonated as human bombs just now are honored to sacrifice for science. Naturally, Uryu and Oriheim cannot understand and agree with this point of view. With Uryu's eyesight, he can see that Kuretsuchi Mayuri in front of him is very dangerous, and the Hayori on Kuretsuchi Mayuri's body also shows his identity, the captain of the 12th Division. The captain-level Shinigami are all such despicable people. Because Quincy and Shinigami are hostile, and some other reasons, Uryu doesn't like any Shinigami other than Ichigo and even has some disgust, especially for Kuretsuchi Mayuri at the moment. At this time, a figure came and appeared beside Kuretsuchi Mayuri. This is Kuretsuchi Mayuri's adjutant Nirvana. Nirvana stood beside Kuretsuchi Mayuri expressionlessly, like a cold robot just waiting for an order from Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri laughed excitedly, looking at Uryu and Oriheim with eyes full of excitement. Jai jai jai, a rare Quincy, a human who can use special abilities. I'm so lucky. Come on, be my research material. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was originally only interested in Uryu, but after seeing Oriheim's ability to use special abilities, he also became very interested in Oriheim and wanted to capture Uryu and Oriheim back for research. If it is studied by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the end may be worse than death. Uryu's expression was a bit dignified. This Kuretsuchi Mayuri is the captain of Shinigami, and he is mean and weird, so he is not easy to deal with. And now, I'll deal with them, stand back. As soon as Yhwach raised his hand, he condensed a sacred arrow that was almost as tall as a human. He knew that Oriheim's character was not suitable for fighting, and Oriheim's combat experience was almost zero, so he told her to back off and be careful and let him deal with Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Nirvana. Ishida-san, are you okay? Oriheim was worried. Don't worry, I'm not as good as Kurosaki, but I still have some skills. After Yhwach saw Ichigo killing the captain and splitting Sarete, he thought he was not as good as Ichigo, but he also loaded the basic strength panel of the bloody battle period. It's just that there is no holy text yet, and it is also very strong. Oriheim nodded and ran back, taking some distance. Kuretsuchi Mayuri sneered, raised his hand, and threw a bomb-like prop at the running Oriheim. Mean. Uryu quickly drew his bow, and a blue arrow shot out, piercing the bomb that Kuretsuchi Mayuri threw at Oriheim. The bomb was penetrated by the arrow and also exploded. Fortunately, Oriheim was not hurt, but Yhwach is still too young. When he helped Oriheim stop the bomb thrown by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the adjutant Na Yinmeng next to Kuretsuchi Mayuri suddenly disappeared and came to Yhwach with Shunpo in an instant. Open your hands and hug Yhwach tightly. What? Hey, what are you doing, hey? Yulong's eyes widened, and he was a little flustered for a while being tightly hugged by Na Yinmeng. After all, he is only a teenager. Jai immature brat. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, Kuretsuchi Mayuri rose into the air and stabbed directly at Adamu. Na Yinmeng's body was pierced by Kuretsuchi Mayuri with Zanpakuto, but still hugged Rain Dragon with both hands as much as possible. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto, after piercing the body of Na Yinmu, proceeds to stab Rain Dragon. The skin of Yulong's abdomen was cut, and it was about to penetrate into the internal organs. Fortunately, Yhwach reacted fairly quickly and immediately used the static blood equipment. The static blood equipment was also activated by Ichigo for him to accelerate. In an instant, blue blood veins emerged from Uryu's whole body, and his body's defense was greatly improved, preventing Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto from piercing again. A mighty Rihatsu erupted from Yulong's body, and she pushed away Na Yin-meng who was hugging her and broke free from the restraints. Nirvana was pierced by Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto and was thrown away by Yulong's powerful Rihatsu, smashing hard to the ground, where a pool of bloodline appeared. Uryu really didn't expect that Kuretsuchi Mayuri's insidiousness far exceeded his expectations. Kuretsuchi Mayuri first pretended to attack Orihime to attract Uryu's attention, and then let the adjutant Naomu hug him tightly to create a chance for Kuretsuchi Mayuri to pierce along with Naomu Uryu. Even the cautious Uryu fell for Kuretsuchi Mayuri's dastardly tricks. After all, Yulong is still a little young, Jiang is still old and hot, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri's experience and tricks are very mean and sophisticated. Fortunately, Yulong blocked Kuretsuchi Mayuri's attack with the static blood outfit but suffered some skin trauma. Useless trash, let me let you go. Kuretsuchi Mayuri still looked disgusted at this time, blaming Na Yin-meng for not hugging Yulong tightly, making his plan just now go to waste, and failing to seriously injure Yulong. I'm sorry, Master Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but the subordinate is incompetent. Nirvana didn't complain at all, she only blamed herself for being incompetent. She wanted to stand up and continue to perform the task. But she couldn't stand up because her body was pierced by Kuretsuchi Mayuri and was seriously injured. Seeing that Na Yinmu was seriously injured and hated by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, Orihime covered his mouth with his hands in surprise. At the same time, he also felt that Na Yinmu was an enemy, but he was so pitiful. A look of anger rose on Yulong's face and he said angrily, "You be ****D, you use your Shinigami soldiers as human bombs and let your adjutant make such sacrifices, you be ****D. As what?" Uryu is questioning Kuretsuchi Mayuri because Kuretsuchi Mayuri doesn't regard companions as human beings at all. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was very disdainful when faced with Uryu's questioning. "Companion, she's just an artificial human made by me." Kuretsuchi Mayuri snorted coldly, "Put away your disgusting sense of justice, I think it's my freedom to do anything to her." "And are you okay? Are you caring about others? Do you still have the heart to care about others?" Kuretsuchi Mayuri taunts Uryu. Yulong's face changed suddenly because he suddenly felt a sense of numbness. Although the numbness was relatively slight, it was enough to affect his actions. Jai, it seems that you have also found out." Kuretsuchi Mayuri raised the Zanpakuto Jizo in his hand, with a proud and excited face. "Even if the poison on my Zanpakuto is only slightly contaminated, even a whale can't move. And you are poisoned. There is poison on Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto." Zanpakuto also pierced the skin of the Rain Dragon's abdomen after piercing the Nirvana Dream just now, successfully poisoning the Rain Dragon. Kuretsuchi Mayuri looked at Uryu as if he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered or an outstanding experimental material. "It's a pity if you stab deeper and pour the poison into your internal organs, you probably don't even have the strength to speak now, Quincy Master. Become my research material." If it wasn't for Yulong's quick reaction to defend Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto with a static blood outfit, he might have been pierced through the abdomen and poisoned even deeper. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who seemed to have a winning hand, continued his rhetoric. "Quincier, the last time I researched it was more than 10 years ago. It's an old man and old Quincier, and it's not very interesting to study. It seems to be called Ishida Zonxian, just like you. Is it related?" Hearing what Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, Uryu's eyes narrowed and his entire face turned cold. "Ishida Zonxian is Uryu's grandfather. Judging by your expression, it's very important. Why is it possible that you still want to kill me?" Kuretsuchi Mayuri didn't care about the killing intent emanating from Yulong's body at all and seemed confident in his poison. Back then, the old Quincy was besieged by Su and he even asked Shinigami for help. "Hahaha, it's ridiculous. We Shinigami are hostile to Quincy. And I deliberately delayed the Shinigami's rescue. When the Shinigami's rescue team arrived, the old guy had already been killed. Hahaha, I also obtained the spirit body of the Quincy Master for research. It's just that that guy is too old, and the various functions of the soul body are aging, and there are not many useful things to research, and the soul body dissipates quickly, what a pity." Kuretsuchi Mayuri told the truth of the year. Back then, Uryu's grandfather was besieged by a group of Su and asked Shinigami to rescue him, but the rescue was interfered by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, which made it late. Yulong finally understood the truth of his grandfather's death. Although Ishida Zonxian died directly at the hands of Su, but Kuretsuchi Mayuri's blocking of the rescue is also an indirect cause, an indirect murderer. Be ****D, unforgivable. In an instant, Uryu's glasses reflected a cold light, and the blue Ryatsu on his body suddenly swelled and shot straight into the sky. Nanny, isn't he poisoned? Kuretsuchi Mayuri was startled immediately and his expression changed. Uryu is clearly affected by his super poison, but still can play such a powerful Riatsu. In fact, the poison of Kuretsuchi Mayuri has been suppressed by Yhwach with the static blood suit and the powerful Riatsu, and now he doesn't feel paralyzed at all. Ishida-san's Riatsu is really strong, but Oriheim, who was standing in the back, nervously folded his hands and saw Uryu's Riatsu. Although it is not as good as Ichigo, it is still very strong. Na Yin-meng, who was seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood, also showed an inconceivable look. She also didn't expect that the Quincy, who was hugged tightly by her just now, could resist the poison of Kuretsuchi Mayuri and possess such a powerful Riatsu. The strength of this Riatsu has definitely reached the captain level of Shinigami. Facing the enemy in front of him who indirectly killed his grandfather, Yhwach became angry. HMPH, brat, you just resisted my poison, don't get too carried away. Kuretsuchi Mayuri snorted coldly, threw an explosive object in one hand to cover people's eyes and ears, and then used Shunpo to instantly come behind Uryu and swung the Jizo in his hand. It's a pity that Yhwach saw through Kuretsuchi Mayuri's actions and jumped into the air with a flying sickle. Pulling away the sacred arrow in his hand, a spiritual bow was shot out instantly. The current Yhwach is loaded with the basic combat power panel of the Bloody Battle period, and the bows and arrows it shoots are extremely fast and powerful. Kuretsuchi Mayuri made a mistake and did not escape. One arm was destroyed by Yhwach's arrow. Blood splattered everywhere and he was in a panic. Damn brat, Kuretsuchi Mayuri roared with rage when one arm was destroyed. He didn't expect Yhwach to be able to suppress the toxin that killed him, and his own speed and the destructive power of the bow and arrow were so amazing. Among the Quincy masters he had seen before, none was as strong as Yhwach. Of course, this also d off Kuretsuchi Mayuri completely. He raised his Zanpakuto with his remaining arm and said angrily, Bankai, Golden Zodiac kills K Siddhagarbha. Kuretsuchi Mayuri unleashes his Bankai. His Zanpakuto swelled instantly and turned into a huge caterpillar. The caterpillar's head was the face of a baby, which looked ferocious and pervasive. Not only that, but the many feet of the golden killing Jizo can be transformed into many sharp blades, and a stronger poisonous gas is spit out from the mouth, and the poisonous gas is all over the sky for a while. I wanted to arrest you intact, but you are so stubborn you can't blame me. Furious, Kuretsuchi Mayuri knew that if he didn't use Bankai, he could hardly take down Rain Dragon. After using Bankai, maybe Yhwach will lose arms and legs, and the experimental materials will be incomplete, but now he can't care about so much. Is this Shinigami's Bankai? Yhwach's face was also a little dignified. It was the first time he had ever met Shinigami's Bankai. Ichigo's dual swords are Shikai's normal. Ichigo doesn't understand Bankai now. Ikamaru Jin, whom I met in Jinglingting Westgate before, was given by Ichigo before Bankai had time to use it. The golden Jizo in front of him is the first Bankai Yhwach saw. Shinigami's Bankai is basically an enhanced version of Shikai. Just like the golden killing Jizo in front of you compared with Shikai, its attack power has been improved by several levels, and the power of Toxin is far beyond Shikai. Yhwach took a deep breath. Although a little surprised, there is no fear, because he is also very strong now. Go Golden Zodiac Killer. Kuretsuchi Mayuri roared. Sharp knives emerged from the caterpillar's forefeet, screaming and spitting out poisonous gas, and swallowed it towards the Rain Dragon. Kuretsuchi Mayuri wants to defeat Uryu with one blow and take Uryu down. Yhwach didn't flinch, his eyes were full of determination. Facing the enemy Kuretsuchi Mayuri, he also wanted to kill him. Call. Riatsu burst out from Yhwach's whole body, pulled away the sacred arrow, and condensed a powerful arrow. The coercion emanating from this arrow made Na Yin-meng, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, feel terrified. A sense of danger came to mind. No, Master Kuretsuchi Mayuri. May die, Nirvana was created by Kuretsuchi Mayuri. No matter how Kuretsuchi Mayuri is, Nirvana does not want anything to happen to Kuretsuchi Mayuri. She stood up desperately and then jumped in front of Yhwach. She will save Kuretsuchi Mayuri from Raining Dragon's arrow. Uryu had already aimed at the attacking Golden Jizo, the head of Kuretsuchi Mayuri standing behind the Golden Jizo. But just when he was about to let go of the string, the figure of Ni Yin-meng suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Ni Yin-meng appearing in front of him, Yhwach suddenly hesitated. Hateful. The kind-hearted Yhwach adjusted the direction of the arrow at the last moment, and the arrow whizzed past Ni Yin-meng's body but missed Ni Yin-meng. The blue arrow was so powerful that it even pierced through and exploded the menacing golden K Siddhagarbha. The golden killing Jizo was like a balloon, and his whole body exploded. not end yet. The speed of the arrow was still extremely fast, and it hit Kuretsuchi Mayuri behind the golden hideout. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's own hard power is not strong among the captains, and Uryu's arrows are so powerful that Kuretsuchi Mayuri has no time to stop and was shot. At this time, half of Kuretsuchi Mayuri's body was gone. If Na Yin-meng hadn't jumped out to block at the last moment, Yhwach had adjusted his direction and missed the arrow. Yulong's arrow can directly blow the head of Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Without an arm, half of his body and a leg, if it was someone else who was so seriously injured, he should have died immediately. But Kuretsuchi Mayuri is not dead. Hateful. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said these two words with the last of his strength, and then his body turned into a puddle of liquid, scattered, and ran away. If Yulong's arrow hit Kuretsuchi Mayuri's head just now, then Kuretsuchi Mayuri would die immediately. But Yhwach couldn't bear to shoot Na Yin-meng, so the angle deviated, only destroying half of Kuretsuchi Mayuri's body, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri turned into liquid and escaped. Yhwach raised the sacred arrow and wanted to pursue it. It's just that his face changed, and half of his face turned black and blue, which is a sign of poisoning. Yhwach only felt that his body was numb and his movements were restricted. This is that guy's poison. Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Zanpakuto is highly poisonous, especially the golden Zanpakuto after Bankai, who breathed out poisonous gas as soon as he was summoned. Although the golden killing Jizo was destroyed by Yulong's arrow, the poisonous gas in his body exploded like a flood. Even if it was as strong as Yhwach, it was eroded by toxins which affected its mobility. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who turned into a liquid, escaped helplessly, just a little bit. Cough, cough, cough. Uryu regrets that he was not able to kill Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Oriheim in the rear saw that Uryu seemed to be injured, so he rushed up. Student Ishida, you are. Oriheim was taken aback when he saw Uryu with a half-black face, quickly used the healing ability to heal the rain dragon, but Oriheim's healing ability is relatively limited for detoxification. It can only suppress the toxin of Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but cannot get rid of it. After all, there is still a difference between detoxification and treatment. Yhwach underestimated the poison of Kuretsuchi Mayuri, but using Ryatsu and static blood equipment, plus Oriheim's ability to suppress the toxin is not life-threatening, and the toxin can be completely suppressed in 3 to 5 days. But 3 to 5 days is too long in this dangerous Jinglingting. This is very fatal. Thanks. Na Yin-meng, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, looked at Yhwach and said thank you. If you want to vent your anger, you can kill me. Although Na Yin-meng was seriously injured, her words were very calm. It was she who interfered with Uryu shooting Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Uryu could kill her if she wanted to vent her anger. She would not fight back. Oriheim was taken aback by Na Yin-meng's words. Miss, please don't say such words. The kind-hearted Oriheim saw everything just now. Nirvana was created by Kuretsuchi Mayuri, and everything obeyed Kuretsuchi Mayuri's orders. Even though Kuretsuchi Mayuri was harsh on her, Oriheim actually sympathized with Nirvana. Yhwach sat on the ground and sighed. No, you don't hate me. Yhwach is not a person who likes to kill randomly, and thinking of being surrounded by Na Yin-meng just now, Yhwach, who is still a young man, is somewhat uncomfortable and unbearable. As a big man himself with such a powerful Quincy master, there is no need to argue with Na Yin-meng. Na Yin-meng stared slightly in her consciousness. If it was Kuretsuchi Mayuri facing the enemy, she would kill without hesitation, but Yhwach did not kill Na Yin-meng, who hindered him and even cursed no words. This made Na Yin-meng very surprised and was touched like a human being. Kuretsuchi Mayuri-sama's poison, I have the antidote. Na Yin-meng stood up with difficulty, opened the adjutant's sign hanging on her arm, took out the antidote inside and handed it to Yhwach. Yhwach was slightly taken aback and took the antidote. Then he chose to believe in Nirvana dream and took the antidote. Sure enough, the toxin on his body quickly dissipated until it was completely gone. Thank you, Miss Yin-meng. Oriheim smiled at Nirvana and thanked Nirvana for the antidote. Human-like emotions emerged again in Na Yin-meng's heart. She was thanked for the first time. Go quickly, if you don't go, someone will come soon. Na Yin-meng reminded suddenly. Uryu and Oriheim nodded. The battle just now made such a big commotion. Other Shinigami will come soon and they have to leave as soon as possible. The detoxified Yhwach took a deep breath, put away the sacred arrow in his hand, glanced at Na Yin-meng and thanked him. Uryu and Oriheim are about to run. Na Yin-meng's voice came from behind. By the way, you are going to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, right? She's being held in the Palace of Confessions and guarded by 2 captains. Be careful when you go. In gratitude to Uryu and Oriheim, Nirvana tells what she knows. It was the first time Uryu and Oriheim heard about Rukia. Rukia is imprisoned in the Palace of Confessions, guarded by 2 captains. Thank you, Miss Yin-meng. Uryu and Orihime ran away quickly. Not long after the two left, Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, came with people, followed by Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division. Sui Feng and Toshiro looked at the buildings destroyed by the fighting on both sides, and the poisonous gas filled the air and coughed while covering their mouths. What's going on here? Where's Captain Nirvana? Just now we sensed Captain Nirvana's Ryatsu rushing over. What about the others now? What about the travel disaster? Sui Feng covered his mouth and asked a series of questions to Ni Yin Meng, who fell on the ground. Na Yin Meng, Captain Nai was defeated by Lu Huan and fled. Lu Huan and the others also left. Na Yin Meng's words surprised both Sui Feng and Toshiro. Although they had some guesses after seeing this scene after they came here, they were still shocked when they heard Na Yin Meng say that Kuretsuchi Mayuri was defeated. Another captain was defeated by Brigade. It was Ikamaru Jin before who was instantly killed by Ichigo, and now Kuretsuchi Mayuri was seriously injured by Uryu and escaped. The power of these travel disasters is too strong, defeated 2 captains in a row. Damn, where did they go? Sui Feng can't wait to bring Lu Mi to justice as soon as possible. I don't know. Ni Yin Meng didn't say which direction Yulong was running to. Sui Feng's eyes are sharp. She has some doubts about Na Yin Meng. But it is true that Ni Yin Meng's breath is weak and serious injury is true, and Ni Yin Meng has no reason to lie. With a soft snort, Sui Feng left with the 2nd squad and continued to hunt for Lao. The powerful Ryatsu that erupted from the battle between Uryu and Kuretsuchi Mayuri just now was naturally felt by many Shinigami in Jinglingting. They felt the 2 powerful Ryatsu breaths, and then heard the news of Kuretsuchi Mayuri's defeat, and everyone was shocked again. Another captain has been defeated by Brigade, and judging by Ryatsu, it's not the same Brigade. The strength of this travel disaster is also very strong. Palace of Confessions. Byakuya stands guard nearby along with Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi was also sent by Captain Yamamoto to guard the Repentance Palace together with Byakuya. The reason why Kenpachi was also sent here is that one more captain is more secure because of the strength of the travel accident. And the second is that the captain of Yamamoto knows Kenpachi's temperament, so, in order to prevent Kenpachi from causing other troubles at this juncture, he left Death ordered him to guard here, and he was not allowed to leave the scope of the Confession Palace. Kenpachi is also more willing to take on this job, because compared to him looking for a needle in a haystack with a very poor sense of direction, it is better to wait here at the Palace of Repentance. Maybe they will come by themselves. At this time, Byakuya frowned slightly. These travel accidents. Byakuya is not only the captain of the 6th Division, but also the head of the Kuchiki family, who is responsible for establishing and maintaining the order of the Soul Society. Ichigo and others came to rescue Rukia. The invasion destroyed the Jingling Court, which is a violation of the rules of the Soul Society. From Byakuya's standpoint, I can't wait to capture Ichigo and the others and bring them to justice. Of course, Byakuya's heart is actually a bit complicated. Ichigo and the others can come to the Soul Society to save Rukia regardless of safety and risk, but as Rukia's elder brother he can't. He chose to abandon Rukia and maintain the glory of the Kuchiki family. Really, why haven't these travel disasters come yet? Being able to defeat Ikamaru Jin, and that be ****D Nirvana, what a be ****D. When Kenpachi felt the Ryatsu of Uryu fighting with Kuretsuchi Mayuri just now, his blood boiled and he wanted to rush out. It's just that Uryu and Kuretsuchi Mayuri's Ryatsu disappeared very quickly. After all, Uryu defeated Kuretsuchi Mayuri only in a moment. This made Kenpachi very helpless, feeling like his whole body was going to be moldy. I'm bored by Akuya Kuchiki, how about we fight? I've wanted to fight with you for a long time, come or not. Bored Kenpachi wants to fight Byakuya. He really deserves to be a reckless man who only thinks about fighting, not interested in. Byakuya just glanced at Kenpachi coldly, not bothering to pay attention to Kenpachi, a madman who only loves fighting. On the other side, after Uryu and Orihime escaped, at a certain corner I ran into Sato and Sol, who were also avoiding Shinigami's pursuit. Sato, Sol, why are you here? Ishida Inao. They met so soon and the 4 of them looked at each other for a while. I was taken aback. Oni stood on Sato's shoulders, put his hands on his stomach, and was relieved to see Uryu and Orihime. Just now Sol and Sato escaped together. Originally, Sato had already changed into Shinigami's deadly outfit, which theoretically would not be so easy to detect. But Hun can't wear the Seba costume, and he doesn't want to be stuffed in Sato's pocket and can't breathe. Then, everywhere a normal person can recognize that Sato and Sol are travel disasters, and the 2 have been chased and intercepted by Shinigami. Jinglingting is round as a whole, and they are not familiar with the map of Jinglingting, so they collided with Yhwach and the others while running. This is also good, saving time to find. Run, there's another Shinigami catching up behind you. Yhwach noticed a group of Shinigami chasing from behind, his expression changed, and he ran forward with them. After fleeing for a long time, he finally got rid of the Shinigami who was chasing after him. Uryu Sato and the others also came to the area of the 8th team. Soon, Uryu Sato and the others met the 3rd seed of the 8th division and had a conflict. Sato knocked the man flying with one punch. But at this moment, a man who looked like an uncle wearing a bamboo hat and Hanabiyori appeared. This person is naturally the captain of the 8th division, Karakura Town, and beside him was the vice-captain Issei Nano who looked disgusted. A few distinguished guests are here, why don't you say hello? When Yhwach Sato and the others saw Jingle, they immediately tensed up because they felt that this person was very dangerous. Much stronger than the 3rd seed of the 8th team, not at the same level at all. Even Uryu thinks Kairaku is more dangerous than the Kurasuchi Mayuri he met before. He looks frivolous on the outside, but he is actually a very strong and dangerous guy. Sol has already secretly hid behind Sato, poked out his head quietly and swept his lewd eyes at Nanao Issei next to Jingle. But the next moment, Hun felt greatly disappointed. Flat, not interested in. Yhwach Sato, who was originally tense, almost fell down when he heard Hun's words. Yhwach scolded the Soul angrily. What time is it? What are you pretending to be in your mind? Sato couldn't help punching Hun, causing a small bump to bulge on Hun's head. Oriheim has an innocent look on his face. Flat, what does that mean? Seeing Yhwach and his party fighting, especially the word flat, deeply hurt Chisu's heart. Kiksu gritted her teeth, furious, and cursed at Jingla beside her. Your adjutant has been ridiculed by others, why are you so calm? Quickly take some of these travel disasters. Among Gotei 13, Nanao Issei is probably the only one who can yell at her captain like this. Jingle scratched her head, with a smirk on her face, pretending she didn't know anything. Moreover, Jingle didn't intend to take action against Yhwach and the others. After all, thoughtful, he thinks that Yhwach and the others are not bad guys or enemies. What kind of villain can someone break into Soul Society to save his comrades? People who share a common goal are not enemies. Therefore, Jingle smiled and extended his hand to the 4 of Yhwach. Let me introduce myself, Kairaku Town, the captain of the 8th team, hello. How about we cooperate? Jingling Court, Room 46. This is the highest authority of the Soul Society. But at this time there were only 2 people here and they were all wearing Captain Hiyori with the characters 5 and 9 written on the Hiyori. The identities of these 2 people are Aizen Sasuke, captain of the 5th division, and Tausen Kaname, the captain of the 9th division. Room 46 was originally a place that Captain Shinigami couldn't easily step into. In other words, Room 46 has been controlled by Aizen and Tausen at this time. All the noble counselors in the 46th room were killed, and they died for more than 10 days, and no one noticed and found out, which is really a bit miraculous. At this time, Aizen's face was not as calm as before, but a trace of sadness was on his face. Kurosaki Ichigo, I didn't expect him to grow to this extent. Aizen also had to pay attention to the Ryatsu and slash shown by Ichigo before, splitting Jinglingting and killing Ikamaru Jin in seconds. It seems that Ichigo is no longer the pitifully immature Ichigo who just became a Shinigami in his impression. Ichigo's Ryatsu made him feel scared. Ichigo's power can't even resist Ikamaru Jin, who is the strongest among the captains. Ichigo's growth rate far exceeded Aizen's expectations, and so is Yhwach. In the 46th room, Tausen watched the battle between Uryu and Kurasuchi Mayuri through the instrument. This battle can be described in 2 words, crushing. Uryu crushed Kurasuchi Mayuri all the way, even Kurasuchi Mayuri's Bankai, Uryu crushed it with 1 arrow. The strength of Yhwach, the Quincy Master, is actually so strong. Tausen vaguely remembers that not long ago, when Uryu and Ichigo in the present Karakura Town played against each other, Uryu and Ichigo joined forces, and even Jillian Menos Grand was hard to beat. But now, how come both of them are so strong? Ichigo in particular is insanely strong. Master Aizen, then what should we do now? Tausen Kaname on the side spoke respectfully. In fact, Tausen has been under Aizen 100 years ago. One captain turned out to be another captain's subordinate. Many people would find it unbelievable to tell such a thing, but that is the truth. At this moment, Aizen had a premonition. Yes, I think the execution will be prevented. Aizen predicts that Rukia's execution will be prevented, either by Ichigo them or by Kairaku Shunsui et al. Master Aizen, what should we do then? Tausen was a little anxious. The reason why Aizen spent a lot of time manipulating the 46 chambers was to execute Rukia with a double click, completely vaporize Rukia's soul, and take out the Hagioku in Rukia's body. But now it seems that this execution can be easily prevented. Moreover, before obtaining Hagioku, Aizen, who had carefully planned for hundreds of years, did not dare to overdo it. Now he is not only afraid of Captain Yamamoto but also Ichigo. Maybe it will capsize in the ditch. However, Aizen smiled, regaining a confident smile on his face. To take out Hagioku, there is another way. Another way is the technique of extracting items from the soul invented by Urahara Kisuke. Since Urahara can put things into the soul, he also has the technology to take things out of the soul. This technology, Aizen has now learned, is stored in the materials in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book under room 46. Aizen has to prepare the second method, so that it is foolproof. Not long after, Aizen really found the count of items taken from the soul left by Urahara 100 years ago in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Even Aizen couldn't help but praise the mystery of this technology. Urahara Kisuke, what a talent you are! Urahara's research ability, whether it is the research of Hagioku or the technique of extracting items from the soul, makes Aizen quite admire. In terms of mind and IQ, Urahara is not inferior to Aizen in some aspects and even better than Aizen. The execution can almost begin. Aizen's eyes were deep and he felt that the execution could be carried out in advance. Tausen next to him hesitated but still asked, "Master Aizen, what about Ikamaru Jin?" Ikamaru Jin pretended to seek refuge with Aizen. Aizen had asked him to meet and let go of Ichigo at the west gate of Jinglingting in order to confuse the public. This was Aizen's original plan, but plans can't keep up with changes. Ikamaru Jin was slashed by Ichigo in seconds. Even though he was healed by Unohana and out of danger, his mobility has only recovered a little, and he is still recovering from his injuries in the 4th Division team building. In this way, Ikamaru Jin cannot participate in Aizen's plan. In this regard, Aizen is not concerned. It's okay, yes. I'm very clear about Yin's purpose of approaching me, which is to kill me, and I'm also very curious about when and how he will attack me. If he doesn't come, or if he can't come, then forget it, and it won't have any impact on our plan. Aizen has always known that Yin approached him to kill him. And bringing Ikamaru Jin with him, in addition to letting Ikamaru Jin do some things, the more important thing is to have some interest in Ikamaru Jin, to see how Ikamaru Jin will kill him. Now that Ikamaru Jin is seriously injured, Aizen doesn't care and doesn't affect his plan at all. Early the next morning, a sensational event happened in Jinglingting. Aizen Sasuke, captain of the 5th Division, was killed. The entity was pierced by a sword and nailed to a tall building. Blood flowed down the wall, staining it red. The appearance of death is very miserable and frightening. It is said that Hinamori, the vice-captain of the 5th Squad, discovered it. Hinamori, who has always admired Aizen, found out that Aizen died and his mind exploded. In Aizen's room, a letter left by Aizen was found. The letter reads, "I came across a conspiracy. The captain of our Gotei 13 colluded with the travel disaster. The purpose is to destroy the entire Jinglingting. Tao, if one day I am gone, the person who killed me must be captain of the Juban, Hitsugeya Toshiro." This is Aizen's letter to Hinamori. The letter states that if he is killed, then the murderer is Toshiro, who colluded with Travel Calamity to destroy Jinglingting. Hinamori went crazy after seeing this letter. She chose to believe Aizen's words completely and was desperate to kill Toshiro, who lived with her since she was a child. Others naturally don't believe that Toshiro is the murderer, and there is no proof stopping Hinamori. Almost everyone thinks that the murderer of Aizen was Toshiro, who wanted to put the blame on Toshiro. But Hinamori, as if obsessed, completely believed in the letter left by Aizen and decided that Toshiro was the murderer. This broke Toshiro's heart. I have to say that Hinamori is also really good, and he was able to restrain a captain by himself. As for Aizen's corpse, it was naturally transported back to the 4th team by Unohana Ritsu, the captain of the 4th team, for an autopsy. Everything in Aizen's corpse is normal, but for some reason Unohana feels a sense of disobedience. But as for what was unusual about the corpse, even she couldn't tell. It just feels weird. Aizen's fake death not only delayed the two captains Toshiro and Unohana, but also made Jinglingting point the finger at Ichigo and the others, making everyone except Hinamori think that the accident killed Aizen. So there is a smoother reason to plan for the next step. Then a shocking news came from room 46. On the other side, a secret training base. Renji fought Ichigo here all day, and Renji was so tired that he fell to the ground. What makes him even more unbelievable is that Rihatsu, who has been promoted for 2.5 years and has learned Bankai Zabumaru, is no match for Ichigo at all. Ichigo's double sword Zagetsu is only Shikai, but Bankai's Renji is completely hoisted to fight. Of course, the two also gained some improvement in their fighting experience during this fighting training. Ichigo successfully loaded Bankai, 2 days left. After 2 days, Ichigo will be able to comprehend the double sword Bankai, no matter how powerful it is. Ichigo also felt that learning Bankai before saving Rukia would be safer and more sure. After all, the current Ichigo does not have Byakuya Kuchiki as a target to defeat, and Byakuya has long been insufficient as a target for Ichigo. Ichigo saves Rukia, he's going to challenge the entire Soul Society. Only by comprehending Bankai can we be more confident in rescuing Rukia. After lying down for a while, Renji stood up and stretched his muscles. Ichigo, I have to go back. I'm going to appease Rukia and tell her that I've become stronger so she doesn't have to worry. Renji thought about going to the Penance Palace to visit Rukia. Tell Rukia something about him and Ichigo, don't worry, she will be rescued. I thought you were going to stay here forever and never go back. Speaking of which, when you go back, how are you going to explain that to Byakuya? You've been training here all day. Sitting on a rock, Yhwach asked with a slightly teasing tone. Explain. Renji scratched his head, then had an idea. By the way, I just said that I went to hunt down Brigade. Renji has not completely torn face with Byakuya now. Renji is still the vice-captain of the 6th team, and has not really stated that he will fight against Byakuya to rescue Rukia. If Byakuya went back and asked why he didn't come to yesterday's gathering, or why he didn't see him for a day, Renji would justifiably say that he went to hunt down the travel disaster. I can't figure it out, you guys are quite dishonest. Yhwach sneered slightly. Renji left the training base. I'm going to go out too, I'm not worried about other people, and I'll take a look at what's going on outside. Yhwach also turned into a black cat and went out to check the situation outside. Not long after Renji came out, he heard a shocking news. Captain Aizen Sasuke of the 5th Division was killed. Captain Aizen was killed. Renji was confused. He and Aizen were fairly familiar. He was still in the 5th team at the beginning, but later the gentle and kind Aizen captain transferred him away and joined the 6th team. It's just that Renji was even more puzzled. Ichigo obviously trained with him all day yesterday, and he also knew that Ichigo was definitely not the kind of cruel and ruthless person, and it was impossible for him to kill people indiscriminately. Yulong and other people are similar. How could the murderer be a travel accident? Could it be? Captain Hitsugaya really did it. Renji also heard a rumor that Aizen left a letter that was seen by the vice-captain Hinamori, and then Hinamori insisted that Toshiro was the murderer. The death of Aizen also made the Shinigami members of Gotei 13 hate and fear Ichigo and others even more, and all places are heavily guarded. Not long after, Renji walked near the Palace of Repentance and saw Byakuya with an indifferent face. Captain Kuchiki. Renji quickly saluted his captain. Byakuya looked at him coldly. Renji, where did you go yesterday? Byakuya pays great attention to the rules and order. Renji didn't see anyone all day yesterday. As the vice-captain of the 6th squad, and it's a tense time of the invasion, it's really not a good thing to leave without authorization. Back to Captain Kuchiki, I'm going to hunt down Brigade. Renji has already thought up a speech, but he is not very fluent in this speech. Captain Kuchiki, yesterday I saw a black cat. I heard that this black cat was also a member of the accident, so I chased after it, but the black cat was very fast. After chasing for a long time, it stopped. Lost track. Byakuya took a deep look at Renji, who lowered his head and finally didn't say much, just reminded him, this is not an example. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. Renji raised his head, secretly delighted that Byakuya was really fooled by him. In other words, Byakuya's mood is more complicated now and he doesn't care about it. Captain, I want to go in and check on Rukia. Renji took a deep breath and looked at Byakuya seriously. A few days ago, Renji and Byakuya would occasionally visit Rukia at the Penance Palace. But things are different now. Now is an extraordinary period because the purpose of the travel disaster is to rescue Rukia. In order to maintain the so-called order of the Jingling Court, Captain Yamamoto ordered Byakuya Kinpachi to guard the Palace of Repentance, and no one can easily enter the Palace of Repentance. So Byakuya still denied Renji's request. No, Renji was taken aback for a moment. Why? Captain, Rukia is going to be in a few days. I want to see Rukia. Renji wants to meet Rukia, tell her something about Ichigo, and reassure Rukia that they will definitely rescue Rukia. But Byakuya was unwilling to let him go because of business. Captain, please let me in, Renji begged again. Byakuya sighed softly but still shook his head no. Renji clenched his fists tightly. It's not that he hates Byakuya's inhumanity, but he hates some so-called Order of Soul society. At this moment, an astonishing news came out of room 46. Due to the intrusion of the travel disaster, in order to avoid further changes, the 46th room unanimously decided to execute the prisoner Rukia Kuchiki immediately. And by the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin, the captain of the 9th Division, Tausen Kaname, and the captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi. The 4 captains are responsible for escorting Rukia Kuchiki to Bipolar Hill. And the other captains must rush to Bipolar Hill to ensure the smooth progress of the execution. Hearing the order to execute Rukia immediately, Renji's eyes widened and his mind went blank. All this was too unexpected. Even Byakuya shuddered a bit, his face full of disbelief. Everyone was taken aback by room 46's sudden order to execute Rukia immediately. Although Byakuya had made a decision before and chose to stand on the side of the Kuchiki family, but when the execution really came, Rukia would be executed and would be double-clicked to run through her soul. Byakuya's heart was very complicated. Byakuya closed his eyes, trying to calm down his complex emotions. Fei Zhen, I'm sorry. Byakuya apologized in heart to his late wife Kuchiki Hinma, who is also Rukia's older sister. He was very reluctant to part with Rukia in his heart, but he swore at the grave of his deceased parents that he would never break the rules of the Kuchiki family and protect the honor of the Kuchiki family. So this time, he really couldn't help himself and had no choice. Renji was struck by lightning. Sentence: execute Rukia immediately. Just kidding, isn't there still a week before the execution deadline? Why is it going to be executed now? Why is this? Why? Renji's mentality exploded. Rukia's execution time has been reduced again and again. Originally, it was reduced to 20 days a month, and then reduced to 2 weeks. Renji originally wanted to visit Rukia, and told Rukia some news about Ichigo and him so that Rukia would be happy. Unexpectedly, the change came so suddenly. Those guys in room 46 want to execute Rukia immediately. Why does Rukia have to die? Renji roared angrily, but this roar in the face of the order of the 46th room seemed so pale and powerless. 8th team. Captain Kairaku Shunsui hid Uryu, Sato, Orihime, and Sol into the fan team yesterday despite the strong opposition of Vice Captain Nanao Ise. Today Aizen died. Even if everyone blamed it on the accident, Jingle didn't think so, because Yhwach and the others were all with him last night. As for Ichigo, Jingle also judged that he was not the murderer. So this thing seems weird, just like Rukia's execution. Rukia's execution was full of doubts, but because it was the order of the 46th room and Captain Yamamoto strictly followed it, no one could doubt it. What is even more abnormal now is that room 46 actually wants to execute Rukia immediately. 4 captain-level Shinigami were also assigned to escort, and all the other captains were also sent to guard the Bipolar Hill to ensure the smooth progress of the execution. At this time, Joshiro was also in the 8th squad. Jingle, Joshiro, Uryu, and a group of people sat together. They were originally discussing cooperation to save lives. Because both Jingle and Joshiro felt that Rukia's execution was too strange, and Rukia was a member of Joshiro's team, Joshiro couldn't bear to lose Rukia, so he had already moved the idea of intercepting the execution ground. Even the props to seal Bipolar Hill are ready. They were discussing specific rescue measures, but Jingle and Joshiro led Yamamoto's captain away, and Uryu and the others took the opportunity to save people. But now, the plan still can't keep up with the changes, but room 46 is going to execute Rukia now. After hearing the news, both Jingle and Joshiro's expressions darkened, extremely dignified. Why? Are those guys so obsessed with executing Ms. Kuchiki? What's the secret behind Ms. Kuchiki? Jingle narrowed his eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Rukia's execution was strange. It seemed that Rukia had to die in room 46. There must be some dark secret during this period. As for why, Jingle, Joshiro, and the others don't know, and they can't guess it at all. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that they know that this thing is weird and they want to save people. Damn it, those guys in room 46 are really too much. Even the good old man Joshiro thinks that room 46 has gone too far. Rukia is going to be executed now. It is simply not leaving any way for Rukia. Joshiro has lost Shiba Kaien and doesn't want to lose Rukia anymore. After Yhwach, Sato, and Orihime were surprised, they all became very nervous and urgent. Execution now. Yhwach took a deep breath. Now most of the poison of the golden killing Jizo on his body has been removed, but there is still a small part remaining, which slightly affects his strength. I wanted to wait a few days to recover the peak and awaken the holy text, but it was too late. Now we have to save people. Student Kuchiki. Oriheim's heart tightened thinking of the time when she got along with Rukia at school. Her nose was a little sore. She didn't want to lose her classmate Kuchiki. Hun burst into tears. Big sister, my big sister. I don't want to lose you, you can't die. We're going to rescue you right now. Sister, I want you to trample on me one more time, no, countless times. Rukia can be said to be soul's savior. Without Rukia, there would be no soul. Whether it is out of kindness or other reasons, Soul does not want to lose Rukia but wants to save Rukia. Kairaku took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Jashiro and stood up. There is no other way, let's go to Bipolar Hill. Jingle and Jashiro took the props to seal Bipolar, while Uryu and the others disguised themselves as Shinigami and followed Jingle and Jashiro to Bipolar Hill to save people. In the second team, Suifeng always obeyed any orders from his superiors, and he had no friendship with Rukia, so he took the day before yesterday to Bipolar Hill to maintain the order of the execution. Unohana is still in the fourth team. She who is in charge of inspecting Aizen's corpse feels a violation on the corpse but can't find the reason. This situation makes her very puzzled and she has a bad omen in her heart. In the fourth team there is another captain, the third team captain Ikamaru Jin. Since Ikamaru Jin was seriously injured by Ichigo, even though he was healed by Unohana, he was still inconvenient to move, and he was still being treated and recuperated by the fourth team. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of Ichigo's almost exhausted crescent moon yesterday was. If Ikamaru Jin hadn't been blown away, he probably would have died. At this time, Ikamaru Jin also received an order from room 46 to execute Rukia. Of all this, he naturally knew what was going on. Captain Aizen, to act. Ikamaru Jin thought that he hadn't got back part of Rangaku's lost soul, so he chose to stand up and leave the fourth team's hospital. He still has to choose to follow Aizen. But just after he walked out of the hospital gate, a person suddenly appeared behind him, hugging Ikamaru Jin, who was about to leave. Silver, please don't leave me again, okay? Silver. It turned out to be Matsumoto Rangaku, vice captain of the 10th Division. A woman's intuition is sometimes very accurate, and Rangaku has a strong feeling that Ikamaru Jin is going to leave her again, just like when he was a child. Rangaku hugged Ikamaru Jin tightly, not letting him go. Even Rangaku has a feeling that if she lets go today, she will probably lose Ikamaru Jin forever. Being embraced by the one he loves, Ikamaru Jin was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. His expression is unusually complicated. Team 7. After receiving the order from room 46, Kamamura Sajin went to the Palace of Confessions to escort Rukia. Kamamura is a very righteous person, but sometimes his brain is not very bright. On the way, he met his good friend Tausen Kaname, captain of the 9th Division, and rushed to the Palace of Repentance together. Aizen was killed. Ikamaru Jin was seriously injured and blocked by Rangaku. Toshiro was caught up in Hinamori's affairs because of Hinamori's affairs. Unohana is busy investigating the corpse, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri is recovering from serious injuries. From this point of view, among the 13 captains of Gotei, 5 cannot participate in the execution and only 8 can participate. It is said that Yhwach turned into a black cat, left the secret training base, came out to inquire about outside news, and search for traces of Yulong and others by the way. She learned about Aizen's killing from some Shinigami soldiers, which made her frown. That guy Aizen is playing dead, his plan should be sped up. All this time, Yhwach and Urahara knew the true face of Aizen. Aizen was killed. They don't believe it. It's all just Aizen's disguise. And Aizen pretending to be dead may also mean that Aizen's plan will be accelerated. Sure enough, Yhwach soon heard the news that Rukia was to be executed immediately. What? His complexion changed instantly. Yhwach didn't expect this, and Rukia's execution date is now. Execution now. I have to go back and inform Ichigo immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Yhwach hurriedly returned to the secret base to inform Ichigo. After a while, Kamamura and Tausen arrived at the Palace of Confessions. In this way, together with Kenpachi and Byakuya, who were guarding here, the 4 captains who were responsible for escorting Rukia to the execution ground of Bipolar Hill arrived. The blind man Tausen said blankly, Captain Zaraki, Captain Kuchiki, we are ordered to escort Rukia Kuchiki to the execution ground immediately. At this time, Kamamura Sajin was still wearing a helmet, but his tone seemed to be full of justice. Let's go, we can't delay the execution. Kenpachi, guarding the confession palace, has always looked bored, with his hands on the back of his head lying on his back. He waited for the travel accident here, and waited for a long time, extremely depressed. As for Rukia's execution or something, he doesn't care. Kenpachi glanced at the approaching Tausen and Kamamura, disappointment flashed across his face, and he said lazily and a little arrogantly, I thought it was a travel accident, but I didn't expect it to be you two guys. Although they are both captains, Kenpachi has never considered Kamamura and Tausen very much because Kenpachi thinks they are weak. Let him lose interest. Zaraki Kenpachi, what are you D talking about? Kamamura is half impatient, and seeing Kenpachi's lazy and contemptuous look made him very upset. Ah, literally. Kenpachi, who has waited for a long time and hasn't seen any accidents, is not in a good mood, and he is unlikely to apologize or retreat, which shows that he just looks down on the strength of Kamamura and Tausen, and he can fight if he is not convinced. Kamamura's anger rose, his veins bulged, and he couldn't help but burst out. Tausen stopped Kamamura with one hand and persuaded him, "Forget it, Kamamura, don't be as knowledgeable as this reckless man so as not to delay the business." While several captains were talking, Rukia, who was wearing a prison uniform, was taken out of the Palace of Repentance by 4 young men. Rukia wears Riatsu-suppressing implements around her neck, hands, and feet. At this time, Rukia also looked confused. Originally, there were still several days before the execution, but now it came suddenly. Rukia heard that Ichigo and the others came to rescue her before, and Ichigo showed a powerful Riatsu after defeating the captain. Rukia's heart was rekindled with hope of life. After all, who would want to leave their classmates, friends, captain, brother, and die? But now Room 46 wants to execute her immediately. Rukia's hope seemed to be shattered at once and vanished. Rukia's eyes were terrified when she was taken out of the Penance Palace, and she also saw Byakuya and Renji in front of the Penitence Palace. Byakuya closed his eyes and did not speak. In fact, he is also very complicated in his heart, but he has to abide by the rules and order of the Soul Society. Otherwise, if he, the head of the Kuchiki family, doesn't obey the order, how can anyone obey? Aren't the rules of the Soul Society useless? Rukia. Renji couldn't control that much, so he rushed to rescue Rukia. Byakuya opened his eyes and stopped him. Wait, meanwhile, Byakuya got in front of Renji with an extremely fast shunpo. Renji, I don't want you to get emotional. Byakuya is persuading Renji. But Rukia is about to be executed. How can Renji stay calm? He swore to his soul that he would save Rukia. This is not a matter of will, this is an oath he made to his soul. Renji drew out the Zanpakuto Zabumaru hanging from his waist. Even against the mighty Byakuya, even with 3 other captains at his side, Renji didn't back down. Captain Kuchiki offended, Byakuya stopped Renji, and Renji knew that he could save Rukia only by defeating Byakuya, so he and Byakuya must have a fight. Oh. Not far away, Kenpachi looked over with a rare interest on his face. Abare Renji and Byakuya Kuchiki's infighting? Interesting. In fact, Kenpachi would rather have him fight Byakuya, but there was no excuse to fight. Madness. Tausen, dark-skinned and grim-faced, made such an assessment. He felt that Renji, who blocked the execution, was too stupid. With only the strength of a deputy captain, trying to stop the execution is like a mayfly shaking a tree or a mantis trying to stop a cart. After all, generally speaking, the strength gap between the vice-captain and the captain is very large, not to mention that there are 4 captains here at this time. Byakuya took a deep breath with a cold face. You escort the man there first and I will stop him. Byakuya asked the other 3 captains to escort Rukia to Bipolar Hill first and he would stop Renji. Rukia saw below Byakuya was about to fight Renji and shouted, "Renji, leave me alone. Brother, please forgive me, don't kill Renji." Rukia naturally also knows, how can Renji be Byakuya's opponent? I just ask Byakuya to show mercy and save Renji's life. That's part of the reason why Byakuya offered him to stop Renji. Anyway, Renji was also his adjutant and Rukia's childhood sweetheart. Byakuya couldn't bear to kill him, at most he was seriously injured. If it was another captain, this would not necessarily be the case. Byakuya blocks Renji in part to save him. But what Byakuya didn't expect was that Renji is different now. Seeing Renji's determined face, he took a deep breath and suddenly a powerful Riatsu erupted from his body. Swastika solution, Su Zabumaru. As soon as Renji came up, he used his Bankai. After all, he also knows Byakuya's strength. If he doesn't use Bankai, he has no chance of winning, so he doesn't hesitate at all, just open Bankai. Renji's Bankai is not the half Bankai in the original book. Su Zabumaru is the real Bankai. Very powerful. Renji after Bankai, not only the Riatsu on his body has become stronger, but also his form has changed. The Death Fighter on his right hand is covered with fur, holding a jagged Zabumaru in his right hand, with a long snake tail at the end of Zabumaru, and his left hand becomes an ape-like arm, full of explosive power. As soon as Renji's Bankai came out, Byakuya, who was always calm, shrank his pupils, and the other 3 captains not far away were also surprised. The big dog Kamamura widened his beast-like eyes, which were only exposed, and shouted in disbelief. A mere vice captain, even Bankai. Generally speaking, very few vice captains use Bankai. In other words, if you can use Zanpakuto Bankai, you already have captain-level combat power. Renji's Bankai still looks strong. Even just judging from the Reiatsu emitted, it is not weaker than Kamamura's Bankai at all. Since I met Ichigo yesterday, Renji is no longer an ordinary vice captain. After learning Bankai, his combat power has reached the captain level, even surpassed some weaker captains. That guy has progressed so fast. Tausen secretly marveled in his heart. Originally, Aizen wanted to use Renji like Hinamari and others, but later discovered that Renji had the characteristics of disobeying orders, so he sent Renji to the 6th team. Of course, Tausen also paid some attention to Renji, but he didn't pay much attention to it before. But now, trying to prevent the execution, Renji uses his Bankai for the first time. Renji's talent to learn Bankai so quickly is amazing. Tausen felt that he and everyone else underestimated Renji. However, this has no effect and the ending will not change in the slightest. Tausen doesn't think that Renji can prevent the execution by knowing Bankai, which is naive. Even if Renji learned Bankai, he only learned it recently, and most of them, the Shinigami captains, learned it more than 10 or even 100 years ago. It may be difficult for Renji to defeat Byakuya. Renji, Rukia, who was taken out of the confession palace by a few young people, was also full of disbelief. Renji actually learned Bankai. When did this happen? With Renji's temperament, if he learns Bankai, he will definitely run over to show off to her immediately. But why doesn't she know? Renji originally wanted to tell Rukia, but he didn't expect that the plan could not catch up with the change. Before he could tell, Rukia was sentenced to death. Kenpachi, who shouldered the Zanpakuto, turned his head and looked at Renji, who opened the Bankai with interest. Kenpachi grinned. That's not bad, this Bankai. Kenpachi may be out of fighting instinct, or maybe he judged from Renji's Reiatsu. Renji's Bankai is not weak but quite strong. It is very rare for someone to be praised so much by Kenpachi. After all, Kenpachi doesn't like to compliment little guys. Even Kamamura and Tausen don't pay much attention to them. Although I really want to fight, it's not suitable to intervene in the battle between them at this time. Kenpachi's fighting nerves were mobilized by Renji's Bankai, and he wanted to fight Renji or Byakuya. And Kenpachi is not all reckless. Now Byakuya and Renji are fighting because of Rukia. Kenpachi has no reason and doesn't want to get involved in this fight. Is that yellow-haired travel disaster coming? Ieyasu is getting impatient. Kenpachi is very frantic and the big knife in his hand can't wait to fight. At this point, Byakuya looks at Renji in Bankai form. After being slightly surprised, his expression became serious and he said coldly, "Bankai, Renji, is this the capital you think you can challenge me?" No matter when Byakuya still can't change this brave problem. He could clearly see that Renji's Bankai was strong, but he just didn't want to admit it. "Captain Kuchiki, please enlighten me." Renji didn't want to dawdle any longer and let Byakuya teach him. Byakuya gave Renji a cold look, then pulled out the Zanpakuto Senbenzakura from his waist. The current Renji naturally has the strength to make Byakuya draw his sword. And not only draw the sword, Byakuya also used real skills. Holding Senbenzakura upside down in front of him, Byakuya recited Senbenzakura's liberation language. "Scatter, Senbenzakura." Byakuya performed Shikai. If the enemy is too weak, Byakuya usually uses Shunpo plus slash to kill the enemy instantly, but against Bankai's Renji, Byakuya used Shikai from the beginning. This also indirectly proves that Byakuya recognized Renji's current strength. It is worth letting him free Zanpakuto. In an instant, Byakuya Senbenzakura's blade turned into countless Sakura petals and swept towards Renji. And Byakuya is still controlled by hand. Control Senbenzakura by hand and it will be twice as fast. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Byakuya intends to deal with Renji with one blow. The overwhelming Sakura petals swept towards Renji aggressively. However, unexpectedly, Renji didn't dodge and there was no panic on his face. Renji moved his lips slightly and said softly, "Captain, you underestimate me too." During the speech, Renji waved Zabumaru with his right hand, shooting down all the surrounding Sakura petals. Easily cracked Byakuya's hand-controlled Senbenzakura. Senbenzakura doesn't even have the effect of scraping. Not only that, the front of Zabumaru in Renji's hand lit up with a red light, and a huge red ball was condensing. Bone Cannon. The baboon bone cannon condensed by Renji is like a powerful Siro from Menno's Grand, blasting towards Byakuya in an instant. Surprise appeared on Byakuya's face again. He didn't expect Renji to shoot down his Shikai Senbenzakura so easily, and the baboon bone cannon fired by Renji Zanpakuto was so strong that he was shocked. 81 of Bakuto splitting void. A huge transparent wall formed in front of Byakuya. In order to block Renji's Baboon Cannon, Byakuya even used the 81 Bakudo. Boom! The baboon bone cannon firmly hit the transparent wall, making a deafening sound. A mighty storm of Reiatsu has been set off all around, sweeping in all directions, making people blindfolded. At this time, Byakuya's pupils shrank because he heard the sound of click and click. How can this be? The transparent defensive wall formed by Byakuya's number 81 splitting void unexpectedly has dense cracks like spider webs. Can't stop Renji's baboon cannon. With a bang, the transparent defensive wall was destroyed by the baboon bone cannon. Byakuya never expected that the baboon bone cannon released by Renji Bankai would be so powerful. Not even the strongest defensive Bakudo splitting void he can unleash. The white wall formed by the splitting void shattered, and although most of the baboon cannon was weakened, it still had enough power to bombard Byakuya. Byakuya is experienced in combat and has quick reflexes. Immediately raise your hand to control Senbonzakura at twice the speed, and countless petals form another defense in front of Byakuya. The baboon bone cannon exploded. With a loud bang, all the Sakura petals in front of Byakuya were blown off again. Although Byakuya was not injured, he stepped back a few steps. In this duel, Byakuya actually lost. This is too incredible. Byakuya was stunned for a moment. Renji's three-legged cat kung fu before Byakuya couldn't be more clear. Even Renji before, I'm afraid he couldn't even see Byakuya's speed clearly, let alone be able to repel Byakuya. But now it is the case. Byakuya Bakudo plus Shikai Senbonzakura in the face-to-face confrontation, Renji failed to defend against Renji's baboon cannon, and Renji repelled Byakuya head-on. In just a few days or a day without seeing him, Renji not only learned Bankai, but his strength is also amazing. Of course, after meeting Ichigo, Renji not only comprehended Bankai, Reiatsu also strengthened to the early stage of the bloody battle. The real Bankai plus Reiatsu, the foundation of the early stage of the bloody battle, is already very strong. If in another 10 days, the basic panel is successfully loaded after returning from the Millennium Bloody Battle Spirit Palace, Renji's combat power will be raised by another level. But now Renji is enough to surprise Byakuya and everyone else. Rukia's eyes widened as if seeing an unbelievable scene. Renji, he actually forced Big Brother back. The little guys next to Rukia were actually trembling with fear from the mighty Reiatsu emitted by Renji during the battle. They were really afraid that Renji would give them a baboon bone cannon. Kamamura and Tausen were also surprised. Renji's Bankai is so strong, even Byakuya can push back. Hahaha, interesting Abare Renji, I didn't realize you had this ability before hahaha. Kenpachi laughed loudly, his face was full of excitement. You don't want to die? If you don't die, I will often fight with you in the future, hahaha. Kenpachi's fighting cells were mobilized, he hadn't realized that Renji was so strong before. If Renji has this level of strength, it will definitely be interesting to fight against him. Kenpachi hopes that Renji will not die in this battle, otherwise what a pity. At this moment Tausen frowned. Renji's strength exceeded his expectations once again. From this point of view, Renji is not completely unqualified to save people. Will it affect Aizen's plan? Tausen was careful. Then he turned his head and urged Kamamura and Kenpachi beside him. Don't look, let's go. Don't forget our task is to escort the prisoner. Tausen reminds Kamamura and Kenpachi that their task is to escort the prisoner Rukia to the execution ground, and there is no time to lose. That's right, the mission is important. I'll leave it to Captain Kuchiki here. Kamamura, full of sense of justice, nodded. Completing the task is their current top priority. Although Byakuya was knocked back a few steps by Renji just now, everyone still thinks that Renji's chances of winning are very low, and Byakuya can finish Renji. After all, Byakuya has been the captain for decades. I saw Byakuya exhaled slowly and his face became calm and indifferent again. Renji, you have become stronger. For the first time, Byakuya recognized Renji's strength verbally and in his heart. Renji can push him back, can he not admit it? Thank you for your compliment, Captain Kuchiki. Renji's expression didn't relax at all, and he didn't dare to relax, because he knew that Byakuya hadn't shown his true skills yet. Renji took a deep breath and looked at Byakuya. Captain, use your Bankai or you won't be able to stop me. Generally speaking, except for one or two captains, only when Bankai is used can the real strength be shown. Renji asked Byakuya to use his Bankai to show it off. Although Renji's words made Byakuya a little displeased, it made Byakuya feel that Renji was a little arrogant. But it is what it is. It also proved just now that Byakuya in Shikai state cannot stop Renji in Bankai. Byakuya didn't say much nonsense and slowly let go of the Senbonzakura vertical sword in his hand pointing down. Bankai, Senbonzakura Keijioshi. Senbonzakura sank into the ground, 2 rows of swords sprang up like mushrooms, and immediately formed a space field formed by sharp swords, enveloping Byakuya himself and Renji. Byakuya did use Bankai. All 3 of Tausen, Kamamura, and Kenpachi couldn't help but glance back. After all, it was also the first time for all of them to meet Byakuya's Bankai. Byakuya's Bankai Senbonzakura Keijoshi. It seems that whether it is the deterrence of the sword formation field formed or the Reiatsu emitted, it is very strong. At least it seems to be quite strong now. However, outsiders cannot see what is inside Senbonzakura Keijoshi. They also don't know what happened to Byakuya and Renji inside. Rukia's face was full of worry and anxiety. She didn't want Byakuya and Renji to have any casualties. And she can't help anything, or it is because of her that Byakuya and Renji are facing each other. She deeply blames herself. Come on, Miss Kuchiki, please don't make things difficult for me. Seeing that Rukia was not moving forward, several young people around urged Rukia to go on the road and head to the bipolar hill. These little guys were guarding Rukia in the Palace of Confessions before, and now they are also taking Rukia to the bipolar hill. Afterwards, if the double-click is triggered, they will cast spells and several Shinigami captains are escorting. Rukia was sad, anxious, and reluctant with complicated expressions. She can only take a step. Inside Senbonzakura Keijoshi, is this the captain's Bankai, really strong? Renji in Senbonzakura Keijoshi's domain couldn't help but dignified. This was the first time he saw and felt Byakuya's Bankai. Byakuya's Bankai has a combination of offense and defense, which is considered strong even among the captains. Trapping the enemy within Senbonzakura Keijoshi's domain also has a natural domain advantage. Byakuya looked indifferent, and when he raised his right hand, a Zanpakuto appeared in his hand immediately. Byakuya's figure disappeared in place, and he came to Renji's body with extremely fast shunpo and swung a knife. When the sound of sword clashing sounded, Renji catches the blow from Byakuya. Then the 2 sides went through dozens of moves, and Renji was able to block Byakuya's attack every time. Actually, in Senbonzakura Keijoshi, Byakuya's speed will appear a bit faster to the enemy, but Renji blocked all of Byakuya's slashes. Even with Bankai, Byakuya can't take Renji down with swordplay alone. This is not only because Renji Reiatsu and Bankai have become stronger, but also because he practiced sparring with Ichigo for a day yesterday. To be precise, I was abused by Ichigo for a day. Ichigo's speed and strength are much stronger than the current Byakuya. After being abused for a day, Renji can more or less adapt to Ichigo's speed, so it's no big problem to deal with Byakuya after Bankai at this time. Renji followed Byakuya's slash, and it seemed relatively easy. Captain, stop making unnecessary attempts, you can't defeat me like this. Byakuya's eyes were fixed slightly, and after a fight with Renji, the 2 separated and each took a few steps back. Renji, I have to admit you've impressed me already. Byakuya at this moment recognized Renji. Not only Renji's current strength, but also he learned Bankai in order to save Rukia and stopped Byakuya regardless of life and death. But the order of the Soul Society cannot be broken, nor can the dignity of the Kuchiki family be trampled on. Suddenly, a stunning white Reiatsu emerged from Byakuya's body. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. 2 wings grew from behind Byakuya, and holding the White Emperor Sword, he launched his current strongest move. He's going to really pull out and beat Renji. Seeing Byakuya in the posture of the White Emperor Sword, Renji was a little startled. As expected of Captain Kuchiki, Renji also felt that Byakuya's move was strong and he had to use his full strength. Renji growled a few times, mobilizing all the Reiatsu on him. The current Reiatsu intensity of the 2 is almost the same. Outside Senbonzakura Keijoshi, although others can't see what's going on in the field, they can feel the powerful Reiatsu of Byakuya and Renji. If it's just some ordinary Shinigami soldiers feeling this kind of captain-level powerful Reiatsu, I'm afraid they will be scared to the ground. For example, the little guys guarding Rukia felt that the pace of action was a bit difficult. Inside Senbonzakura Keijoshi, both Byakuya and Renji have finished accumulating strength, and they will fight with all their strength. With wings fluttering behind Byakuya, feet dangling in the air, he came towards Renji with the White Emperor Sword in both hands. Naturally, Renji was not to be outdone, and saw Zabumaru held in Reiatsu's right hand and the ape-like left arm covered above his left hand. Together, Zabumaru and the left arm used his strongest moves. Captain, this is a blow that I bet everything on. Snake-Tooth Baboon King Sharp Gun, a red light group that is more powerful than the Baboon Bone Cannon, just now shot out towards Byakuya. The strongest blows of the 2 collided together. The people outside only heard a loud bang. Subsequently, Byakuya's Senbonzakura Keijoshi realm disappeared. Two figures were revealed. After the fight, the two saw that Renji's death bully was in tatters, and there was a scar on his body that was pierced through half of his body by the Byakuya White Emperor Sword. Hateful. With the last of his strength, Renji uttered these two words, and then his body fell heavily to the ground. Renji thought he had lost to Byakuya. Although the fallen Renji is not completely unconscious and still retains consciousness, he can no longer stand up. He finally failed to defeat Byakuya and rescued Rukia. This made him blame himself very much, but he was powerless. Ichigo, you come here. Ichigo shouted Ichigo's name in his heart. He fails, and only Ichigo is left to save Rukia. Byakuya did not fall. But his Bankai was broken, his body was also injured, blood stained part of his captain Hiyori, and even the decoration on his head representing the nobles of the Kuchiki family was also smashed. Byakuya wanted to move forward, but the standing body staggered a few steps, almost unstable. Byakuya spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath became weaker. Fortunately, he used Senbonzakura to insert into the ground, so he held on and did not fall. So, the result is not that Renji loses but both lose, both lost their fighting power. No one thought that this would be the result. At the beginning, everyone thought that Byakuya could crush Renji as the vice-captain, but Renji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, and he fought with Byakuya to lose both sides. But before everyone had time to watch or marvel, the mutation happened. A person who is almost impossible to appear appears. In front of Rukia, a figure appeared out of thin air. This person has a refined complexion, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a gentle smile on his face. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Aizen Sasuke, captain of the 5th team. At this moment Rukia, several young people around Rukia, Kamamura and Kenpachi were all shocked. Blue, Captain Aizen, they are all dumbfounded. Isn't Aizen already killed and the corpses are hanging on the wall? Many Shinigami have seen this, even Unohana went for an autopsy. Aizen is obviously dead, so why did he appear here again? Aizen team, Captain, how did you appear here? Rukia was very surprised. For some reason, facing Captain Aizen, who was always gentle and kind, she felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Aizen ignored the little guys around Rukia but went straight to Rukia. He smiled as he walked. Rukia Kuchiki, don't you find it strange? Every step Aizen takes brings a strong sense of oppression to Rukia, and even Rukia suddenly feels that the sudden appearance of Aizen, who has come back from the dead in front of him, is terrifying. It is a suffocating horror. Under the influence of Aizen's powerful Reiatsu and aura, Rukia lost the ability to think and act for a while, and just stood there in a daze, her body trembling slightly. Several small soldiers around Rukia fell down one after another because they couldn't bear Aizen's powerful Reiatsu. Aizen. What do you mean? With a deafening roar, Kamamura Sajin immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto and confronted Aizen. Everyone can see that Aizen seems abnormal at this time, very different from before. Or just because Aizen resurrected from the dead and deceived everyone in Jinglington, Kamamura will question Aizen with a knife. But what Kamamura didn't expect, his friend Tausen Kaname shouted two words with his usual expression. Bankai, Yanmo Cricket. In an instant, a huge black oval barrier surrounded both Kamamura and Kenpachi. This is Tausen's Bankai Yama Cricket, whose ability is to make enemies within the barrier lose their senses other than touch. The reason why the sense of touch is left is to make the enemy feel the pain of being slaughtered. Kamamura never imagined that his friend Tausen, who upholds and implements justice like himself, would attack them, let alone that Tausen is Aizen's subordinate. But Tausen, who was covered by Yanmo Cricket, only felt the darkness, unable to see or hear. His roar could not be heard. Kenpachi was momentarily stunned by Tausen's sudden appearance of Bankai. After all, the sudden release of Tausen Bankai makes people lose all kinds of feelings, and it takes more or less a little time to adapt. Even Kenpachi is no exception. Can't hear, can't see, can't feel anything. Kenpachi, the fighting maniac, didn't feel any fear, though. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, feeling very excited. Byakuya also felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but after he and Renji lost both sides, he couldn't stand still. Damn it! A sense of powerlessness surged in Byakuya's heart. Aizen, who was in the distance, turned his head and smiled at Byakuya and an angry Renji. Excellent fight, Abare Renji Byakuya Kuchiki. At this moment, both Byakuya and Renji felt like they were being used and played by someone. Aizen only appeared after they had lost both sides. Aizen withdrew his gaze, looked at Rukia, grabbed the collar that restrained Reiatsu around Rukia's neck and lifted it up. He smiled and said to himself, "Don't you think it's strange? Rukia, Renji and Byakuya don't quite understand what's going on. I don't understand why Aizen resurrected from the dead appears here, and I don't understand what Aizen specifically means by strange. Rukia Kuchiki, you went to the present world, you met Kurosaki Ichigo, you were brought back by Byakuya Kuchiki, and you were executed by the 46th chamber. All of these were arranged by me. Aizen calmly revealed a shocking secret. Rukia's affairs are all controlled by him. What? Byakuya's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief, and the same was true for Renji, who was lying on the ground seriously injured. Rukia imparted the power to Ichigo Shinigami, was sentenced by the 46th chamber, and everything else was controlled by Aizen behind the scenes. Aizen is behind the scenes. Aizen tricked everyone except Urahara Kisuke Yorwichi and more. Poor Byakuya, who wants to maintain the order of Kuchiki's house. Everything he did according to the rules, hunting down Rukia, preventing Renji from saving people. All of them are used by Aizen to make wedding dresses for Aizen. After learning the truth, Byakuya felt that all this was so ridiculous and ridiculous. Byakuya wanted to kill Aizen at this time, but Byakuya, who was exhausted physically and mentally, spurted out a mouthful of blood before he could exert his strength and fell to the ground. Captain Kuchiki. Renji yelled, worried about Byakuya Kuchiki, but he was also seriously injured in the fight just now and he couldn't even stand up. Damn it. At this moment, Renji also knows everything. All this is Aizen's scheme. Even Captain Tausen Kanem of Division 9 is Aizen's helper. At this time, he can only hope that Kenpachi and Kamamura, who are trapped by Tausen Bankai, can break through Bankai and stop Aizen. It's ridiculous that there are not many people doubting the execution time and time again. No one doubted and verified the order of Room 46. Aizen laughed at the Soul Society system. Like a victor, he said to himself, the reason why the 4 captains came to escort the prisoners in the Palace of Confessions is because Yaobin is my subordinate, and he also expected that Yu Abare Renji would attack Byakuya Kuchiki. Yamamoto Yuanryasai and other Shinigami captains were ordered to await their execution at Bipolar Hill. They probably haven't noticed the abnormality now, so they are still waiting obediently. This is Aizen's real plan. Let Yamamoto Matayanagi and other captains go to the Bipolar Hill, which shows that it is a protective execution, but in fact it is just a distraction. As for the Confession Palace, Byakuya and Kenpachi were waiting here, and Tausen and Kamamura were sent here to escort the prisoners, but in fact Tausen Kanem was Aizen's subordinate. And let's be honest, even if Renji can't fight Byakuya, Kamamura and Kenpachi can't stop Aizen. Aizen's plan is really second, fooled everyone in Soul Society, inside Yanmo Cricket. Kamamura Sajin and Zaraki Kenpachi were surrounded by darkness, neither could see, hear, or feel anything. If it is an ordinary person suddenly plunged into a dark world, I am afraid that the mind will collapse. Even Kamamura the captain felt a wave of fear in his heart, however more surprise and anger. He would never have imagined that his friend Tausen Kanem, who upholds justice like himself, would sneak up on him. Tausen actually shot him. Tausen, why is this, Tausen? Kamamura roared angrily, the bloodshot eyes on his face were extremely fierce. However, in Tausen's Bankai Yanmo Cricket, Kamamura's voice seems to be inaudible, and his roaring voice can't even be heard by himself. After all, he has been deprived of many senses. The blind Tausen walked slowly in front of Kamamura with a very calm expression. Regardless of whether Kamamura could hear him, he said to himself, all this is for justice. Master Aizen is the dawn that illuminates the world and the justice I pursue. For Tausen, Aizen is the embodiment of justice. He has never changed, he has always adhered to and followed justice, but his justice is different from Kamamura and most Shinigami. Puff tilde the Zanpakuto in Tausen's hand pierced Kamamura's body. Because he still retains the sense of tactile pain, Kamamura felt severe pain from Tausen's knife. And Kamamura, who was seriously injured, had no strength to fight back and fell down unwillingly. After finishing Kamamura, Tausen slowly turned his head and looked at Kenpachi, who was also deprived of multiple senses. Tausen is blind, and he doesn't know how he sees when he is fighting with others, let alone how he conducts various researches. Similarly, Tausen walked slowly to Kenpachi's side and murmured alone, Zaraki Kenpachi, you are the embodiment of the beast, a ferocious beast that only knows how to fight. And my Bankai is the cage that traps the beast. Now you can't feel anything, you must be very scared. Tausen has always been uncomfortable with Kenpachi, and now that Kenpachi is in his Bankai domain, Tausen feels that he has successfully trapped the beast Kenpachi. Go to hell. Tausen lifts Zanpakuto and stabs at Kenpachi's heart. This is to kill Kenpachi. In addition to seeing Kenpachi not pleasing to the eye, there is another reason, that is, Kenpachi may pose a threat to Aizen, so Tausen Kanem got rid of Kenpachi to avoid future troubles. Puff. Tausen's Zanpakuto also submerged easily into Kenpachi's body. But at this moment, the corner of Kenpachi's mouth opened, revealing a ferocious smile. At the same time, Kenpachi's hand is still holding Towson's Zanpakuto firmly. The powerful force made it impossible for Towson to stab Zanpakuto in the slightest. Caught you. As Kenpachi grabbed Towson's Zanpakuto, Kenpachi regained his senses and saw the terrified Towson in front of him. How can this be? Towson never imagined that in his Bankai field, Kenpachi could catch him in this way. Before his Zanpakuto pierced Kenpachi's heart, Kenpachi relied on his extremely fast fighting reflexes to catch him. Ha ha ha. Kenpachi grinned ferociously and swung the Zanpakuto up sharply. How strong is Kenpachi's fighting power? Moreover, the current Kenpachi only uses his own strength to fight. Even if it is a close-range knife, Towson, who has poor defense, cannot bear it. Towson's body was shot from bottom to top by Kenpachi at close range. Blood splattered and scattered all over the ground. Towson was seriously injured and couldn't stand still. The seriously injured Towson's breath was unstable, and he could no longer maintain Bankai Yama cricket. With a bang, the space formed by Bankai exploded. Towson sneaked to win against Kamamura but lost to Kenpachi. Cut, is that the extent? Kenpachi shook the blood on Zanpakuto, his face full of disappointment. He originally thought that Towson, as the captain, should be quite strong, but the so-called Bankai was nothing more than that, and Towson himself couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Towson, who had been slashed, was not breathing well and his bones were crunching, much to the disappointment of Kenpachi, suddenly lost interest in Towson. As expected of Captain Zaraki, Renji, who was lying on his stomach seriously injured in the distance, suddenly became excited. Kenpachi beat Towson, so there's hope. Captain Zaraki, kill that B********** D Aizen, cough cough. Renji yelled loudly and coughed up some more blood. Now he can only hope that Kenpachi can defeat Aizen and save Rukia. No, I can't. I can't let you meet Aizen-sama, fight not yet. Towson braced himself and staggered towards Kenpachi. He didn't think he'd lost yet. Kenpachi was so disdainful that he didn't even want to shoot Towson. Towson, who is now seriously injured, has no fighting power at all. Kenpachi has no interest in weaker opponents. Not far away, Aizen still had a calm smile on his face. It seemed that he had expected all this. Yes, back down. Aizen tells Towson to back off. But Master Aizen. Towson also seems to want to fight Kenpachi to prevent Kenpachi from destroying Aizen's plan. I said, let you back down. Aizen's words cooled down and there was a strong sense of oppression in his tone, as if possessing an unparalleled power which made Towson stop suddenly with a terrified expression on his face. Master Aizen, please calm down. Aizen ignored Towson but looked at Kenpachi. Zaraki Kenpachi, you are a very interesting man. It's just that you are too weak now. Aizen said this with a very calm smile. He even felt that the current Kenpachi was too weak, poorly weak. What? Kenpachi froze for a moment, surprised by Aizen's words. Byakuya and Renji didn't know what Aizen meant. Zaraki Kenpachi is the captain of the 11th team of the Gotei 13 combat team, and Kenpachi is the title of the strongest Shinigami in history, except for the captain of Yamamoto. Even Byakuya doesn't want to mess with Kenpachi, a lunatic. Kenpachi, who is very powerful in the eyes of others, is considered weak by Aizen. Interesting, let's fight, Aizen. Kenpachi had a ferocious smile on his face and was excited. He defeated Towson in a flash, but he still felt that it was not enough. Kenpachi laughed and was about to slash at Aizen. I saw Aizen, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, smiled and made a tactic with one hand and said softly in his mouth, 90 of Hado, black coffin. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared around Kenpachi, and this aura continued to rise to form a huge black coffin that wrapped Kenpachi in it. This scene made both Byakuya and Renji's pupils shrink. It turned out to be the Hado of 90. There are not many people who can cast Hado above number 90 in the original book, and generally only Shinigami with extremely high attainments in Kaido can cast it. For example, the Kaido head and deputy Kaido head of the Kaido congregation, Urahara Kisuke, Yamamoto Genryuzai, etc. Even Byakuya, or Unohana, who often fight in the Kaido way in the original book, they only cast Kaido below 90. This shows the difficulty of Kaido above 90. At this time, Aizen used Hado's 90 black coffin easily without chanting, and the black coffin cast by Aizen was so huge that it was almost as high as the Palace of Repentance, and the aura it emitted was also so amazing. Surprised Byakuya and Renji so much. Aizen Kaido's accomplishments are so terrifying. Boom, black coffin spread out, revealing Kenpachi scarred and bloody inside. After taking a black coffin, Kenpachi didn't fall down yet, but his breath was more than half weaker than before. Interesting, Aizen ha 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 ha. The injured Kenpachi had no fear, but laughed excitedly. With a jerk, he removed his blindfold and the collar restraining Ryatsu around his neck. A powerful golden Ryatsu soars into the sky. As Kenpachi erupted with a powerful golden Ryatsu, the injuries on his whole body seemed to be lessened, and his aura was no longer weak but strengthened instead. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, if you can't kill you instantly, you will only get stronger and stronger. Aizen knows something about Kenpachi. Kenpachi was a monster from birth and was able to suppress Unohana, who was first-generation Kenpachi as a child. Kenpachi likes to fight with people who are evenly matched, but because he is too strong in order to enjoy the battle, he seals himself unknowingly. As time goes by, Kenpachi is getting weaker and weaker. So Aizen knows one of Kenpachi's characteristics: the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. As long as he is immune to death for a while, Kenpachi can stand up. Every time he stands up, his power will be unlocked a little more and he will become stronger. As it is now, although Aizen gave up the black coffin that chanted and hurt Kenpachi, but because he failed to kill Kenpachi in a second, Kenpachi became stronger than before after liberating Ryatsu. Aizen smiled and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Kenpachi has the qualifications to let him take the knife. Let me finish you in one fell swoop, Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi grinned and slashed at Aizen with a Zanpakuto in hand. Then try it, Aizen. Facing the blade cut by Kenpachi, Aizen did not dodge but showed a slightly contemptuous smile. This made Kenpachi, who has a very keen fighting nerve, feel a little bit wrong. But it was too late to think so much. The Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand had already been chopped off. Split Aizen in two, successful. Renji in the distance was pleasantly surprised. They all saw Kenpachi cut Aizen in two, but Kenpachi couldn't be happy. He always felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Kenpachi was shocked the next moment, because he felt a person standing behind him. It turned out to be Aizen. Wasn't Aizen cut in two by him? How could it suddenly appear behind him? The Aizen who was cut in two in front of him did not disappear, and there was another Aizen behind Kenpachi. What exactly is going on? Coming behind Kenpachi, Aizen, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled and then stabbed Kenpachi with a knife. Puff! Kenpachi was seriously injured and fell down. Aizen kills Kenpachi in one shot. How is this possible? Why are there two Aizens? Renji and Byakuya, watching the battle from a distance, were dumbfounded. In the battle just now, there were actually two Aizens. The Aizen cut in two by Kenpachi was fake, but the real Aizen appeared behind Kenpachi and easily defeated Kenpachi. How could Aizen have such strange abilities? Aizen didn't explain much, but walked towards Rukia with a smile again and picked up Rukia, who had already been stunned. Damn it, B********, D, let go of Rukia. Seriously injured, Renji struggled to his feet, desperate to save Rukia. Aizen just raised his hand and pointed. Bakudo 61, 6 light prisons. Renji's body was immediately trapped by 6 pieces of yellow things, unable to move at all. In his current state, facing the Bakudo played by Aizen, there is no way to break free. Bracketing and clearing all obstacles, Aizen proceeded to the final step of his plan. Take out the Hagioku inside Rukia. The Hagioku in Rukia's body was put in by Urahara and merged with Rukia's soul. There are only 2 ways to get it out. One is the use of bipolar executions, and the other is Urahara's technique of extracting items from the soul. The first method, Aizen had a premonition that someone would destroy it, so he prepared the second method. He found the manuscript left by Urahara in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book under room 46 yesterday and learned this technique. Now, it's time to take out the Hagioku. Aizen lifted Rukia up with one hand, chanting a strange spell, and a formation-like thing appeared around him, and Aizen's right hand was also covered with a layer of cyan scales. Aizen reached into Rukia's body with this blue scaled right hand and took Hagioku out. Aizen looked at the Hagioku in his hand and smiled at the corners of his mouth, and there was a rare flash of heat in his eyes. You could tell he was excited. After tens of hundreds of years of planning, he finally got the Hagioku in the hands of Urahara, and finally hoped to break through the limit of Shinigami. Urahara Kisuk, you lost. Aizen got Hagioku. This match between Urahara and Aizen can be said to be Aizen's victory. After Aizen took Hagioku, the surrounding formations disappeared. Aizen's right hand also returned to its original shape, and even Rukia's chest, which had been opened with a hole, healed. Urahara's technique of taking out items from the soul will not harm the soul itself. Even Aizen was amazed when he saw it. It's really an amazing count. Aizen then dropped Rukia on the ground without taking another look. For him, Rukia has lost its role and is of no value to him. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Aizen Sasuke, you're not dead after all. When Aizen took Hagioku out of Rukia, Renji, Byakuya, and even Rukia himself were terrified, because they didn't know there was such a thing in Rukia's body before. Not even Rukia himself noticed it. Hagioku, what the hell is this? Renji looked at what looked like a blue and white gemstone in Aizen's hand. Even though he just looked at it from a distance, he could feel the vitality and power contained in Hagioku. Byakuya also fully understood at this time that everything that happened to Rukia was related to this object in Aizen's hand, and what Aizen wanted to get was this Hagioku. Although Aizen took out Hagioku from Rukia's body, it was lucky that Rukia's soul was not injured. Aizen held Hagioku in his hand and looked at it carefully, the corners of his mouth raised. Just at this moment, Unohana Ritsu, the captain of the 4th Division, and Kotsu Issane, the vice-captain, arrived. Aizen Sasuke, you really are playing dead. Unoka's tone was slightly cold. Aizen pretended to be dead and deceived everyone. This is a treasonous act, and he manipulated everything that Rukia executed. The 46th room may have encountered an accident, and Aizen is even more sinful. Captain Unohana, I'm sorry you're late. Aizen didn't pay much attention to the arrival of Unohana. Although Unohana is the first-generation Kenpachi and is very powerful, but Aizen has already got Hagioku, so don't worry about being hindered by Unohana. Also, all the Shinigami in Serete have won Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu, who has a chance to win Aizen except Captain Yamamoto. The reason why Unohana appeared here was that she noticed a trace of abnormality on Aizen's corpse, and then felt that there was a fighting Reiatsu scattered here. As the leader of the treatment team, she rushed over and saw Aizen. Yongyin passed the news to the captain and the others. Yes, Captain Unohana. Kotsu Issane hastily resorted to Kaido, and his voice spread throughout the Jingrete, telling all the Shinigami about Aizen's suspended animation and Rukia's execution. All the Shinigami couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Aizen isn't dead. And Aizen, who always looks like a nice guy, actually deceived everyone and betrayed Jinglingting. On Bipolar Hill. According to the previous order of the 46th room, several captains and deputy captains including Captain Yamamoto, Suifeng, Jingle, and Joshiro are waiting here to guard the execution ground. They waited for a long time but didn't see Rukia being escorted over, and they also vaguely felt the Reiatsu from the battle in the direction of the Repentance Palace. At this time, with what Yang Yin said, they understood everything. Aizen is not dead. The man behind all this is Aizen. Aizen has tricked everyone, dismissed them, and played them like monkeys. B********D. Aizen is a criminal. He must be arrested and brought to justice. Veins popped up on Suifeng's face. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could arrest the criminal Aizen. Even Suifeng's resentment towards Aizen surpassed that of Brigade. It happened. Kyoraku and Joshiro's expressions changed drastically. They had already prepared the props to seal the bipolars and brought them with them, and they were ready to wait for Rukia's execution to seal the bipolars and destroy the execution. But Aizen has gone to the Palace of Confessions ahead of schedule and has taken Rukia. Damn it, Rukia must be fine. Joshiro's face was extremely heavy. He didn't know about Hagioku and he didn't care much about Hagioku. He just hoped that nothing happened to Rukia. Uryu, Oriheim, Sato, and Oni lay in disguise near Bipolar Hill. All their preparations were in vain. Kuchiki-san. Will you be okay? Oriheim's eyes sparkled with crystal tears. She has a weaker personality. They were ready to save people, but Rukia never came to Bipolar Hill. She really hoped Rukia was okay, but right now she just can't seem to do anything. Big sister, don't die. I can't bear you, I can't bear you. Immediately, Hun burst into tears, beating his chest and stamping his feet bitterly. Yulong was more rational and calm. Hurry up, let's rush to the Palace of Repentance. Maybe there is still time. Instead of being helpless here, it is better to rush to the Palace of Repentance as soon as possible. Maybe there is still a chance to save people. Hearing Yulong's words, Oriheim and Sol cheered up, not daring to delay for a moment, and the four hurried towards the Repentance Palace. Captain Yamamoto opened his old and dignified eyes. There was a raging fire in the eyes. Now he is extremely furious. Aizen. Captain Yamamoto is a person who attaches great importance to rules and order. Even if the order of room 46 is suspicious, he chooses to obey it. In the end, the instructions he obeyed were all to help Aizen and help the evildoers. Aizen tricked everyone and took advantage of them too. Unforgivable sin. Captain Yamamoto unleashes a powerful Reiatsu and leads Suifeng, Kyoraku, and Joshiro to the Palace of Repentance to capture Aizen. However, Bipolar Hill is still some distance away from the Palace of Repentance. Captain Unohana, you are amazing. After being hit by my Kyoka Suijutsu hypnosis, you can still find something strange from the corpse. You are indeed first-generation Kenpachi. Aizen smiled and praised Unohana's perception. However, you can't find any flaws from the corpse, can you? Aizen smiled as if he knew everything. Unohana binocular micron, Aizen was right. She did sense a strange feeling from his suspended corpse, but she couldn't tell what it was. Let me tell you. Aizen seemed to be in a good mood and explained with a smile. It's because of my Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu. During Aizen's words, the Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand turned into his own fish held in his hand. There again, to Aizen. When Renji and Byakuya saw Aizen fighting Kenpachi just now, there were two strange things about Aizen, and now it happened again. Listen to what Aizen means, it's because of his Zanpakuto. You all fall under the power of my Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu. Kyoka Suijutsu's ability is, as long as the enemy sees Kyoka Suijutsu's Shikai once, they will be complete hypnosis from that moment on. After that, whenever Kyoka Suijutsu is liberated, he will fall into complete hypnosis. Even if he knows that he has been hypnosis, there is no way to escape. All in all, if you hit it, you can't hide it. So you get it, Captain Unohana, you have no chance of winning. Aizen lied to Gotei 13 people before that. Kyoka Suijutsu is a Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. The ability is to use the refraction of light to make enemies kill each other. Unexpectedly, this is not the case. Aizen deceived them. Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu's true ability turned out to be complete hypnosis. Function complete hypnosis. The five senses of human beings, the mountains and rivers are regarded as the sea, and the ants are regarded as elephants. Just watch Aizen Shikai once, and you'll be trapped in Kyoka Suijutsu's complete hypnosis forever. Aizen also used Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to feign death, fooling everyone in Jinglingting. He also used Kyoka Suijutsu's ability in the battle just now to confuse Kenpachi, thus defeating Kenpachi easily. A very unsolvable ability. Complete hypnosis. Hearing Aizen's explanation, everyone was surprised. Even Unohana frowned. If what Aizen said is true, then they all got Kyoka Suijutsu's complete hypnosis, and they couldn't deal with Aizen at all before they cracked complete hypnosis. After all, after being hypnosis, you don't even know where Aizen is during the battle, so how can you fight? It is no wonder that Aizen is so confident. Now, perhaps in the entire Gotei 13, he is only afraid of the captain of Yamamoto. Damn it, that B************ D. Aizen is actually this kind of person, hiding it so deeply. At this time, Renji was still under the control of the 6 sticks of light, unable to move at all, but the anger on his face was palpable. Aizen tricked them all. The Aizen in front of me is the true face of Aizen. Ichigo, hurry up and deal with this wicked BD. With Renji and Byakuya seriously injured, there is no chance of stopping Aizen. Of course, even if they are not injured, they can't do anything to Aizen. Even if they add Unohana, they won't pose too much threat to Aizen. Renji had a one-day sparring with Ichigo. Even if he was in Bankai form, he couldn't help Ichigo at all. Ichigo is too strong, he just abused him. Now Renji can only hope that Ichigo will come quickly, save Rukia and defeat Aizen. He firmly believes that Ichigo has the strength to compete with Aizen. Just as Aizen was boasting, a black shadow passed by his side at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow reached out and grabbed the Hagioku in Aizen's hand. Sombra's target is Hagioku. Regarding this sudden situation, Aizen's expression did not change at all, and the smile on his face remained calm. Thinking to snatch Hagioku? That's naive Shihuin Yoruichi. The black shadow that suddenly appeared was Yoruichi. Yoruichi will use her extremely fast Shunpo, nicknamed Flash Goddess, to snatch Hagioku back from Aizen by surprise. It's a pity that Aizen noticed it. Aizen's body turned out to be illusory, leaving Yoruichi in the dark. It's Kyoka Suijutsu again. Then the real Aizen quietly appeared behind Yoruichi, whose expression changed and swung a knife. Not good. Yoruichi hurriedly dodges with Shunpo. Even though she was extremely fast, she still got a sword from Aizen. There was a wound on his body and blood flowed down. What a speed. The sneak attack failed. Yoruichi clutched his wound with an ugly expression. Aizen's knife hurt her badly. If he didn't dodge faster, he might be cut in two. Yoruichi didn't expect that Aizen's speed was so fast. She was not weaker than her, who was known as the instant body, and even a point faster. Although Hagioku was not recaptured, Yoruichi's injury was not in vain. She picked up Rukia, who fell on the ground, and retreated tens of meters. Aizen didn't stop either. Because to him, Rukia has no value, and he doesn't care whether he is dead or alive. You should also be able to see that in the face of my Kyoka Suijutsu ability, everything you who have been complete hypnosis have done is futile and meaningless. Aizen continued to boast and talk, looking down on others like a superior. Everyone is troubled by this ability of Aizen. But Yoruichi and Unohana know that it's not just Kyoka Suijutsu who makes Aizen truly powerful, but Aizen itself. Judging from Aizen's performance just now, Aizen's Shunpo, Jianju, Kaido, etc. are all at the top level. Aizen has reached the peak of Shinigami in various basic strengths long ago. Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijutsu's abilities are strong, but Aizen's own power is even stronger. This is what makes Aizen truly powerful. In front of the mighty Aizen, for a moment, Renji felt his insignificance. Fortunately, Rukia was saved by Yhwach. Yhwach is here, is Ichigo far behind? Just now Yhwach walked out of the training base and heard the news that Rukia was going to be executed immediately, so he rushed back and told Ichigo. She and Ichigo immediately decided to come to the Palace of Confessions to save people. It's just that Ichigo's Shunpo level is slightly lower and the speed is not as good as Yhwach, but about the same amount. At this moment, Ichigo finally arrived. I saw Ichigo's figure appearing at the top of the Confession Palace. With yellow hair fluttering in the wind, Ichigo held two swords and looked down at Aizen. The guy who framed Rukia, unforgivable. Actually, Ichigo didn't know anything about Hagioku, he doesn't care either. All he cares about is Rukia, and he came to Soul Society only to save Rukia. Although Rukia has been rescued now, her life is safe. But Rukia's arrest and the fear and concern of many people are all caused by Aizen. Ichigo can't forgive Aizen. Ichigo. You are finally here, Renji was overjoyed and yelled. After seeing Ichigo appear, his heart was finally relieved. Otherwise, in the situation just now, everyone is helpless against Aizen, and if Aizen wants to kill them, it may not be difficult. Now that Ichigo has arrived, Renji believes that with Ichigo's strength, he will be able to contend against the mighty Aizen. The situation is safe. At this time, Rukia was still a little weak, and she tried to look at Ichigo above the Palace of Confessions. After half a month, she finally saw Ichigo again. Ichigo's appearance hasn't changed much, it's the same as before, but Rukia felt that Ichigo's eyes were different. I am no longer weak and hesitant as before, but have become more determined and confident. A chirp. Hearing Rukia's shout, Ichigo turned his head slightly, showed a smile like a sunny boy and said to Rukia, "Don't worry Rukia, nothing will happen again." However, what Ichigo said made Rukia twitch the corners of her mouth and immediately scolded, "You idiot. Why do you like to talk big? That guy Aizen is not a good person, he is very difficult to deal with, be careful." Although Rukia knows that Ichigo has become a lot stronger, but no matter what kind of opponent he meets at any time, Rukia does not want Ichigo to be careless. Not to mention the terrifyingly powerful Aizen that they have to face now. After seeing Ichigo, Byakuya stared slightly, with a surprised expression on his face. Even though I heard that Ichigo is very strong, but seeing it with my own eyes and feeling the Reiatsu radiating from Ichigo, Byakuya is really shocking. About half a month ago, Ichigo at that time couldn't even keep up with his speed, and he couldn't see his movements clearly, so he was instantly killed. At that time, the strengths of the two were vastly different, just like rice grains and Heiyu. It is still the same now, Melee and Heiyu have switched identities. Apart from surprise, Byakuya also had a complex look on his face. Ichigo came to the Soul Society to save Rukia, but as Rukia's elder brother, he was sticking to the so-called jingling court order, but he didn't know that all of this was Aizen's conspiracy. Sticking to the order and insisting on executing Rukia seems like a joke now. Not only that, but now he, Renji, Rukia, and others have nothing to do in front of Aizen, and the appearance of Ichigo has guaranteed their safety to a certain extent. It's all a little funny. Ichigo, be careful, Aizen is very difficult to deal with. Yhwach clutched his injured chest and reminded Ichigo with a serious face. Senior Yhwach, I know. Ichigo nodded slightly. Regarding Aizen, who looks gentle and harmless, Ichigo also feels that this person is different from others, and there is a sense of danger. After seeing Ichigo, Aizen wasn't too surprised. "Kurosaki Ichigo, you are finally here." Listening to Aizen's words, he seems to be waiting for Ichigo. After he got Hagioku, he didn't leave immediately just to wait for Ichigo to come over. "You know my name." Ichigo was a little surprised. Aizen, like the previous Ikamaru Jin, can call out Ichigo's name when they meet for the first time. Ichigo had never seen them before, and it was his first visit to Soul Society. It's natural. Aizen smiled lightly, "After all, you are mine." Aizen didn't finish speaking and sold a pass. The appearance of Ichigo was actually indirectly caused by Aizen. Of course he knew Ichigo, and he often paid attention to Ichigo and regarded Ichigo as his best experimental material. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ichigo often encounters various riddlers, and he himself doesn't know his own background. Whenever this happens, Ichigo's mantra is always, "What are you talking about? I don't know how you guys know me, I just know that you plotted against Rukia. You are the culprit for all this." Ichigo looked directly at Aizen with anger in his eyes. Aizen also admitted generously, "Yes, as you can see, it is exactly so." Then he asked again, "What about Urahara Kisuke? From another perspective, didn't he also use you and Rukia Kuchiki?" Ichigo was taken aback. Aizen's words do have some truth. Why did the so-called Hagioku appear in Rukia's body? Of course it was Urahara's fault and put it in. Urahara and Yoruichi ostensibly send Ichigo to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia, but the real purpose is to prevent Aizen from getting Hagioku. Ichigo also didn't know until now. Urahara and Yoruichi didn't reveal the slightest bit before. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** No matter what you are unforgivable. Ichigo took a deep breath, and the powerful Ryatsu on his body emerged like sea water. This Ryatsu spread in all directions, causing everyone's expressions to change, and their expressions were horrified. Because Ichigo's Ryatsu is too strong, even Aizen has to pay attention. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. How long has it been since Ichigo activated the Shinigami power, have such a terrible Ryatsu? Even Aizen faintly felt that if Ichigo released Ryatsu with all his strength, he might not be much weaker than him. And he didn't leave immediately after getting Hagioku, he just wanted to wait for Ichigo and test Ichigo. The battle begins. Aizen smiled lightly and began to perform tricks with one hand, and the familiar scene reappeared. 90 of Hado Black Coffin. Aizen used the Kaido Black Coffin of number 90 again. In an instant, a huge coffin rose from the ground, wrapping the entire Palace of Confessions and Ichigo standing on the top of the Palace of Confessions. This black coffin is much bigger and more powerful than the one Aizen used against Kenpachi before. This is the black coffin that Aizen used without chance. He wants to use this to test Ichigo. How far has he grown? The black coffin released by Aizen covers you in the entire Palace of Confessions, and the aura it emits is so terrifying and powerful that it makes one's scalp tingle. How can this black coffin be so huge? Aizen's Kaido is so scary. Yoruichi's eyes widened, his face full of horror. If the Hado of 90 was cast by someone else, it would definitely not reach the daunting level it is now. Aizen's Kaido attainment is too high. Naturally, Ryatsu is too tall and powerful, and the power of Kaido released is too amazing. It's even more powerful than the black coffin who dealt with Captain Zaraki just now. Renji couldn't believe it either. Originally thought that Aizen could instantly kill the ordinary captain level 90th level Hado black coffin with a single hit, which was outrageous enough. But I didn't expect that Aizen could cast a stronger black coffin, and he hadn't chanted yet. The faces of Byakuya and Unohana were also full of shock. They are also considered to be masters in fighting with Kaido, but they don't seem to be able to use Kaido above level 90. Compared with their Kaido and Aizen's, the difference is too far. Aizen is simply too strong. Ichigo, will he be okay? Rukia looked terrified, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she was extremely nervous. She just hoped that nothing happened to Ichigo. Come on, Ichigo, Rukia prayed nervously. Ichigo has been wrapped in Aizen's giant black coffin. Aizen smiled, his eyes seemed to be able to see Ichigo inside the black coffin, and said with a smile, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you must be surprised the power of my Kaido. As a Shinigami, my basic abilities have reached their limits." Aizen felt that Ichigo must be like everyone else, surprised by his Kaido's power. Perhaps at this time, Ichigo in Black Coffin has been seriously injured by the powerful force of Black Coffin. Aizen is not boasting, his various abilities have basically reached the limit of Shinigami. To go one step further, one can basically only use Hagioku to break Shinigami boundaries. However, the next moment Aizen couldn't laugh anymore and his words stopped abruptly. Boom, without warning. The huge black coffin suddenly lit up with a golden light and it shattered completely with a bang. The entire Palace of the Confession is exposed, and Ichigo standing on the top of the Palace of the Confession. Ichigo put away the movement of swinging the knife, looked down at Aizen whose face changed and asked, "Why is your Kaido just as powerful as this?" Aizen tried his best to abandon the chanting black coffin, but Ichigo smashed it open. Incredible. Aizen didn't even expect that his black coffin seemed to be made of paper in front of Ichigo. Is it so fragile? The smug smile on Aizen's face disappeared completely. Ichigo is stronger than he expected. Not even his black coffin could do anything to Ichigo, or at least it has to be chanted completely. The others were also dumbfounded. 1 second they were terrified by the huge black coffin released by Aizen and sweated for Ichigo, and the next moment Ichigo broke the black coffin with a knife. It seemed so casual and easy. Damn it, Ichigo is too strong. Even Captain Zaraki was seriously injured by black coffin and Ichigo split it casually. It's too strong, Ichigo, Renji screamed with excitement. Ichigo was not only fine but also made Aizen's face change ugly for the first time. Otherwise, no one has gotten Aizen before, and Aizen always looks like he deserves a beating. Aizen deflated for the first time. The black coffin released with all its strength not only failed to hurt Ichigo, but was also asked by Ichigo, "Is he shameless?" Byakuya's eyes contracted, his body trembled a few times, and his face was full of disbelief. Kurosaki Ichigo. Until this moment, Byakuya really knew how powerful Ichigo is. The powerful black coffin released by Aizen, if it were him, he would probably end up seriously injured. But Ichigo can split it casually, dismissing it. The gap between him and Ichigo is too big now, and Ichigo's strength has far surpassed him. This made Byakuya feel very complicated and uncomfortable. Ichigo, who was like an ant in his eyes more than 10 days ago, is far more powerful than him, the head of the Kuchiki family and the captain of the 6th division of the Four Nobles. Also let Ichigo to protect. This deeply hurt Byakuya's proud heart. A sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously. Ichigo has become so strong. Rukia was also dumbfounded. How long has she been separated from Ichigo? She still remembered that Ichigo was instantly killed by Byakuya more than 10 days ago, and it was because of her begging that Byakuya released Ichigo and saved Ichigo's life. But in just 10 days, Ichigo has grown to such a level that almost everyone can't match it. It's incredible. Kotsu Isen, the vice-captain of the 4th division, was also taken aback. This travel disaster. So strong. Even her captain Unohana felt that Aizen was tricky, so she didn't rush to make a move because it was very difficult for Kyoka Suigetsu's Unohana to win. Aizen, who made them feel powerless and terrifying, was actually questioned by Ichigo. Black Coffin only has this level. They all think that Aizen's Black Coffin is too scary, but Ichigo actually thinks that Aizen's Black Coffin is nothing more than that. What a horrible boy. Unohana looked at Ichigo at the top of the confession palace above and couldn't help but admire. Judging from Ichigo breaking Aizen's black coffin just now, Unohana even thinks that Ichigo at this time is probably stronger than Zaraki Kenpachi when he was young. Back then, Unohana was first-generation Kenpachi, who was war-loving and bloodthirsty, but after meeting the young Zaraki, he felt powerless. Zaraki was simply a monster, but Ichigo can even break through the black coffin at the level of Aizen and seems to be even more monster than Zaraki Kenpachi. That boy didn't hit Aizen Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis ability. It's possible to defeat Aizen. Judging from the ability of Kyoka Suigetsu introduced by Aizen just now, the first time Ichigo came to Soul Society, he should have never seen Aizen Zanpakuto Shikai at the moment, so he did not get Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis. Unohana thinks Ichigo has a chance to defeat Aizen. At this moment, Aizen's complexion changed a bit, but it quickly returned to normal. Kurosaki Ichigo, your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. Aizen really didn't expect that even the black coffin released by his full abandonment of chant could not do anything to Ichigo, but this does not mean that Ichigo won him. Aizen smiled and picked up the Zanpakuto. As a Shinigami, how about your basic skills? You should know some swordsmanship, right? Shinigami's 4 basic skills, chopping fists and walking ghosts. Aizen wants to test Ichigo's kendo cutting technique. Aizen actually doesn't have many fighting methods, mainly relying on Kaido and Kendo to deal damage. Hado's 99 Black Coffin can't do anything to Ichigo, although Aizen can also release Hado's 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction, but Aizen wants to test Ichigo more and fight to the death, so get close to Ichigo fight. As he said that, a powerful Reiatsu burst out from Aizen's body, which made everyone's faces change. This Reiatsu is purple and the breath is amazing. In the original book, Aizen is the representative character of Reiatsu, and Aizen's Reiatsu should be the strongest among Gotei 13's Shinigami, none of them. Holding Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu in one hand, Aizen looked at Ichigo with a smile. Come on Kurosaki Ichigo, let me see your strength. After Ichigo saw the powerful Reiatsu erupting from Aizen, he also had to get serious. Aizen is not so easy to deal with. Ichigo took a deep breath and disappeared in place. The next moment he came to the bottom, and in front of Aizen the 2 knives slashed directly. Dang clang 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 tilde the clash of swords echoed in the air. Ichigo and Aizen fight together. Aizen is experienced, Kendo and Shunpo are extremely accomplished, and Ichigo can't do anything to Aizen. Of course, Aizen couldn't do Ichigo any harm either. Every time Aizen swung his sword, Ichigo was able to block it with his super strength and sensitive fighting nerves. The two fought against each other dozens of times in the air, and they were almost equal. However, the seasoned Aizen looked calmer and had a slight advantage. And Renji and Byakuya below were dumbfounded. Ichigo and Aizen's speed is too fast, many times they can only see an afterimage. And the powerful Reiatsu produced by the collision of swords on both sides made them all feel terrified. The battle between Ichigo and Aizen was like a showdown. The battle between Renji and Byakuya just now was very intense and exciting, but it is not at the same level in comparison. Even if they weren't injured, they wouldn't even be eligible to fight Ichigo and Aizen. It's just Ryatsu from Ichigo or Aizen fighting, they can't bear it. Aizen and Ichigo went through dozens of tricks and the two swords clashed and they fought together. Aizen looked at Ichigo, who was close at hand, and praised, "Kurosaki Ichigo, you are so interesting." Then he started saying something that made Ichigo feel inexplicable. "Do you know that I have been following you since you were born? Ichigo hates riddlers the most. I don't know what you're talking about." The shorter Zanpakuto held in the left hand is then placed across the back of the longer Zangetsu blade. Aizen doesn't know what Ichigo wants to do. "I saw the Ichigo short sword slashing horizontally, the long knife slashing, and faintly spit out 5 words. Crescent cross rush." The golden light like a cross appeared from Ichigo's double swords horizontally and vertically, and Ichigo gave Aizen a crescent cross from 0 distance. Aizen's eyes contracted, and his face suddenly changed. The crescent cross burst out with a strong golden light because it was released from almost 0 distance, and an extremely tyrannical force was transmitted to Aizen's Zanpakuto. Nanny! Aizen's complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly tried his best to block it. However, an incredible scene appeared. Aizen, who tried his best to block Ichigo's crescent cross charge, retreated steadily. How can this be? Aizen was horrified for the first time. He couldn't stop Ichigo's blow head-on. Aizen's body was constantly knocked back, and then, with a bang, was slammed into the Palace of Confession by Ichigo's crescent cross. A loud bang resounded throughout the jingling court. The Palace of Repentance was cut into 4 pieces by the crescent cross and collapsed. The ground trembled and smoke filled the air. Aizen was buried in the ruins, life and death unknown. Ichigo's figure stopped in the air. After dozens of moves with Aizen just now, he released the crescent cross punch with all his strength, which made his breathing a little short. Holding knives in both hands, Ichigo looked at the collapsed confession palace and Aizen, who was buried in the ruins, and said lightly, "You look quite gentle, but you have such a bad heart, you deceived everyone. Besides, you always say things that I can't understand, it's really noisy." Ichigo thinks that the man looks like a man, but he is the culprit of everything. And he also said riddles in front of Ichigo all day long. And the impatient Ichigo directly gave him a 0-distance crescent cross-chong, let him taste it. The others here were all dumbfounded. The Palace of Repentance has collapsed. Renji looked shocked and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. At this time, the 6-stick light prison on his body disappeared, and he recovered a little mobility, but the fluctuation caused by the collapse of the Confession Palace almost made him fall and staggered several times. He was so shocked. Ichigo's first shot not only knocked Aizen back to the Palace of Repentance, but also knocked down the entire Palace of Repentance. Confession Palace, repent with a hammer. From now on, unless it is rebuilt, the Confession Palace will no longer exist. When the Confession Palace collapsed, Byakuya forcibly used Shunpo to come to Rukia's side. Fortunately, the collapsed Confession Palace did not involve them and they were not affected. Byakuya was silent and didn't speak, but the shock was all over his face. He's seen Ichigo fight off Aizen and blow up the Palace of Penitence. That move is far more powerful than my White Emperor sword. Byakuya's pride is stung again by Ichigo. At present, Byakuya's strongest move is the White Emperor sword after Bankai. I used it when I was fighting with Renji just now, and it was just a fight with Renji. Powerful in the eyes of many, but insignificant in front of Aizen and Ichigo. The difference in power is too great, not at the same level at all. Regardless of Byakuya's mood, it turns out that Ichigo is far superior to him. At the beginning, he didn't want to look at Ichigo more directly, but his strength has already made him somewhat unattainable. Who can understand this sense of gap? Rukia was stunned for a while and then said a word in a daze. Ichigo is so good. Ichigo's strength once again refreshed Rukia's cognition. The current Ichigo has undergone earth-shaking changes. How can it still be a weak chicken who still struggled to kill Yhwach in Karakura Town half a month ago, become the top powerhouse in this world? Yhwach widened her cat eyes. Besides the shock, she also has some regrets. That kid Ichigo is so strong that it doesn't make sense. Seeing that Ichigo had knocked Aizen into the air, Yhwach sighed, if we forced our way into the Palace of Confession in the first place, maybe we could have prevented Aizen from getting Hagioku. Although Ichigo temporarily knocked Aizen into the air, it seemed to gain the upper hand. However, Aizen has already got the Hagioku. Yhwach felt that if they had forced their way into the Palace of Repentance in the first place, with Ichigo's strength, they might have been able to prevent Aizen from getting Hagioku. Then Yhwach shook his head self-consciously. No, if you break in forcefully, the conflict will be too great, and it will inevitably cause too many unnecessary casualties. Yhwach also knew that if they forced their way into the Palace of Confessions in the first place, there would be a head-on confrontation with Gotei 13, and casualties were absolutely inevitable. After all, Yhwach is a Shinigami and the former head of the Shihuan family, one of the four nobles. This situation is not to be seen. Renji also strenuously walked over Unohana. Unohana Ritsu raised both hands at the same time, and green light clusters appeared on the palms of both left and right hands to heal Renji and Byakuya's injuries. However, as the old captain, her face was also full of shock. Ichigo's crescent cross punch is too powerful. Master Aizen. Seeing Aizen being knocked into the air and buried in the ruins, Tausen rushed over regardless of his injuries, trying to rescue Aizen from the ruins. Tausen is arguably the person here who knows Aizen best. He never thought that someone would be able to repel Aizen head-on, and that person was actually the experimental material they had always regarded as. Ichigo has grown to such a degree, it's completely out of their control. Master Aizen, you must be fine. Tausen is trying to dig up the ruins and rescue Aizen, who is buried under the ruins. His figure stagnated, because a thick and powerful Reiatsu rose from under the ruins. The purple Reiatsu beams even illuminated half the sky purple. Immediately afterwards, the entire ruins suddenly scattered, flying sand and rocks. Aizen also reappeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Aizen did not suffer any obvious injuries. It seems that he still defended most of the power of Ichigo Crescent Cross. Aizen's Reiatsu is extremely powerful. As a representative of Reiatsu, he is also a believer in the Reiatsu theory. Although Reiatsu's powerful Aizen did not completely block Ichigo's attack just now, the powerful Reiatsu still protected him and kept him from being injured. Of course, embarrassment is inevitable. At this moment, Aizen no longer had a smile on his face. It was hit by Ichigo. His brown hair was a little disheveled, and the dead bully outfit was broken in many places, and even half of the black glasses frame was missing. For the first time in history, Aizen is in such a mess. Renji wanted to laugh when he saw Aizen, who was boastful before like this, but he couldn't laugh because of the current situation. Half of the frame of Aizen's glasses was missing. He didn't look at Tausen, who was beside him, who wanted to come to rescue him, but looked straight ahead at Ichigo with a rare solemn expression. After Aizen got Hagioku from Rukia's body, he stayed here to test Ichigo's current strength. Now it is understood, but it is a little embarrassing. Kurosaki Ichigo, your aptitude is even more penultimate than I imagined, and your growth is countless times faster than I expected. Aizen bluntly said that Ichigo's qualifications are too good, far better than others, and Ichigo's growth is countless times faster than he expected. Ichigo has loaded the growth acceleration system, and now it is directly loaded to the panel in the later stage of the Millennium Blood War 2 years later. Can it not grow fast? Can the strength not be strong? Thank you for the compliment. It's rare to say a single pleasant word from your mouth. It is rare for Aizen to say a word that Ichigo understands and is pleasant to hear, so he readily accepts Aizen's compliment. Just at this moment, a group of figures rushed over. It's Captain Yamamoto and others. Yulong and Sato also arrived. The vice-captains of all other teams are also here. Everyone's faces were full of shock and disbelief. There are two reasons. One is that no one expected that for a long time. Aizen, who seemed harmless to humans and animals and seemed like a good old man, had deceived all of them and betrayed Jinglingting. I didn't expect Aizen to have such a strong strength. The second is the Reiatsu that Ichigo and Aizen scattered when they fought just now, and the Palace of Repentance that disappeared. The Palace of Repentance is gone. The vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Amida, stared so hard that his eyeballs were about to fall off. If it wasn't for the location here or the Repentance Palace, he would have felt that he had gone the wrong way. The gigantic Palace of Repentance is gone now. Travel and the Aizen team fought. The strength of these two people is so amazing. Even the Palace of Repentance was defeated. No, how do I think it seems that Aizen was suppressed by the travel disaster? Many people also noticed Aizen with broken feathers, disheveled hair, and one frame missing. But Ichigo was unscathed, and the death costume on his body was not damaged in the slightest. From this point of view, Aizen was clearly suppressed by Ichigo. Captain Yamamoto looked at Ichigo, and after a while his eyes shifted to Aizen. He was burning with anger, and the anger in his eyes could not be suppressed. Aizen, you can't escape. Captain Yamamoto is a person who pays great attention to rules and does not allow anyone to disrupt the order and damage the dignity and justice of Jinglingting. But Aizen actually did something under his nose, and for so many years cheating all the Shinigami and using them. Therefore, the captain of Yamamoto at this time is angry. Aizen, you be asterisk 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 D, we've been wrong all this time, damn it. Sui Feng gritted his teeth and glared at Aizen. It turns out that Aizen is the instigator of all these things. Unforgivable, Sui Feng wants to arrest Aizen. However, Aizen didn't even look at Sui Feng with a calm smile on his face. It's just that half of the frame is missing, so it looks a little weird. Suddenly, Sui Feng saw a figure she had been thinking about day and night for 100 years, Yhwach. Yhwach big. She was actually very excited in her heart, but the arrogant she still forcibly restrained herself. Even there was an angry look on his face. She is still blaming Yhwach, why didn't she take her away? Yhwach noticed Sui Feng's gaze and Yhwach responded with a kind smile, making Sui Feng turn his head away immediately. At present, it is still important to capture Aizen. Jingla shook her head slightly. I didn't expect that the black hand behind this scene would be you, Aizen. Jingle, who is more thoughtful, is actually surprised by the disappearance of the soul 100 years ago and the defection of the Soul Society by Urahara and Yhwach, because he feels that Urahara and Yhwach are not that kind of people. Coupled with the recent incident of Rukia's execution, I didn't expect Aizen to be behind the scenes. Aizen planned it all and played Gotei 13 all the way. Aizen, why is this? Have you fallen? Joshiro stood up and questioned Aizen seriously. Aizen glanced at Joshiro, the gentle smile on Aizen's face disappeared and turned into a little indifferent. Stop being arrogant, Joshiro. Because I want to pursue a higher realm, replace that existence, and end this empty window period. Aizen said to replace a certain existence. At this time, although Aizen's eyes fell on Joshiro, as if he was looking at Joshiro, he was actually talking to the right hand of the Spirit King in Joshiro's body. He made it clear today that he wants to break through the limits of Shinigami and replace the Spirit King. You, Joshiro, Kairaku and the captain naturally understood what Aizen meant. Captain Yamamoto immediately reprimanded seriously. Be asterisk 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 D, rebellious brat. The captain reprimanded Aizen for his thoughts and actions, which were rebellious against Shinigami and seriously deviated from the Shinigami path. Aizen didn't care about this but sneered, Yamamoto Matayanagi, you have always been too arrogant. If it weren't for your arrogance, my plan would not go so smoothly. Aizen's words slapped Captain Yamamoto in the face again. It is Yamamoto's arrogant and stubborn personality that makes Aizen do so many things under his nose without being suspected or discovered. If there is something wrong with Rukia's execution in Jingle, and the captain is asked to go to the 46 room for an audience for reconsideration, then the captain will be able to discover Aizen's conspiracy. But the stubborn captain did not do this, but criticized Jingle and Joshiro and strictly carried out the orders issued by the 46th room. Now it seems that it is really ridiculous. Gotei 13, headed by Captain Yamamoto, many Shinigami captains and vice-captains have surrounded Aizen Towson like a net. It seems impossible to fly. But the strange thing is that Aizen's face didn't change at all, he was still so calm. Not paying attention to the infighting of the Shinigami, Uryu and his team rushed over and saw Ichigo and Rukia, who was wearing a prison uniform but not in danger of life, and was very excited. Because of Aizen's plan, Uryu and others waited at Bipolar Hill. They were a bit late, but Ichigo and Yhwach didn't come too late and saved Rukia. It's great that Kuchiki-san is fine. Orihime hurried over. Yulong and Sato also breathed a sigh of relief. Although that guy Ichigo is usually quite nervous, he is quite reliable at critical moments. Uryu didn't know if he was praising or complaining about Ichigo. At the critical moment, Ichigo is really reliable. Big sister, big sister. The puppet soul got out of Sato's clothes and rushed towards Rukia with snot and tears after seeing Rukia. Long time no see Rukia, Hun wants to get a warm embrace, and the soul in the air was stepped on the ground by Rukia. Why are you still stubborn? Rukia trampled the soul under her feet heavily. Hun was not only not angry but enjoyed it very much. As expected of a big sister, this strength and this feeling have not changed at all. Don't be polite, just step on me hard. Rukia was speechless at the words of the soul and then kicked the soul away like kicking a football. Also after Rukia kicked it, she almost fainted. Because she has been imprisoned these days, wearing some props to suppress Ryatsu, and Aizen just took out Hagioku from her body, although the soul is not damaged, but the weakness is inevitable. Orihime stepped forward to catch Rukia, who was about to pass out. Student Kuchiki, you are still weak, don't mess around, I'll treat you. Shuangshan returns to the shield, I refuse. Orihime casts his healing powers and an orange light envelops Rukia. To the surprise of Byakuya and Renji next to Rukia under Orihime's treatment, Rukia's originally weak breath is recovering rapidly. In a short while, Rukia was fully recovered. Orihime's healing ability is really strong. Okay, that's great. Rukia, who was back to normal, looked at his hands in disbelief. The injuries were gone, everything was healed. Not far away, Ichigo turned around and showed a sunny smile. Don't be surprised by Rukia, this is Inao's ability, and it has a strong healing ability. Orihime was praised by Ichigo, a blush immediately appeared on his face and he hurriedly lowered his head. It's okay. For Ichigo and others, saving Rukia and nothing happened to Rukia is the best result. Instead, I don't care much about these things about Aizen and Hagioku. The purpose of their breaking into the Soul Society has always been to save Rukia. At this time, the crutch in the hands of Captain Yamamoto hit the ground heavily and issued an order. Take down the two traitors, Aizen. Suifeng, Kairaku Joshiro, and the other vice-captains pull out Zanpakuto and are going to arrest Aizen and Tausen. However, Aizen showed a slightly contemptuous smile. That's naive Shinigami. Everyone in Shinigami immediately sensed that something was wrong. At the same time, the sky above Jinglingting twisted and tore apart. Numerous tentacles of Menos Grand appeared in the torn sky, and there was a huge eye in the middle of these tentacles which seemed particularly infiltrating. Two beams of light immediately descended, enveloping Aizen and Tausen. This is the Negation of Menos Grand. Negation, it is the light beam used by Menos Grand to save the same race. The inside and outside of the light are mutually isolated worlds. Once the target is surrounded by this light, it is equivalent to being in another space outside of Negation. In short, after Aizen and Tausen were covered by Negation, it was like being in another space, and Shinigami couldn't do anything to them anymore. No one in Shinigami expected that Aizen not only betrayed Jinglingting, but also colluded with Huko Mundo's Menos Grand in advance, even more sinful. In fact, if Aizen hadn't stayed to test Ichigo's strength, Aizen would have let Menos Grand drop Negation and run away. Except for the accident of Ichigo, everything is under his control. Enveloped by Negation, the Shinigami could only watch Aizen and Tausen rise slowly into the air. Aizen looked down at the crowd from a high position, and the famous scene of the hairspray hand in the original book was about to appear. Aizen took off his black glasses with only half of the frame left, stroked his somewhat messy hair, and then stroked it back from his forehead. Aizen, who took off his glasses and changed his hairstyle, has completely changed his temperament, like a king, condescending. Seeing this, everyone in the Shinigami below was shocked, and understood that this Aizen who took off his glasses is the real Aizen. The gentle Aizen in the past did not exist from the very beginning. Aizen had a cold temperament, looked down at Joshiro or the right hand of the King of Souls and said coldly, "And understand that people have stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it's you or me, even God, but the window period of the throne of heaven is coming to an end, and from now on I will." But before Aizen finished speaking, his face changed suddenly and he stopped his speech immediately, just because he heard a shout like a reckless man. Crescent Tianchong. Hearing this sound, Aizen immediately stopped pretending, and suddenly raised his head to look at Ichigo, who had appeared in the sky in front of him at some point. Ichigo has merged the two knives into one, holding the hilt of the knives with both hands, and condensed a huge crescent moon with all his strength. The power of this golden crescent sky is almost the same as the one that split Jinglingting back then. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by Ichigo, and everyone was terrified when they saw Ichigo's golden crescent sky. Oh my god! Suifeng stared blankly at the sky, the golden crescent full of the ability to destroy heaven and earth, stupefied and broke out in cold sweat. Amida trembled with fright and quickly hid behind Suifeng. The golden crescent that Ichigo unleashes, just the Ryatsu that emanates, is enough to instill fear in one's heart. The others were also suddenly taken aback. Hey, Ichigo, why did you shoot without saying hello? Do you know that you will scare people to death? Yulong quickly complained about Ichigo, thinking that Ichigo was very reckless. With Ichigo's strength, a random blow could cause a lot of damage, let alone Crescent Sky Chong, which has been condensed with all its strength now. If the target is still Jinglingting, I am afraid that Jinglingting will have to be split again. It's so messy. Captain Yamamoto looked at Ichigo above, and he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in Ichigo's golden crescent. However, he, Kairaku, Joshiro, Anakana, and other captains all know about it. No matter how powerful the move is, it is ineffective against Aizen and Tausen within Negation. Because Negation is the means used by Menos Grand to save the same kind, once it is covered by Negation, it is equivalent to being in another space, unable to be hurt, and any attack is invalid. Byakuya also felt that although Ichigo was strong, he was too reckless. A waste of energy for no reason, and scared everyone, but at this time Aizen, who was covered by Negation, didn't think so. What? He narrowed his eyes and for the first time his face appeared, nervous and panicked. This is the first time this kind of expression appeared on Aizen's face, because he keenly saw that where Ichigo's golden crescent passed, even the surrounding space trembled and partly distorted. Ichigo's full-strength golden crescent moon is so powerful that it can distort space. Aizen in Negacion is not safe. Bang tilde in an instant, the golden crescent came to Negacion where Aizen was and touched Negacion. Negacion, which was originally pale yellow, quickly dimmed. Ichigo's golden crescent can really affect Negacion. Fortunately, the golden crescent didn't stay for too long. It pierced through with a whoosh and finally failed to hurt Aizen, who was inside Negacion. Aizen's heart was finally relieved. Kurosaki Ichigo, has this guy's power grown to this extent? Aizen had a brief fight with Ichigo just now. His black coffin was broken by Ichigo, and he competed with Ichigo in swordsmanship, but failed to suppress Ichigo, and Ichigo put a crescent cross on his face, crashing the Palace of Repentance. Now Aizen is hiding in Menos Grand's Negacion and almost got knocked out by Ichigo's golden crescent. Ichigo's strength was far beyond Aizen's expectations and even made Aizen feel like he was about to be unable to suppress Ichigo. Everyone look at it. Negacion, the color of Negacion has dimmed. Oh my god, the way of travel disaster can affect Negacion and almost destroy Negacion. What kind of monster is this yellow-haired traveler? Is he a Shinigami like us? Gotei 13, all Shinigami on the ground, all stunned. No one expected that someone's power could affect the Negacion of Menos Grand. They were not optimistic about Ichigo just now, thinking that Ichigo was too reckless and it was a waste of effort. Although it failed to hurt Aizen now, it also made Negacion dim and Aizen panicked once. Don't jump to impossible conclusions before you have tried and made many things. Suddenly tick-tick, on the torn sky there was a strange rain of bright red color. This is not rain but blood, the blood of Menos Grand. Soon everyone knew what was going on. It was Ichigo's golden crescent that dimmed Negacion just now, and Menos Grand, who released Negacion, received a strong retaliation. The blood is dripping from the Menos Grand in the torn sky. The power of Ichigo's golden crescent is so terrifying, even if it weren't for Menos Grand insisting on maintaining Negacion, Ichigo might really be able to hurt Aizen in Negacion. Damn it, I don't have enough strength. After Ichigo released Crescent Skychong, he felt that Aizen was not injured because of insufficient strength. If it succeeds in loading Bankai 2 days later, it will definitely work. If it weren't for Rukia's early execution, Ichigo originally wanted to wait for the successful loading of Bankai the day after tomorrow. At that time, he would definitely be able to improve his strength to another level after comprehending the Double Knife Bankai. Now it's just a bloody battle panel plus Double Knife Shikai, which can't stop Aizen from escaping. Aizen and Tausen have risen to the top of the sky. Aizen took a deep look at Ichigo, then entered Huko Mundo with Tausen, and the tearing sky closed. The sky was silent again. Aizen and Tausen fled to Huko Mundo, and the skies over Soul Society returned to calm. But everyone in Gotei 13 couldn't relax, and their faces were full of dignity. Because they all know that after Aizen's defection, the future 3 realms, Soul Society, Huko Mundo, and the present world may not be peaceful. This is like a thorn buried forever in the hearts of everyone in Shinigami, making people uneasy. Besides, at this time the eyes of everyone in Gotei 13 fell on Ichigo and the others. The atmosphere got a little weird and tense. At this time, Yhwach stood up first and said to Captain Yamamoto, "Master Commander, you should understand some things now, right?" Yhwach was wanted by the Soul Society for kidnapping Urahara and the Masked Legion a few years ago. And that's when Aizen reported the case, and Aizen framed them. Now that Aizen has defected, the original Soul disappearance case and the current Rukia execution are very clear, and it is all Aizen's fault. The truth came to light and Yhwach's wanted arrest naturally became invalid. Only Yhwach and Urahara were the victims. Oh, isn't this Yhwach-san? Long time no see. Jingle, who was wearing a bamboo hat, stood up with a smile and spoke for Yhwach. It is my mistake to wait for Gotei 13 to make Ms. Yhwach and Captain Urahara wronged for 100 years. I am really sorry, Ms. Yhwach. Although Jingle's words were a bit frivolous, they were stunned by the ears of everyone in Gotei 13. If it were someone who was framed, fled, and suffered infamy for 100 years, the damage would not be considered insignificant. This has something to do with Gotei 13 and Room 46. It was caused by their lack of awareness. Shame on Yhwach and Urahara. Joshiro also stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Genryuzai, I don't think there is any need to embarrass Ms. Yhwach and Luzuo. They are all victims and everything is caused by Aizen. We as Gotei 13 wronged the good people and let them be implicated. It was our mistake. We old guys were blinded by Aizen and almost made a big mistake. The big mistake Joshiro mentioned may refer to Rukia. If Rukia is really executed and an innocent life is lost, it will be irreparable for Joshiro and many people. Fortunately, Rukia is fine now. Joshiro continued sternly, travel accident. No, these teenagers stopped Aizen to a certain extent. They are the benefactors of our Gotei 13 and Gotei 13 who was blinded and helped to abuse you. I'm sorry for you. Jingle and Joshiro stood up to speak, naturally wanting Captain Yamamoto not to embarrass Ichigo and the others. After all, Ichigo and the others are still Soul Society's benefactors to a certain extent, and they didn't let Gotei 13 continue to help the evil and make mistakes again and again. The other captains and vice-captains were either silent or nervous. We are all waiting for the attitude of Captain Yamamoto. In fact, most of them also know that Jingle and Joshiro are right. Ichigo and the others are forced to come to Soul Society to save people. They did the right thing. Gotei 13 has no reason to embarrass them. And even if they wanted to make things difficult for Ichigo, they might not be able to. The strength shown by Ichigo has scared too many people, and no one wants to take a shot of Ichigo's golden crescent moon. Captain Yamamoto glanced at Ichigo and the others in front of him with his old eyes, but there was no anger in his eyes. Then he turned to his two most proud disciples, Jingle and Joshiro, and cursed. I'm old, but I'm not so confused that I can't tell right from wrong. The old man can still tell the difference between right and wrong. Captain Yamamoto's character is sometimes stubborn, but that doesn't mean he can't tell right from wrong. Then he looked at Yhwach and Ichigo and others. As the captain of Gotei 13, he actually bowed to Yhwach and Ichigo. As the head of Shinigami, but being blinded by the rebels, I am ashamed of you. It is the fault of old age. The captain was also ashamed. Let Yhwach and the others be wanted for hundreds of years. Let Aizen do many evil things under his nose and treat Ichigo and the others as a disaster. All of this is his fault as the captain. Seeing this scene, while everyone in Shinigami felt incredible, their hanging hearts were finally relieved. This scene is a joy for everyone. Gotei 13 doesn't need to clash with Ichigo and the others, otherwise there will be countless casualties. You don't have to be like this, Master Chief. It's all because Aizen's disguise is too good, no wonder, Master Chief. Captain Yamamoto continued to announce. Because Rukia Kuchiki was framed by the traitor Aizen, Rukia Kuchiki was acquitted. Captain Yamamoto announced Rukia's acquittal in public. This made Ichigo and others smile at each other, and they were very satisfied with the result. Not only was Rukia rescued, but Rukia was also acquitted. Great. In fact, if it is the judgment of the 46th room, even the captain has no right to change it. But everyone in Shinigami now knows that room 46 is definitely gone, and the orders issued before are also Aizen's tricks. In addition, Rukia was framed and innocent, so the captain can naturally declare Rukia innocent. Ichigo put the two knives back on his back and said, "This old man is not so unreasonable." That's great, Kuchiki-san. Orihime hugged Rukia, and Rukia was also very happy. Soul ran from a distance and wanted to hug him, but was trampled under Rukia's feet, howling endlessly. After Renji and Byakuya were treated by Unohana, their injuries are no longer serious. Rukia, you're not guilty, hahaha Rukia, you're not guilty, that's great, that's great. Ah, it hurts. At this time, hearing that Rukia was acquitted, Renji laughed until the old wounds recurred, and the wounds were bleeding again. Although Byakuya's face was still relatively cold, he turned around arrogantly so that no one could see the corners of his mouth raised. This scene happened to be seen by Renji next to him. Renji's eyes widened in disbelief and he froze. See you soon, team. Captain, you actually laughed, it turns out. Byakuya, who is as cold as an ice sculpture, can laugh too. Captain, are you actually laughing? Renji brought his face closer as if he had seen a ghost. Byakuya's face immediately turned cold, like an ice sculpture that has not melted for 1,000 years, and the corners of his mouth that were slightly raised were lowered, and he said coldly, "You are wrong, Renji." "Wrong? No, I'm absolutely right. Captain, you laughed just now." "Hahaha, this is the first time I've seen you." Renji laughed, saying that he was right. Byakuya snorted softly, pulled out the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura and wanted to kill the mouth. Renji ran away and begged for mercy. "Captain Kuchiki, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I didn't see anything, I promise." Rukia watched the slapstick Renji and Byakuya. After Renji and Byakuya had a fight, the relationship seemed not as stern as before. Yhwach crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Byakuya, that brat was cuter when he was a child." When Rukia heard this, she immediately became suspicious and curious. "Big brother, when I was young, how was he like?" Yhwach thought for a while, then pointed to Ichigo next door. "Hey, it's similar to Ichigo, he has a frizzy personality." Rukia's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Big brother was frizzy when he was a kid, like Ichigo, oh my god. Rukia only felt that her three views seemed to be challenged. In her impression, Byakuya was always indifferent and calm, but her personality was frizzy when she was a child. It turns out that Big Brother still has such a side. Rukia only felt that she knew a shocking secret and took a deep breath. At this time, Suifeng came over and walked in front of Yhwach. It's just that Suifeng's expression doesn't seem right. His face was red again, but he was gnashing his teeth again. Seems to be a love-hate relationship with Yhwach. Ha ha ha. Yhwach smiled heartily, put his hand on Suifeng's head and touched Suifeng's head. Suifeng, you have become stronger. Yhwach recognized Suifeng. At this moment, Suifeng couldn't bear it anymore, and after 100 years he got the approval of Master Yhwach, whom he had always admired. The previous resentment in my heart for not taking her away with Yhwach also disappeared completely. Master Yhwach, woohoo. Suifeng was like a child who met his long-lost sister, threw himself into Yhwach's arms and cried. Yhwach comforted Suifeng with one hand and said, I'm still crying at such a big age. Shinigami over there. Seeing that the captain did not make things difficult for Ichigo and the others, Jingle and Joshiro also looked at each other and smiled. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. I only heard the captain say, the cost of repairing the damaged jingling pavilion will be deducted from your salary. A total of 100 years of captain's salary will be deducted. Kairaku and Joshiro were taken aback immediately and nearly fell over. Isn't that right, old man Shan? You're going too far, we didn't do anything and we didn't destroy the jingling court. When Ichigo first arrived at the Soul Society, he split the city wall of the jingling court, the Soul Shield, and a gully that would run through the entire jingling court with a single crescent moon. The Palace of Confessions is gone. Captain Yamamoto counted these maintenance costs on his two disciples. The 100-year captain's salary of Jingle and Joshiro will be deducted for maintenance expenses. Old man Shan, you are too much, you deducted my salary, how can I have money to buy wine? Jingle hastily raised an objection. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly. I like to drink and often buy music. I don't have the right conduct. It should be deducted, there is no negotiation. The captain thinks that Jingle is drinking and fooling around, which is also a reason for deducting salary. Teacher Yuan Liajai, what about me? Why is my salary deducted? I am weak and often need money to buy medicine and treat illnesses. Joshiro also said hastily, using a bitter trick. Captain Yamamoto snorted coldly, don't think that I don't know that you two guys want to destroy the bipolars. I brought you up, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Jingle and Joshiro were startled. It turned out that Captain Yamamoto knew that they wanted to destroy the execution and destroy the double poles. Wait, how did old man Shan know? It shouldn't be. Jingle became puzzled and didn't quite believe what the chief captain said. The vice captain next to Jingle, Ise Nano, pointed at the Shihuan's shield-like prop in her hand with a disgusted expression. Captain, you asked me to take it. It turned out that when we were at Bipolar Hill, just now Jingle heard that Aizen was behind the scenes. And there was an accident in the Confession Palace, so he quickly handed over the props that were going to destroy Bipolar Hill to Ise Nano, and he and Joshiro hurriedly confessed palace support. Ise Nano is holding such a big shield, even a normal person can see that there is something wrong with it. Captain Yamamoto naturally knows that it is something used to destroy the bipolar. Jingle and Joshiro immediately smiled awkwardly. Old man Shan, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think. Captain, it's not negotiable, salary deduction for 100 years. Therefore, due to various reasons, Jingle and Joshiro were deducted 100 years of captain's salary by the captain. Of course, this didn't really affect the two of them. After all, they came from middle-class nobles, and the captain's salary wasn't high, so the deduction didn't affect them either. At this time, Byakuya suddenly walked in front of Ichigo. This makes Ichigo a little surprised, not knowing what Byakuya is going to do. Thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya said this with some difficulty. It's not because he doesn't want to say it, but because it's the first time for him to thank others and he feels a little uncomfortable. Ichigo was also surprised, some didn't know how to answer. No, saving Rukia is what I should have done. Ichigo's words startled Byakuya. Ichigo actually takes it as his duty to save Rukia. How long have Ichigo and Rukia known each other? It's probably only half a month, right? With such a short acquaintance, Rukia will be able to break into the Soul Society without hesitation and even risk his life to save Rukia. And he, Byakuya Kuchiki, as Rukia's older brother, doesn't have the courage, bound by the rules of the Soul Society. Don't you hate me? Byakuya asked. Byakuya abolished Ichigo's Shinigami power and took Rukia away, and then decided to execute Rukia according to the regulations. But the way Ichigo is showing now, there is no intention of hating Byakuya at all. Ichigo raised his head and looked towards the sky. He doesn't really have any hatred for Byakuya. The other party is Rukia's elder brother, the captain of Gotei 13 and the head of the Kuchiki family. The kind-hearted Ichigo knows that Byakuya can't help himself in many things, and Aizen has deceived everyone, so Byakuya can't be blamed. Moreover, Ichigo knew from the beginning to the end that what he really had to do to save Rukia was not as simple as defeating Byakuya. Hate you. No, and it's not necessary. Why? Byakuya pressed. Ichigo looked at the sky, then turned his head and said to Byakuya, because it's not you who I want to challenge all this time, but the order of the entire Soul Society, moment. Byakuya's eyes contracted and his mind roared. Ichigo's words gave him a great shock. It turns out that Ichigo's goal from beginning to end is not to defeat him and rescue Rukia. What Ichigo has to do is to challenge the order of the entire Soul Society. Only by breaking this order can Rukia be truly rescued. Ichigo's pattern is so big, Byakuya's thoughts seem shallow. When Byakuya was shocked, Ichigo confided to himself, if you can't even protect your own sister, what's the point of following those so-called cold regulations? What is the purpose of such persistence? If you even lose your own sister, is such persistence worth it? Ichigo's mind is relatively simple. For him, protecting his relatives and companions is everything, not those messy family dignity or order. If you can't even protect your loved ones, what's the point? Ichigo's words struck Byakuya's soul word by word like lightning. Byakuya is not only the head of the Kuchiki family, but also Rukia's older brother. Byakuya's parents have passed away, and his wife also died of illness. What he cares most about is his sister. If he couldn't even protect the person he cared about the most, then he would be ashamed to be an elder brother. At this moment, Byakuya felt that he had done something wrong. He should also challenge the order of the Soul Society to save Rukia like Ichigo, instead of being a ruthless enforcer of order. Byakuya suddenly realized, and his eyes became clearer and he said again, thank you. It was Ichigo who woke him up.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.